Chapter 1070. The surface area of this star was not even the size of a speck of dust in the universe, but it was still the size of a small mountain. The world often used the term meteor to describe a cultivator's speed. Now that a real meteor had descended, everyone realized that it was much faster than they had imagined. So this is an immortal technique? Unimaginable, truly unimaginable. Many of the blue-robed emperor present smacked their lips, unable to understand what was going on. Hurry up and scatter. This star isn't big, but it has fallen from the starry sky. Even if we aren't the target, the shockwaves can still hurt us. So. The others reacted and dodged again, not wanting to be swept by the aftershocks. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Gongshan Yu truly lived up to his name as a soul transformation realm cultivator. Even Xiaochen secretly admired this magic skill. He also had his own abilities, and the starry sky storm could move the real stars. However, with the magic power of the nascent soul realm, he still had a long way to go before he could do that. If he wasn't wrong, then the senior brother that Feng Wuqing spoke of was this person. Even a rock falling from the starry sky could crush someone to death. It was easy to imagine the might of this meteorite the size of a small mountain. The geniuses in the distance placed their gazes on Xiaochen after retreating further away, waiting to see how he would react. Cultivators were few in number, and their top combat power was inferior to martial artists. But in a battle between the same generation, especially in the same realm, there were very few martial artists who could defeat cultivators by relying on magic treasures and divine abilities. Back then, the original purpose of the Four Seas Hero Gathering had not changed. In the competition between immortals and cultivators, cultivators always lost more than they won. Gongshan Yu's earlier suggestion clearly favored himself. However, the many outstanding talents still agreed. This was not only because of Yun Chen's master, but also because of his own strength, which was at the divine transformation realm, which was something that no one dared to underestimate. Strange, the stars haven't fallen yet. Why isn't Xiaochen taking the opportunity to escape? He can't avoid it. Didn't you see that the starlight has already landed on him? It's useless to hide at the ends of the earth. The moment the barrier of the sky is broken, the stars will pierce through the seawater and crash into him in the blink of an eye. Just thinking about it is terrifying. A meteorite the size of a small mountain falling from the sky to the ground. Just how much explosive force would it take? Immortal technique. It's been so many years since I've seen such a powerful technique. Many cultivators were not optimistic about Xiaochen's chances, unless he could use the defensive secret technique that shocked everyone earlier again. However, anyone could tell that it was not easy to use such a heaven-defying secret technique even once. How could he use it again in such a short period of time? On the golden war chariot, the young treasure master, Ling, said softly, Xiaochen was still too careless. He should not have given Gongshan Yu a chance to execute his magic skill. In the hands of a soul formation cultivator, the full power of this immortal spell is something that even the blue-robed emperor wouldn't dare to underestimate. Yu Bingyun glanced at the old man driving the war chariot and said, Young treasure master, later, if the blue dragon king gets injured, I would like to ask this senior and my aunt Bai to help him leave. Ling was very intelligent. Although he felt suspicious, he did not ask why. He smiled and said, Since Miss Bingyun has spoken, this young master naturally will not refuse. Even Yu Bingyun did not think much of Xiaochen's chances. A soul formation cultivator completely executed the magic skill. With Xiaochen's current cultivation, it would be too difficult for him to block it. Chu Yang and the others were already storing up power in secret, preparing to deal a fatal blow the moment Xiaochen got injured, preventing him from making a comeback. Only Mu Qingyun and Yan Shisan, who were in the Myriad Fiend Island group, thought about that day. He sent out a palm strike from 50,000 meters away. He fell into deep thought, not daring to come to a conclusion. As everyone expected, the star broke through the barrier of the sky in an instant. Then, it pierced through the seawater and crashed towards Xiaochen. The instant the seawater split open, a dazzling fiery light shone even more resplendent than the sun, illuminating the sky. At this moment, the normally dark Despair City became as bright as day. Every corner of the streets and alleys was illuminated. Every cultivator adventuring in the city was stunned at this moment, not understanding what was going on. However, this light only shone for an instant. This instant was even shorter than the blink of an eye. As a result, many cultivators began to wonder if the light they saw was an illusion. Boom! A sound even louder than thunder rang out. The sky shook, and the entire Despair City trembled. This sound shook everyone's soul, startling them awake from their dreams and making them open their eyes. They wanted to see the real world, to see what method the Blue Dragon King used to block this move. The ground shook, but the white-clad Xiaoqin did not move at all. A bright moon slowly vanished behind Xiaoqin. However, the lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness spreading in the air were like the wind and lightning, undying and lasting for a long time. The magic skill broke and exploded in the air. Gong Shanyu vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Gong Shanyu's two junior brothers rushed over and helped him up. After checking that he was only weakened by the rebound of the magic skill, they relaxed slightly. Not many people clearly saw how Xiaoqin made a move to explode the star at the most dangerous moment. The few people who saw it clearly were also extremely shocked. What kind of palm technique could have such a violent and explosive power? It was even stronger than a meteor falling from the starry heavens, suppressing the other party. Chu Yang and the others did not know whether to release the martial techniques they had been storing up in secret or not. They felt very conflicted. Xiaoqin raised his head and looked around. Aside from the loose cultivators, the ones who intended to attack him were Zodiac Hall, Neptune's old subordinates, and the Five Poison Sect. As Xiaoqin looked over, the hearts of the blue-robed emperor, who were preparing to attack in secret, tightened, and they immediately scattered the martial techniques they had prepared. With just one gaze, these people were frightened into not daring to make a move. Xiaoqin had achieved his goal, so he did not linger. Right now, he was not in a good state. If the martial techniques of these blue-robed emperor landed, he would definitely be injured without the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. As everyone looked at Xiaoqin's back, they all had the same thought in their hearts. Fortunately, such a person only had 20 years to live. In the age of great competition, the survivor was king. No matter how bright the meteor was, it disappeared in a flash. After shattering the star with one palm strike, Xiaoqin turned around again. No one dared to make a move. After the matter was settled, Xiaoqin left without a trace for 500 kilometers, leaving only his back and lofty aspirations that had yet to fade. The myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan said after a while, he lives up to his reputation. I am not comparable to him. Not every outstanding talent was as calm as Di Xinhan, saying that he was not as good as Xiaoqin. However, regardless of whether they admitted it or not, before Xiaoqin drew his saber, with just one palm strike, he had already subdued all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean. Yan Shisan said rationally, the blue-robed emperor is indeed a dividing line. Without becoming a blue-robed emperor, it would be hard to compete with him. This trip to the heart of the ocean is an opportunity for everyone. Mu Qingyun nodded and said, that's right. We are all just one step away from becoming a blue-robed emperor. All we lack is some fortuitous encounters. When we reach the blue-robed emperor realm, it is hard to say who will win. Di Xinhan said indifferently, it is also possible that we will die here. This is one of the 8 great forbidden lands. It is no joke. They're here. Yan Shisan suddenly raised his head and said, they're here. A major character approaching the end of his lifespan is indeed here. Everyone present could feel a vast might bearing down on them. Although this might was strong, there was a formless aura of the setting sun in the west. With such a special might there was no need to guess. It was the long-awaited great fiends. These major characters were nearing the end of their lifespans and could not be bothered to withdraw their auras. They were also unwilling to be harassed by profound beasts, which resulted in such a strong might. At the city gates of Despair City, 3 fiend race old men and a middle-aged man looked at the city walls with complicated expressions. The immense pressure that permeated the entire Despair City originated from the 3 old men. The 4 were all greater heavenly Emperor Wu. However, in terms of strength, the middle-aged man's aura was slightly stronger than the 3 old men's. The middle-aged man had a significant background. His name was Zong Buxiong. He founded the Heavenly Evil Gate in the Black Sea and was known as the Heavenly Evil Emperor. In the Black Sea, he was as famous as the 13 Great Bandits. He had a long lifespan. However, he came to the heart of the ocean to seek an opportunity to be conferred king. The three old men came from the Myriad Fiend Island. They were already nearing the end of their lifespans. They were people who counted the days. The heart of the ocean was one of the 8 great forbidden lands. With their greater heavenly Emperor Wu's cultivation, wanting to enter the heart of the ocean to search for the heaven-defying divine medicine that could change one's fate was no different from suicide. In reality, the Forbidden Lands had always been the burial ground of great emperors in their twilight years. Most Emperor Wu, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, would give it his all and barge into the Forbidden Lands after making arrangements for his death. However, since ancient times, those who could change their fate and successfully walk out were few and far between. The three old men were well aware that they were walking a path of death. They would definitely not be able to return, only adding a few more emperor skeletons to the heart of the ocean. The aura of despair in the city has disappeared. The source of despair has been snatched away. Zong Buxiong said with a doubtful expression. The three old men had long sensed that the aura of despair had disappeared. However, there was no change in their expressions. They had already seen through everything. From this small matter, one could see the difference in the mentality of Zong Buxiong and the three old men. The source of despair can also be considered a treasure. If it was 1,000 years ago, I would definitely kill the person who snatched the source of despair. The gray-robed old man in the middle smiled faintly. These words were filled with murderous intent, but they sounded as calm as water in the old man's mouth. Just at this moment, a white figure walked out of the city gates. Facing the strong pressure of the few old men, this person was neither servile nor overbearing. He walked out with a calm expression. The gazes of the 4 old men immediately focused on this person. They revealed looks of admiration in their eyes. This young man was not simple. The person who came was naturally Xiaoqin. After snatching the source of despair, he was not willing to cause any more trouble, so he prepared to leave Despair City immediately. As for the heart of the ocean, Xiaoqin thought about it and decided to give it up for now. Ao Jiao was also very impressed. In order to find an opportunity to become the blue-robed emperor, the few great geniuses had to go on this trip. Xiaoqin had already reached the blue-robed emperor realm. It did not matter if he went to the periphery of the heart of the ocean or not. Chapter 1071. Since that was the case, he would not go. The people of Zodiac Hall and the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas all looked at him with hostile gazes. If he went to the heart of the ocean, the danger would be hard to predict. After leaving the city gates, Xiaoqin bowed slightly to the 4 people not far away. After a simple bow, he brushed past them. Etiquette was a must when facing peak experts. This was a form of respect. It was the same in both the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. After Xiaoqin was far away, one of the old men said in shock, "This youth is really strange. The outstanding talents in the city are all waiting for us to open a path, yet he just walked out. Given his cultivation, he should have no problem protecting himself at the periphery of the heart of the ocean. At such a young age, he already reached the blue-robed emperor realm. Why have I not heard of such a person in the heavenly starry ocean? Has he not been out for too long?" The middle-aged man, Zong Buxiong, withdrew his gaze from Xiaoqin. He said indifferently, "He is Xiaoqin, a descendant of the Qing emperor. Now, he is conferred king by the Bushan Palace. He inherited the insignia of the Blue Dragon King and swept through the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. A descendant of the Qing emperor." The 3 old men's expressions suddenly changed. They quickly turned around and stared at that white figure in a daze. The Dragon's Gate was the Qing emperor. 10,000 years ago, when Neptune fell, the Qing emperor's death was too strange. Otherwise, the Dragon's Gate would not have ruled the heavenly starry ocean for so long. Now that a descendant of the Qing emperor appeared, the 3 old men immediately wondered if the Dragon's Gate's unification of the heavenly starry ocean would happen again. "Zong Buxiong, how do you know so much about this person?" Zhong Buxiong replied calmly, I have an adopted son who has many conflicts with him. If not for him, he would not be the strongest of the Black Sea's younger generation. Why would your adopted son have a conflict with him? Zhong Buxiong smiled mysteriously. He came from the Sky Dome realm together with him and killed his father. Wait, it seems like someone is following this kid. It's the people from God Dragon Palace. They really think highly of this kid. They sent 4 blue-robed emperors. It's none of our business. Let's not worry about it. Going to the heart of the ocean is more important. The 4 of them chatted for a while before walking into Despair City. Only Zhong Buxiong glanced thoughtfully at a certain place. His lips moved slightly before he followed them. Outside Despair City, Xiao Chen, who had already traveled far away, received a message in his mind. His expression immediately changed drastically as he looked around warily. What's wrong? Ao Jiao asked from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiao Chen said cautiously, someone is watching me. 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors from the Divine Dragon Palace have been following me since I left. Just now, he had received an inexplicable message telling him that ever since he left the city, there had been 4 advanced blue-robed emperors following him. Let's go. Perhaps the people following him had some treasure to hide their auras. Xiao Chen scanned the area with his spiritual sense but found nothing. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Xiao Chen spread out the freedom wings, preparing to fly to the surface of the ocean in one breath. 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors were already more than enough to deal with for Xiao Chen. With 4 at the same time, unless Xiao Chen cooperated with Neptune's crown on the surface of the ocean, it would be hard for him to escape unscathed. The scene before Xiao Chen's eyes flashed. Then, it fixed on the surface of the ocean. Xiao Chen took a step forward, wanting to cross it. However, a formless resistance suddenly appeared. The power of the world surged in the surroundings, and the space above him froze. When Xiao Chen took a step forward, he bounced back from the folded space. Xiao Chen looked around, and 4 old men wearing dragon robes of various colors suddenly appeared, looking at him expressionlessly. The old man in blue dragon robes in the east said coldly, Xiao Chen, hand over the Neptune headscarf on your forehead, and our Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace will cut off all grudges with you. Hand over the Neptune headscarf, and the grudges between our Northern Sea, Southern Sea, and Western Sea Divine Dragon Palaces will be written off as well. The other 3 old men shouted coldly in unison. The rebound from the space was very strong. When Xiao Chen landed, he took 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Then, he looked at the 4 old men and frowned slightly. The 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors all circulated their heavenly laws and drove the power of the world, working together to fix the space above them. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen's figure flickered, continuously executing the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, creating thousands of clones that scattered in all directions. How stubborn! The blue-robed old man leading the group snorted coldly. Then he drew a sword. Boundless sword chi drove the power of the world and swept out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi destroyed all of Xiao Chen's clones in one breath, leaving only his main body, which had fled far away, as if it were nothing more than dry weeds. After him, the 4 old men's figures flashed as they chased after Xiao Chen. When a small perfection blue-robed emperor's heavenly seal materialized, the amount of power of the world it could communicate with would increase tenfold. When a great perfection blue-robed emperor condensed a soul for the heavenly seal, he would place his spiritual mark into it. His body would be in harmony with the heavens, allowing him to control the power of the world as he pleased. The 4 old men chasing Xiao Chen were all great perfection blue-robed emperor characters. They could control the power of the world as they pleased. As the 4 old men flew, it was like the world moved in reverse without them even moving. In terms of movement techniques, they were 1 grade higher than Xiao Chen's. If not for the boundlessly ingenious Thunder Dragon steps and the support of the Freedom Wings, Xiao Chen would not even have had a chance to flee. Sticking close to the ground, Xiao Chen unfurled the Freedom Wings and absorbed the power of the wind. Then, he quickly flew close to the ground. The 4 Divine Dragon Palace old men followed Xiao Chen like shadows, like phantoms. No matter what Xiao Chen did, he could not shake them off. This was especially so for the blue-robed old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Whenever Xiao Chen tried to increase his speed and charge into the sea, the blue-robed old man immediately swung his sword to block him. Do you think that we do not know the wondrous uses of Neptune's crown? Something that is not yours will not be yours no matter what. If you do not hand over Neptune's relic today, I will make you suffer a humiliation that you will never forget. The blue-robed old man swung his sword again. The sword chi was like a dragon, carrying the power of the world. The might of this sword locked down the entire space. If Xiao Chen tried to force his way out, the old men chasing after him would swarm over and surround him. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with them. He swooped down and gently flapped the freedom wings. A breeze blew, increasing Xiao Chen's speed by another 20%. What should we do? Ao Jiao, should we fight it out with them? Xiao Chen asked sullenly. Even after half a day, he still could not shake off the four. A determined look flashed in his eyes. Given Ao Jiao's strength and Xiao Chen's, if they fought at full power, the four would not have an easy time. However, if that happened, Xiao Chen would not be able to avoid getting severely injured. There is no rush. Go to Despair City and enter the heart of the ocean. The environment there is very complicated. We can easily avoid these people. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, quickly stopped Xiao Chen. Given Xiao Chen's current situation, how could he allow himself to get severely injured? Under the pressure of the four, Xiao Chen had no choice but to enter Despair City. At this moment, the city was empty. The waiting outstanding talents and loose cultivators had already entered the heart of the ocean long ago. He wants to enter the heart of the ocean. Stop him. The blue-robed old man shouted. When he saw Xiao Chen heading for Despair City, he startled to his senses. Unable to care about anything else, the four worked together and executed the profound martial techniques they knew. The profound martial techniques of the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor were several times stronger than those of the Small Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. The moment they executed them, their auras were startling. In the dilapidated city, the old houses, collapsed walls, and damaged statues were the first to bear the brunt of the profound martial techniques, turning them into powder. Half a day had already passed. The flames in Xiao Chen's eyes had already finished accumulating. Xiao Chen looked back, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram quickly formed, locking down the space. It was like heaven and earth had split into two worlds. Bang! Amid startling sounds, the four strong profound martial techniques struck the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram lasted for a while before shattering. The four profound martial techniques turned into shock waves that spread out. Using this time, Xiao Chen moved quickly, moving like a dragon. In 2 breaths, he arrived at the entrance to the heart of the ocean in the city. That was a deep well flickering with white light. Normally, large numbers of superior-grade profound beasts gathered there. It would be difficult for ordinary people to approach. However, before the greater heavenly Emperor Wu, superior-grade profound beasts were clearly not enough. They had already fled long ago, creating a large space for themselves. A strong aura surged over again. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. These 4 were really persistent. If Xiao Chen had the strength of the Small Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor and materialized his heavenly seal, he would not be in such a sorry state. Plop! Xiao Chen decisively jumped into the deep well. The 4 Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperors of the Divine Dragon Palace were too late. When they landed, they could no longer see Xiao Chen's figure. This is somewhat difficult. Now that he entered the heart of the ocean, should we wait here or follow him down? The old man from the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace said, feeling somewhat frustrated. The blue-robed old man said sullenly, "Continue the chase. There is more than one exit to the heart of the ocean. There is no point in waiting here." After the blue-robed old man spoke, he immediately jumped in. The other 3 hesitated for a while before following suit. There was a whirlpool in the deep well. After Xiao Chen jumped in, he discovered that the whirlpool's suction could not be resisted. He felt the world spin around him as he quickly sank with the whirlpool. After some time, Xiao Chen felt his body empty, and the suction of the whirlpool vanished. Xiaochen looked around and discovered that he was in a pitch-black space. Currently, he was descending at an extremely fast speed. This space was extraordinarily large, more than 10,000 times larger than Despair City. It was a world of its own. As Xiaochen descended, he saw the corpses of countless strong, profound beasts floating around him. Needless to say, these were all dealt with by major characters. Without these people, the people who came later would not even be able to land. There was a clump of azure water in the center of this space. This clump of water was incredibly large, containing an incredible water-attributed energy. The moment Xiaochen saw it, he thought of the extremely horrifying divine lightning talisman in misleading Fog Lake for some reason. However, compared to the berserk and aggressive nature of the divine lightning talisman, the blue clump of water appeared gentle and mild, giving off an extremely comfortable feeling. Is that the heart of the ocean? Even from an unknown distance, Xiaochen could only make out a silhouette. Surrounding the heart of the ocean were 7 floating ring-shaped continents. Each ring was attached to the other, like 7 huge gears slowly rotating. Chapter 1072. Xiaochen vaguely saw a huge mountain in the 7th ring. It looked very similar to the Fire Li Sec's treasure mountain that he saw in the Cloud Sea domain. Xiaochen landed on a floating piece of land in the 7th ring. He descended at a startlingly fast speed. However, there was not much recoil when he landed. Xiaochen sized up his surroundings. He did not know where the path ahead led to. The ground was hot and dry. Volcanoes could be seen on the magma ground, continuously spewing flames into the sky. After the flames burned, they produced fiery clouds that covered the sky. One could not see the end of it. Ao Jiao introduced this place to Xiaochen softly. This is the outermost ring of the 7 rings of the heart of the ocean. It cannot even be considered a corner of this world. However, it produces all sorts of fire-attributed gems. Every volcano has a palace in it, and you can search for treasures there. How do I leave this place? Compared to searching for treasures, Xiaochen was more concerned about how to leave this place. Earlier, he had roughly sized up the structure of this space. From its outline, it looked like an incredibly huge disk. The center of the disk was the heart of the ocean. 7 rings of land stuck to each other, forming the outer circle. The rest was a pitch-black space. There was no way to find a way out. This is the first ring of flames. Follow the path under your feet. At the place where it connects to the 2nd ring of ice mountains, you can choose to continue down. You can also choose to leave from the transportation formation at the side. Each of these 7 rings of land is more dangerous than the one before. However, the deeper you go, the more good things you will find. Since ancient times, many martial emperors have died on this path to the heart of the ocean. Ao Jiao explained, those outstanding talents and the blue-robed Emperor Lu's cultivators will probably only stop when they reach the 3rd ring. If you go any further, you will die for sure. They are chasing me. Xiaochen looked up and saw 4 black dots descending quickly. Then, he did not linger any longer. He quickly headed for the front of the volcano path. Xiaochen walked this path of burying martial emperors. The 4 people behind him lingered like ghosts, causing Xiaochen to lose interest in searching for treasures. He only wanted to leave quickly. Otherwise, he could leave the lava path beneath his feet and search the ring of fire for a while. It would be a pity to miss such an opportunity. At first, Xiaochen did not care much about it as he ran. However, after 5 kilometers, he felt something was wrong. The gravity here was not right. It was at least 100 times stronger than the outside world. Xiaochen kept running. If he were in the outside world, he would have crossed 50 kilometers long ago without any pressure. He hadn't even walked 10 miles, but he already felt fatigued. His forehead was covered in sweat. After a few more tests, Chen was finally certain that the gravity was 200 times stronger. If one wanted to fly in the air, the consumption of law energy would be multiplied by 1,000 times. It was practically impossible. It was no wonder that when he first landed, there was no recoil at all. It was all offset by gravity. Xiaochen of good. Chen said. Xiao of Chen said. Good. Martial Chen, profound. Chen, Xiong of Chen's to Dragon Chen's Sea. Many hurried footprints could be seen on the path. There were also profound beasts that died not long ago, all killed in one move. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the work of a major character. This damn place is extraordinarily hot. Xiaochen stopped and wiped his sweat. Then, he took out a water skin from the universe ring and took a big gulp. This was just the first ring, and the environment was already so harsh. It was hard to imagine how many martial emperors had to pass before they reached the most dangerous place, the heart of the ocean. Since ancient times, many martial emperors had died on this path. Flap. Little yellow feather suddenly flew out of the immortal spirit ring, crying out endlessly. It appeared very happy, like it had returned to its first home. What's wrong with it? Xiaochen asked, feeling suspicious. Ao Jiao also showed a confused expression. She said, Little yellow feather said that it wanted to find its own food. The profound cores you gave it tasted awful. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. What a picky eater. The quality of those profound cores was not low. They were no less expensive than astral cores. Call it back. This is not a place where it can run around. Where are you going? Before Xiaochen finished speaking, little yellow feather flapped its wings like a faint fiery light and flew away from the path, heading for the distant volcano. Little yellow feather's small body did not seem to be affected by gravity. It flew very fast. Along the way, everything seemed peaceful. However, that was a major character making a move, wiping out all the profound beasts on the path. If little yellow feather ran away, it would be very dangerous. Xiaochen's expression changed. He quickly stopped and chased after little yellow feather. The other party had only been out for 1 month. A few inferior-grade profound beasts would be enough to take its life. However, little yellow feather's speed was no slower than Xiaochen's in the first place. After Xiaochen was affected in this damn place, he could not catch up at all. In a few moments, little yellow feather disappeared. Xiaochen, I'll go and take a look first. Ao Jiao felt anxious and flew after Xiaochen. As a spiritual body, she was less affected by gravity, so she was much faster than Xiaochen. With Ao Jiao giving chase, Xiaochen relaxed somewhat. With the blue-robed emperor's cultivation, he could deal with most of the profound beasts in this area. Occasionally, hot lava spewed out of the scarlet cracks on the ground. Although Xiaochen was slower, he still had his movement technique. He moved very quickly, his figure flickering. As he flew, he did not touch any lava at all. On the path, the 4 old men of the Divine Dragon Palace, who had been chasing relentlessly, stopped. They entered deep thought as they watched Xiaochen's departing figure. That brat is no longer heading to the path. There are volcanoes everywhere. It will not be easy to find him. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. He said, We will stand guard at the transportation formation at the first pass. I don't believe that he will hide there forever. Good, let's do that then. Relying on his senses, Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather stopped at the mouth of a volcano. Xiaochen climbed up after much difficulty and saw a flabbergasted scene. Heat waves surged, and profound beasts burned to death lay at the mouth of the volcano. Little Yellow Feather excitedly used its mouth to pick out the profound cores of the profound beasts. Ao Jiao watched with a smile, indicating to Xiaochen that Little Yellow Feather killed these profound beasts by itself. With a cursory glance, Xiaochen saw the corpses of inferior-grade profound beasts on the ground. These were existences equal to Grandmaster-level martial sages. Unexpectedly, they all died to Little Yellow Feather's flames. Don't listen to it when it says that those profound cores are not tasty. They are actually great nourishment for it. They contain some immortal qi and are the best nourishment of all nourishment. Look at it, it has already doubled in size, Ao Jiao said softly with a smile. That was indeed the case. Previously, the golden crow that Xiaochen could easily catch with one palm was now larger than a palm. The most important thing was that the feathers on its body had turned from their original pale yellow color to a brighter shade. The spirituality in its eyes became even stronger. Xiaochen shook his head and smiled helplessly. This fellow startled me. It turns out that the fire-attributed profound beasts at the mouth of the volcano attracted it. To think that it ate so happily. With this delay, The 4 old fellows behind us will definitely reach the first gate before us. Ao Jiao said in a vexed manner, "This is indeed somewhat annoying. With 4 old fellows guarding the transportation formation, there is nothing you can do." Xiao Chen had not been in such a sorry state for a long time, surrounded and blocked by so many people. The reason for this was that he did not have any true trump cards. If he still had the Qing Emperor's medallion, these 4 would not have been able to act so wantonly. Furthermore, if he were on the surface of the sea, he would still be able to use the crown of Neptune, and he would not have to fear these 4. Dragging things out like this is not a solution. You only have 5 years to advance to Martial Emperor. You need to find a large amount of resources. At this point, Ao Jiao paused for a while. It seemed like she had made a decision but did not know whether to make it or not. "Damn. Little fellow, what are you trying to do?" After Little Yellow Feather finished eating the fire-attributed profound core, it patted its belly with its wings. Then, it flew into the mouth of the volcano and spread its wings. Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao's expressions changed as they looked down from the mouth of the volcano. Boom! Horrifying lava spewed out of the mouth of the volcano, accompanied by a horrifying heat wave. Explosions rumbled endlessly within the volcano, looking very frightening. The 2 moved quickly and dodged in advance. The earlier scene was rather thrilling. Little Yellow Feather. Ao Jiao revealed a worried expression as she cried out, wanting to rush over in a hurry. Xiao Chen quickly grabbed her and said, "Calm down. It is a holy beast of flame in the first place. Such an environment will not be able to harm it. If you rush over, you will only harm yourself." Xiao Chen's words startled Ao Jiao out of her reverie. She said, "Little Yellow Feather is normally very obedient. There must be something under the volcano that attracts it. Otherwise, it would not be so disobedient." "That is most likely it." Xiao Chen frowned and said, "However, there are medial-grade profound beasts, even superior-grade profound beasts, in the volcano. It is truly worrying for it to be so impulsive. What should we do? What should we do if this little fellow gets eaten by someone?" Ao Jiao showed an anxious expression, but she could not do anything. The surging flames slowly subsided, and the mouth of the volcano calmed down. However, the explosions did not stop at all, continuing to rumble endlessly. Something must have happened. "I'll go down and take a look." It was rare for Ao Jiao to be so concerned. Xiao Chen did not want her to be disappointed, so he spoke up. "However, the temperature of this volcano is at least 10,000 degrees Celsius. It is too risky for you to go down." Ao Jiao was still rational, not willing to let Xiao Chen take the risk. "It's fine. I have the Neptune headscarf, a rank 4 sage body, a great perfection will of ice, and this blue dragon robe. That is enough." After Xiao Chen spoke, the azure energy of the Blue Dragon King insignia on his chest moved according to his thoughts. It quickly radiated out and dyed his white robe's azure, protecting Xiao Chen. "Come in." Ao Jiao nodded and turned into a beam of light, entering the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and his forehead flickered. The will of ice spread throughout his body, and the azure Neptune headscarf gave off a faint light. As Xiao Chen stood at the mouth of the volcano, he leaped down to see what the little golden crow had encountered in there. The lava flowed like water at the mouth of the volcano. Xiao Chen leaped down and instantly sank in. Even though Xiao Chen was fully prepared, he still found the temperature of more than 10,000 degrees Celsius unbearable. As he continued to sink, he found it even more unbearable. Xiao Chen's entire body turned bright red and incredibly hot. He felt like his internal organs were burning. Chapter 1073. The temperature below had more than doubled. If not for the great perfection will of ice, Xiao Chen would have already died. While Xiao Chen's bones might not melt, his skin, flesh, and blood would definitely turn into a pool of blood. Fortunately, Xiao Chen still had the Neptune headscarf. At the crucial moment, it would send out a cooling energy that spread throughout his body. Not only did it reduce the body's heat, but it also allowed Xiao Chen to maintain a clear head at all times. He could think clearly at any moment. Although the Neptune headscarf did not have any substantial offensive power, it was much more important than several secret treasures in Xiao Chen's eyes. The old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace wanted Xiaochen to hand over the Neptune headscarf. How could that be possible? Xiaochen did not know what the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace was thinking. The Divine Dragon Palaces of the other 3 seas only wanted the Neptune headscarf. Only the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace wanted the Neptune headscarf. Whoosh! Xiaochen, who had been traveling against the flow of lava to its source, fell into the air. Then he found himself in a vast flaming cavern. Everywhere Xiaochen looked was a dazzling, glaring, painful light. Xiaochen adjusted his position and looked from the air. The source of the golden light was Little Yellow Feather. At this moment, it was in its combat mode, just like when it was running wildly in the desolate sea. Little Yellow Feather was currently in an intense battle with a 3-headed flaming profound beast. Most of the explosions outside came from this battle. That flaming profound beast was not famous. Its 3 heads looked like a wolf, a lion, and a tiger. Its aura was extremely horrifying, at least as strong as a superior-grade profound beast. That was an existence equal to the blue-robed emperor. Even though Little Yellow Feather entered a berserk state, it was still at a disadvantage. The 3-headed profound beast had a strong immunity to flames. Hence, Little Yellow Feather's killing move was somewhat weak. The dense solar flame could not do much damage when it struck the other party. If not for its advantage in size and agility, Little Yellow Feather would have fallen long ago. Thousand Frost Battle Snow, Jagged Bones. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he joined the battle. He did not hesitate to send out a profound martial technique. Frost spread under his feet. The temperature of the entire flame cavern plummeted. Large snowflakes began to fall. The 3 Xian beasts were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The flames on their bodies were immediately extinguished and covered with a layer of white frost. When the saber light slashed out, it was filled with an indomitable spirit. It pressed forward with an indomitable will. If not me, then who else? The 3 Xian beasts, whose defenses had dropped significantly, were directly cut into 2 halves by the saber, dying on the spot. When faced with a Xian beast that was only comparable to the blue-robed emperor, it would not take much time for him to use a targeted martial technique to launch a surprise attack. Little Yellow Feather sheathed its saber and scattered its light. Its eyes flickered with excitement as it charged at Xiaochen. "Little fellow, this should be enough to shock you." Seeing Little Yellow Feather flying towards him, Xiaochen smiled to himself, not revealing any of his strength. Given the pride of the Golden Crow, it would never submit to you. Little Yellow Feather brushed past Xiaochen. Then, it opened its tiny mouth and quickly picked out the profound cores of the 3 Xian beasts. Then, it chewed on them with relish. Xiaochen could not help feeling depressed. Once again, the little fellow ignored him. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and floated over to Little Yellow Feather. Then, she teased it and asked what made it so impulsive. Flap, flap, flap. After Little Yellow Feather finished eating the profound cores, its feathers became much brighter. It flew over to Xiaochen and proudly pointed its butt at him. "This is too much. What is it doing?" Just as Xiaochen was about to dodge, the 3 golden tail feathers of the Golden Crow suddenly lit up. Flames burned around them, flickering with a crystalline light. One of the tail feathers slowly fell off. Then, Little Yellow Feather turned around and placed the fallen tail feather in its mouth. Then it brought it to Xiaochen. "This is the solar plume feather of the Golden Crow Holy Beast. There are only 3 of them. Every one that falls off means 1 less. This is the life-saving trump card of the Golden Crow race. In times of danger, you can use it to save your life. I want to give it to you." Ao Jiao gently drifted over with a smile as she explained the situation. Xiaochen suddenly understood. At least this little fellow still has some conscience. He stretched out his hand and held that tiny tail feather in his hand. Xiaochen sent in his spiritual sense. Initially, he did not care much about it. Now, his expression turned grave. The energy contained in the tail feather actually made Xiaochen feel some fear. It contained a boundless ancient aura. It seemed like the golden crows of every generation passed down their energy before they died, accumulating it generation after generation. Xiaochen did not know how strong this energy was. Xiaochen estimated that with this energy and the tiny golden domain, it would not be difficult for him to kill Emperor Wu. There were only 3 life-saving chances, and this little fellow was actually willing to give him one. He had not expected this. When little yellow feather saw Xiaochen holding the solar plume feather and flapping its wings, joy was evident in its eyes. It was extremely happy that Xiaochen accepted its tail feather. I asked clearly. There is an earth core flame at the bottom of the lava lake. After little yellow feather swallows it, its strength will soar, Ao Jiao continued. An earth core flame. No wonder it was so rash. That is one of the peak yang flames. Xiaochen put away the golden solar plume feather and said, there should still be profound beasts in there. I'll go down alone and help him extract the earth core flame. Ao Jiao nodded and watched as Xiaochen jumped into the lava lake. Then, she carried little yellow feather to a rock and sat down with a complicated expression in her eyes. Little Blondie was in a very excited mood, chattering nonstop. Ao Jiao maintained a faint smile on her face. However, as she gazed at the calm lava lake, she would occasionally get distracted. Naturally, Ao Jiao was not worried about Xiaochen's safety. Even if there were superior-grade profound beasts in there, no matter how many there were, Xiaochen would have a way to deal with them. What Ao Jiao was worried about was the demonic curse of advancing to Martial Emperor in 5 years. The Thunder King advanced to Martial Sage at the age of 30 and became the Blue-Robed Emperor at the age of 35. After that, he spent 10 years before becoming Emperor Wu. Ao Jiao was clearer than anyone else on how arduous the path to Martial Emperor was. Just reaching small perfection of the Blue-Robed Emperor would take an ordinary person 10 years to slowly cultivate. Xiaochen's situation was even worse. His accumulations were deeper. As a result, the resources required for the Blue-Robed Emperor to reach small perfection were even greater. Should I tell him where the Thunder King's treasures are? Ao Jiao thought, feeling somewhat conflicted. If she told Xiaochen about the Thunder King's treasures, she would have to shoulder the burden of the Thunder King's death. However, the person who killed the Thunder King was definitely not the Changtian Martial Emperor, someone who could fight a prime as a conferred king. How strong was the Thunder King? Even if he was injured, he was not someone that a mediocre expert like Xie Changtian could kill. A faction that dared to kill even a prime, what kind of backing did it have? No one dared to underestimate it. Boom! Lava splashed in the center of the lake. Xiaochen leaped out while holding a clump of hot flames. The golden crow cried out happily and quickly flew over to catch the flame. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and collected her thoughts. Then, she flew over and asked, "Are you injured?" "I'm fine. They are just some medial-grade profound beasts. Aside from one king-grade profound beast, there is no threat." Xiaochen circulated his energy and scattered the lava on his body. He did not notice the strange expression on Ao Jiao's face. Little yellow feather, refining the earth core flame will take some time. I can use this time to break through to the second layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. Once I reach the second layer, I will be able to condense the blue dragon battle armor. At that time, if little yellow feather can advance further and the 4 old fellows dare to stop me, I will fight it out with them. Xiaochen had already reached 10 dragon force long ago. The first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art was already at the peak. He could have broken through long ago. However, he had not been willing to use that damaged Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul back then, so he had delayed until now. He could not keep getting chased. Since he could not shake off the 4 old fellows from the Divine Dragon Palace, he would fight them head-on. Even if he could not beat them to death, he had to beat the 4 old fellows until they were afraid and wary of him. The Blue Dragon King was not someone they could chase casually. Back then, Xiaochen had tossed away the Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul, delaying the advancement of the blue dragon to the second layer until now. Now that he thought about it, Xiaochen did not feel any regret. He disdained using a soul that had lost the pride of a dragon. With a thought, Xiaochen sighed and took out the true Dragon King's spine from the universe ring. The soul of the long and narrow true dragon spine was still present, and its dragon might did not scatter. The moment Xiaochen released it, a vast dragon might spread throughout the entire flaming cave. As the true dragon's spine vibrated, the entire cave trembled. Rocks fell continuously amid rumbling sounds. Originally, Xiaochen had intended to use this true dragon spine to obtain Heavenly Star Island's luck. Now that the situation forced him, he could only use it himself. Actually, there was a better choice: the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, Heaven's subduing stone. If he could suppress the outstanding talents in Bright Moon City 1 year later, he could bring the mountain tablet back to Heavenly Star Island. Xiaochen's eyes sank as he circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art. A strong suction came out from his palm. The true dragon spine flew into the air and slowly entered Xiaochen's body along with the suction. Chapter 1074. Cultivate. The bones in Xiaochen's body gave off crunching sounds as they merged with the true dragon bones, undergoing a metamorphosis and rebirth. When all the true dragon bones were swallowed up, Xiaochen's body let out a roar that startled the heaven dragon. A dragon-shaped energy circled above his head and roared ferociously. Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then, he started to break through to the second layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. He had already reached 10 dragon force long ago. Entering the second layer was just a matter of time. With the help of the true dragon bones, there would be no surprises. As the blue dragon body nourishing art circulated, 10 azure dragon-shaped energies quickly flowed through Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen easily broke through the various nodes and acupoints in his body. A cool breeze blew, his long hair fluttered, and his clothes fluttered. 3 days later, every acupoint in Xiaochen's body gave off an azure light. The azure light connected and quickly covered Xiaochen's entire body. The initially transparent and illusory armor slowly turned solid and heavy. The process was extremely slow. After another 7 days, a complete set of battle armor covering Xiaochen's entire body took shape. Shoulder pads, leg pads, gauntlets, and all sorts of armor appeared. Dragon motifs were carved on the battle armor. 10 dragons gathered together, looking extraordinarily mighty and heroic. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and the dragon's gate carved on them immediately gave off a bright light as if it came to life. Xiaochen stood up and walked. His heavy footsteps could be heard. It sounded like a dragon roar. Cracks appeared on the ground below, spewing out countless scalding faces. Xiaochen did not resist at all, letting this horrifying face splash on the blue dragon battle armor. When the lava landed on the battle armor, it gave off spots of light before vanishing. Xiaochen did not feel anything at all. This set of blue dragon battle armor more than doubled Xiaochen's defense. With the support of dragon energy, the might of the law energy that he sent out was clearly much more horrifying. The blue dragon battle armor at small mastery was already so powerful, making Xiaochen extremely happy. After reaching large mastery, he could form a blue dragon battle shield that surrounded his entire body. After reaching perfection, it could even form blue dragon wings. That would be the complete blue dragon armor. It was said that the blue dragon battle armor actually existed. The second stage of the blue dragon body nourishing art was merely a simulation of the real thing. Compared to the power of the real thing, the blue dragon armor on his body paled in comparison. However, Xiaochen did not know where the real thing was. Perhaps only the mysterious old artifact spirit in the blue dragon palace would know. Ka! A cracking sound rang out. Xiaochen looked forward and saw little yellow feather, who had been devouring the earth flame, breaking out of its cocoon. His head did not grow larger, but the feathers on his body had completely turned from a pale yellow to a golden yellow, overflowing with light and vibrant colors. He was in high spirits. Light flowed on his feathers like water. He looked like a noble golden statue. However, the intelligent look in his eyes told him that no one would take him for an inanimate object. Only at this moment did little yellow feather truly show the grace and noble aura that a golden crow holy beast should have. Boom, boom, boom. Little yellow feather felt incredibly excited. It opened its mouth and spewed out strands of golden holy flame that were much stronger than Xiaochen's solar true flame, burning the space pitch black. Unexpectedly, the scalding lava in the lava lake vaporized under the burning of the golden holy flame. This formed a strange scene of fire burning fire, making everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Little yellow feather spread its wings and looked at Xiaochen. Then, it raised its head in satisfaction and spewed out a strand of flame. If not for the blue dragon battle armor, Xiaochen would not have dared to clash head-on with this golden holy flame that was condensed from the solar true flame. Xiaochen crossed his arms and materialized the stance of crouching tiger hidden dragon. A tiger roared and a dragon roared. The golden holy flame struck the arm guard on Xiaochen's arms. Bang! The flame dissipated. Xiaochen took 3 steps back and raised his arms to look. This holy flame had burned away most of the blue dragon arm guard. After thinking to himself, how monstrous, Xiaochen adjusted his vital qi and destroyed the blue dragon battle armor. Xiaochen slowly merged and replenished his vital qi. Soon, a new arm guard was formed. Seeing that little yellow feather was still eager to fight, Xiaochen said calmly and seriously, "You will have to risk your life later. Save your energy for now. Let me ask you, do you dare to fight with me?" Little yellow feather seemed to understand Xiaochen's words. It spread its wings and raised its head. There was no fear in little yellow feather's eyes at all. A strong flame blazed in them, the flames of battle burning fiercely. Xiaochen smiled faintly. Then he pushed off the ground and soared into the air. By relying on the blue dragon battle armor, Xiaochen did not feel any discomfort this time. He forced his way out of the volcano. There was a loud sound as lava spewed out. Xiaochen looked at the road that buried emperors, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. These 4 old fellows were lingering around. It was time to fight them head-on. Right now, Xiaochen had not even reached small perfection of the blue-robed emperor. The difference between him and the great perfection blue-robed emperor was too great. Even if he condensed the blue dragon battle armor, he would not be able to deal with the 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors. Even after condensing the blue dragon battle armor, Xiaochen still had a slim chance of victory against 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors. Only by knowing pain would this group of old fellows not dare to chase him away without fear. Only then would they know that Xiaochen was not someone to offend. On the road that buried emperors, the entrances to the first and second rings were clearly separated. On one side was a flame, and on the other was a glacier. A faint barrier of light acted as a barrier between the 2 rings. Only the road that buried emperors had an exit that led to the second ring. Beside the 2 rings was an ancient transportation formation that led to the outside world. There was a similar transportation formation at the entrances to each ring. However, once one crossed the 7 rings and entered the heart of the ocean, there would be no way out. The 4 old men from the divine dragon palaces stood guard at the transportation formation, chatting idly. Speaking of which, why is your Eastern Sea divine dragon palace clinging to Xiaochen's Neptune headscarf? Compared to the crown, the value of the Neptune headscarf should be much lower, right? The one who asked was the black-clad old man from the Western Sea divine dragon palace. The other 2 old men also showed curious expressions. The Eastern Sea divine dragon palace only wanted the Neptune headscarf. This was very puzzling. The blue-robed old man smiled and said, "Isn't that good? Your 3 clans will have 1 less competitor for the crown of Neptune." Seeing that the blue-robed old man was not willing to say more, the 3 old men laughed and changed the topic. "I wonder how long that fellow can hold back. If he does not come out for a year and a half, doesn't that mean we will have to guard it for a year?" One of the old men grumbled. They were all great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators. Wasting time like this would make anyone's heart ache. Don't worry. He wants to advance to martial emperor in 5 years. He is even more impatient than us. He will not be able to stay for long. Advancing to martial emperor in 5 years? That is too ridiculous. The Blue Dragon King is destined to be a meteor. As great perfection blue-robed emperors, their heavenly seals had already formed. They were just short of condensing a soul, and they would reach consummation, waiting for the great tribulation of wind and fire to descend. The small perfection blue-robed emperor condensed his liquefied laws into solid form. The great perfection blue-robed emperor condensed his laws into form. These 2 steps were very simple. One needed to accumulate resources. Without resources, one had to fight for time and cultivate slowly. One would eventually reach the great perfection stage. However, Condensing a soul for the heavenly seal was somewhat elusive. It required extremely high comprehension ability. Without high comprehension ability, one would not succeed even after waiting for 100 years. The four old men were stuck at this stage. The heavenly seal did not have a soul. Hence, the blue-robed emperor could not reach consummation. However, even if one had high comprehension ability and managed to reach consummation blue-robed emperor by luck, there was still the near-death great tribulation of wind and fire waiting for them. Difficult. The emperor's path was simply too difficult. To them, 5 years was simply impossible. The blue-robed old man smiled coldly and said, "Right now, he is just a cripple. Even if we kill him, the Bushan Palace will make a big fuss over him." The other three nodded in agreement. That's right. There is no need to worry so much about a genius who has lost his value. Just at this moment, a piercing sonic boom resounded. The four's expressions changed as they looked at the white figure in the air. "You want to kill me? That will depend on whether you four old fellows are capable of doing so or not." Xiao Chen, who was in the air, clearly heard the final discussion of the four. His lips curled up in a cold smile as he spoke indifferently. Xiao Chen landed firmly and looked at the four coldly, not showing any fear. The four old men were somewhat surprised. Based on Xiao Chen's expression, he seemed to have guessed that they would be here long ago, so he took the initiative to come over. The blue-robed old man said coldly, "I'll say it again. Hand over Neptune's relic, and we will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise—" Xiao Chen interrupted, "Otherwise, what?" The blue-robed old man's gaze turned cold as he looked straight at Xiao Chen. Then, he said frostily, "Otherwise, don't blame us for not giving the Thunder King any face. You are now a cripple. If we kill you, so be it." Did the blue-robed old man really think that Xiao Chen feared the other party? Even before he raised the blue dragon body nourishing art to the second layer, Xiao Chen was confident that both sides would end up severely injured, with no one gaining an advantage. Now that Xiao Chen had materialized the blue dragon battle armor, he was absolutely not afraid of fighting. However, the other party still acted like they had him in the bag. It was like they could crush him at will, deciding his life and death with a word. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He met the blue-robed old man's gaze and said calmly, "Don't think that I'm afraid of you. If you do not regret it, come and fight." How arrogant! This old man will defeat you in one move. The blue-robed old man smiled coldly and charged over. He drew his sword and sent a sword light flying at Xiao Chen. As the blue-robed old man moved, a vast sea materialized behind him. Many flood dragons broke out of the sea, creating a scene of 1,000 dragons emerging from the sea. It was majestic and incomparable. This sword contained the might of 1,000 dragons soaring through the air as it pierced over. It possessed the bravery of a magnificent army that couldn't be defeated, and it belonged to the category of a direct and indomitable berserk attack. The other three quickly split up to block Xiao Chen's path, blocking his path of retreat. At the same time, they waited for an opportunity to attack. The other party immediately used his best profound martial technique. Xiao Chen did not dare to underestimate him. The blue dragon battle armor instantly appeared. The dragon patterns carved on it gave off a bright light, illuminating Xiao Chen, making him look valiant. Xiao Chen drew his saber. Flawless saber Dao, subduing dragon profound slash. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to execute his profound martial technique with the strongest explosive power, subduing dragon profound slash. The blue dragon appeared, and 18 strands of azure saber light layered over each other. Dragon roars resounded, each louder than the one before. The instant the 18 dragon roars merged, the aura that erupted seemed to surpass that of the blue-robed old man's 1,000 dragons soaring into the sky. This gave the blue-robed old man a bad feeling. Chapter 1075. However, the sword was already drawn, and the momentum was already formed. It was already too late for him to change his move. Dang! When the two saber and sword clashed, it was like two different skies clashing together. A loud sound rang out, and tiny cracks appeared in space. The two clashed, each taking 10 steps back. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips, and his complexion paled slightly. The blue-robed old man did not appear injured, but his arm was numb. His palm was empty, and this saber strike knocked his sword away. Shock appeared on the faces of the other 3 old men. The blue-robed old man's strongest saber strike. The blue-robed old man's strongest saber strike actually failed to defeat Xiaochen. Instead, it knocked away the sword in his hand. How could someone who just entered the blue-robed emperor be so strong? No matter how much accumulations Xiaochen accumulated, the power of the world that the great perfection blue-robed emperor could drive should be at least double that of his. Unless, there was only one possibility. This fellow's profound martial technique had already reached medial grade, 1 grade higher than the blue-robed old man's 1,000 dragons soaring. Furthermore, the blue dragon battle armor on Xiaochen's body seemed extremely strange. It seemed to have absorbed a significant amount of damage from the 1,000 dragons soaring. I said it before, don't regret it. I, Xiaochen, have never feared you. If you want to compete in ruthlessness, then let's see who is more ruthless. Xiaochen snorted coldly and tore off the Neptune headscarf on his forehead. Then he charged at the weaponless blue-robed old man. While you are down, I will take your life. Stop him. The 3 felt like they had just woken up from a dream. They already expected the severity of the situation. They leaped up in unison to block Xiaochen, preparing to deal with Xiaochen as quickly as possible. Ao Jiao, little yellow feather, help me block these 2. It will be done in a moment. I promise to do it. Little yellow feather spread its wings amid a piercing golden light and entered a berserk state. The light was like the sun, illuminating the space like it was daytime. Little yellow feather opened its beak and spat out a golden holy flame at one of the 3. What the hell is this? Solar true fire. How can there be such a pure solar true fire? The flames could melt even Xiaochen's blue dragon armor, so how could they be so easily blocked? Caught off guard, a large portion of that person's protective laws were burned away. His hair and eyebrows were all set ablaze, and he cried out in panic. Ao Jiao didn't waste any time and imitated a short knife. With a slash, divine thunder resounded through the sky and blocked the other elder. Only one elder flew towards Xiaochen, wanting to stop him from harming the weaponless blue-robed elder. Who could have imagined that Xiaochen would not even look at this person, allowing the other party's attacks to land on him? Xiaochen wanted to strike the blue-robed old man with his saber? Pucci. Xiaochen spat out a mouthful of blood upon receiving this attack, his face turning even paler. However, the blue-robed old man was in an even more miserable state. His chest had been struck by a saber, and his flesh and ribs had all been severed. Blood gushed out like a fountain. After clashing head-on with another move, Xiaochen swung his saber again, striking the blue-robed old man. Bang! Bang! After taking 3 moves, Xiaochen also sent 3 saber strikes at the blue-robed old man. Xiaochen chopped the unarmed blue-robed old man, who had lost his momentum in 1 move and was half dead. Xiaochen did not even give this person a chance to catch his breath. However, the price was extremely heavy. The other old man's 3 moves landed on Xiaochen's body without holding anything back. The blue dragon armor he wore already turned into a beam of dark light and vanished. Wounds covered his body, and blood dyed his white robes red. However, when this person saw Xiaochen turn around, he did not show any fighting spirit. Instead, he was so frightened that he took 3 steps back. This person was truly frightened. In the 300 years of his life, he had never seen such a ruthless youth. Xiaochen was ruthless to his enemies but even more ruthless to himself. The old man was very clear on the might of his 3 moves. However, Xiaochen did not even make a sound. He did not even turn his head to look at the blue-robed old man until he was half dead. The old man just watched as the blue-robed old man, the strongest person among them, lay on the ground in pain, moaning helplessly. The old man finally understood what Xiaochen meant when he said, "Don't regret it." When the old man saw Xiaochen charging at him with his saber in hand with a cruel smile on his face, his legs trembled. Then, he did something that even the old man himself did not dare to imagine. He turned around and fled. After being scared off by Xiaochen, the old man simply did not dare to face this pair of eyes. He simply could not muster any fighting spirit. What's going on? After the initial panic, the two old men fighting with Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather had already gained a clear upper hand. They looked at the half-dead blue-robed cultivator on the ground and the old man fleeing, confused expressions on their faces. Ao Jiao, back off. Xiaochen did not care about the old man's departure. He shouted coldly and turned his body to the side, dragging his saber. Then he switched places with Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather, blocking the pressure from the two great perfection blue-robed emperors. After 100 moves, the two old men panicked. They now knew why the old man retreated without fighting. When facing Xiaochen, who fought with his life on the line, anyone would feel flustered. They had no choice but to submit to such a ruthless person. No part of Xiaochen's body remained intact. However, the saber wounds on the two old men were still very shocking, raising eyebrows. Let's go. Let's go. I can't hold on anymore. This fellow is too crazy. The wounds on Xiaochen's body increased. Several times, the two old men hoped that Xiaochen would fall. However, they were disappointed again and again, only getting more wounds. The two old men's minds were on the verge of collapsing. They no longer dared to continue gambling. They left the battlefield, picked up the blue-robed old man's body, and turned to flee. 4 great perfection blue-robed emperors were scared away by Xiaochen, who had just entered the blue-robed emperor realm. They did not even want to linger. If news of this spread, no one would believe it. Aside from heaven-defying, there was no other word that could describe this. Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense and verified that the 4 old men had already dragged their heavily injured bodies far away. A smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he fell backward. Earlier, Ao Jiao had been forced out of the battle. She tried to interfere several times but failed. Now, she rushed forward and caught the fallen Xiaochen in her arms. Little Yellow Feather, who had lost a significant number of its feathers, flapped its wings and flew over. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, wanting to praise Little Yellow Feather. However, when he saw that his hand was covered in blood, it felt too dirty. Xiaochen smiled bitterly, and his raised arm drooped back down. Ao Jiao, I'll be fine after sleeping. Don't cry. If you cry, I won't wake up. After saying that weakly, Xiaochen closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Ao Jiao hugged Xiaochen tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes. However, when she thought about Xiaochen's words, she forced her tears back. She muttered, "You idiot, why are you always so desperate? What is so good about being the Blue Dragon King?" The scorching land and the dark sky, 1 man, 1 item spirit, and 1 bird, appeared desolate and lonely in this vast world. Covered in blood, Xiaochen leaned against Ao Jiao, falling into a deep sleep. Wounds covered his body. Little Yellow Feather shook its head, shaking off the dust and broken feathers on its body. Then, it became spirited again. Crick, crick. The little golden crow chirped. When it saw the sorrow on Ao Jiao's face, it wanted to coax her. However, its actions were childish and ridiculous. Ao Jiao rubbed Little Yellow Feather's head and squeezed out a smile. "Little Yellow Feather, go and find some water for me." The little golden crow looked at Xiaochen, who was covered in blood and dust. Then, it flapped its wings and made a gesture as if it was a trivial matter. Then, it flew to the second ring, the Ice Mountain Ring. Soon, Little Yellow Feather flew back. Its sharp claws held a mountain-sized chunk of ice and placed it beside Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then, she found a piece of rag from Xiaochen's clothes. After the ice melted, she wiped Xiaochen's body with a serious and solemn expression. Bang, bang, bang. Little Yellow Feather went back and forth, bringing more than 10 mountain-sized chunks of ice. Then it flew over. Ao Jiao smiled in understanding. Little Yellow Feather was really stubborn. I did not tell it to stop, but it did not. This was also good. The flame ring was hot all year round. The ground was scalding hot. With these chunks of ice to cool down, the sleeping Xiaochen should be more comfortable. After Xiaochen finished wiping Xiaochen's entire body, his clothes were as white as snow. Then she brushed aside the hair on his forehead, revealing his delicate face. Then, Ao Jiao gently tied the Neptune headscarf around Xiaochen's head. In less than half a day, Xiao Chen's injuries had mostly recovered. However, Xiao Chen's injuries were too severe this time. The sleeping Xiao Chen did not show any signs of waking up soon. It would be hard for him to wake up before his internal injuries recovered. Getting up, Ao Jiao picked up the lunar shadow saber that fell from Xiao Chen's hand. Then, she carved an ice bed on the ice and slowly placed Xiao Chen on it. Within the scarlet space, Ao Jiao did not say a word. She held the lunar shadow saber and practiced her saber techniques on the ground. Rumbling thunder resounded, and golden divine lightning tore through the sky. It flickered endlessly as Ao Jiao walked. The little golden crow got excited and flew over to exchange moves with Ao Jiao. 7 days later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A chill came from his numb limbs. This made his body feel extremely comfortable in the flame ring. Xiao Chen touched his body with his hand and realized that he was lying on the ice bed. The blood on his body had already been cleaned up. He got up and looked into the distance, but he did not see Ao Jiao. Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He slowly floated down from the ice bed and looked around. However, he still did not see Ao Jiao. Creak! A bird's cry drew Xiao Chen's gaze behind him. Only then did he discover that Ao Jiao had fallen asleep on the ice bed. Ao Jiao, who had her eyes closed, leaned back on the ice bed. Her usual mischievous and fiery temper was gone, looking cold and moving. Her voluptuous figure added to her charm, looking very alluring, like a sleeping goddess. Noble and beautiful, cold and charming. Little Yellow Feather was very energetic as it stood on Ao Jiao's shoulder. Its intelligent eyes looked around warily, like a warrior on guard. Seeing that Xiao Chen had recovered, Little Yellow Feather was very excited. Seeing that it was going to cry out again, Xiao Chen quickly made a shushing gesture and pointed at Ao Jiao. Little Yellow Feather understood, and a lively look flashed in its eyes. Then, it shut its mouth and used its wings to make a shushing gesture as well. Just at this moment, Ao Jiao's eyelashes twitched. When she saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, her sleepiness immediately vanished. Joy flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. She stood up in a fluster and hugged Xiao Chen. A dense flame immediately lit up in Little Yellow Feather's eyes. It burned with rage and jealousy as it bared its teeth at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen patted Ao Jiao's shoulder and smiled. "If you still don't let me go, Little Yellow Feather will roast me to a crisp." Chapter 1076. A blush flashed on Ao Jiao's face as she looked at Little Yellow Feather, feeling it was strange. However, Little Yellow Feather appeared very docile, no longer looking like it wanted to swallow Xiao Chen up. "This little fellow is really amazing," Xiao Chen thought to himself. "Are we leaving now?" Ao Jiao asked. Xiao Chen glanced at the transportation formation not far away and said, "There's no rush. Those 4 old fellows probably need at least half a year to recuperate. It is rare for us to come here. Let's stay in the first ring and help Little Yellow Feather find some snacks. At the same time, let's see if we can find a few more earth core flames." When Little Yellow Feather heard this, it chirped happily and flew over to Xiao Chen, continuously expressing its goodwill. Ao Jiao hesitated for a while. However, when she saw that Little Yellow Feather was indeed very happy, she did not say anything more. To Little Yellow Feather, the fire-attributed profound cores did not contain any impurities. They were even tastier than astral cores. As for the earth core flame, it was a natural spirit herb. Little Yellow Feather wished that it could flip this flame ring upside down. Little Yellow Feather could easily deal with inferior-grade profound beasts by itself. Ao Jiao and Xiao Chen also intended to nurture Little Yellow Feather's ability to fight alone, so they stood at the side and did not make a move. However, Xiao Chen did not remain idle. He picked up the 9 profound martial techniques and studied them. The 9 profound martial techniques involved spear techniques, sword techniques, staff techniques, leg techniques, dual sword techniques, and many more. Originally, Xiao Chen did not intend to practice them. He practiced the saber technique and the martial techniques of other weapons. In the end, he was still considered a layman. However, after fighting with the 4 old men, he discovered his deficiencies. Xiao Chen had absorbed most of the heavenly dew divine spring's essence. His comprehension ability was already very high in the first place. After that, it became even better. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was the best in the entire Kunlun realm. Those like Emperor Wu, Sovereign Martial Emperors, and Prime Martial Emperors were only stronger than Xiao Chen in terms of insight. In terms of comprehension ability, no one could compare to him. With such comprehension ability, Xiao Chen had only cultivated 4 or 5 profound martial techniques. This was truly a waste. If Xiao Chen had grasped a few more profound martial techniques in his fight with the 4 old men, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. But first, he had to solve a problem, and that was the problem of not being able to use weapons. Ao Jiao, do you still remember that when we were in the Firmament Dome, you said that you would tell me the remaining techniques of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula? Xiao Chen asked. If he could completely master the changing character formula and master it, the lack of weapons would no longer be a problem for Xiao Chen. As for the Battle Saint Origins strength character formula, Xiao Chen did not plan to cultivate it. How could he not know that this martial technique was too heaven-defying, going against the heavenly Tao? Even if they were to injure the enemy by 1,000, they would also suffer 800 casualties. No panacea would be of any use. Xiao Chen even suspected that his current physiological lifespan was a hidden danger from using the strength character formula recklessly when he fought Sima Lingxuan's father. Ao Jiao found this strange. She asked, "Why did you think of this? Now you have already taken your own Tao. The Thunder King's path is no longer suitable for you. You should know this." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I understand. I'm not giving up on my Tao. It is just that at my current cultivation, my cultivation already increases very slowly. If I don't think of other methods, it will be hard for my combat prowess to increase significantly. Don't worry. Given my comprehension ability, I will not get lost between 2 Taos. If possible, I can infuse the changing character Tao into the flawless saber Tao." Ao Jiao sighed and said softly, "I just knew that I could not outtalk you. I will tell you the essence of the changing character formula now. However, remember not to get lost." After saying that, Ao Jiao placed her finger on Xiao Chen's forehead. Then she closed her eyes, and information flowed through her finger and quickly entered Xiao Chen's mind. An unending chain of sword images flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Then, an imposing man appeared before Xiao Chen. However, he could not see his appearance clearly. Xiao Chen knew that this person was the Thunder King, Sang Mu, who had given him the Thunderwood Sword's inheritance back then. The Thunder King's figures changed continuously. There was only one sword in his hand, but he could materialize thousands of martial techniques, including spear techniques and saber techniques. As the light flickered, the Thunder King's figures increased in number, becoming more and more complex. Every figure held a different weapon. However, the martial techniques that every figure used were exactly the same. However, the weapons they used were different, changing their styles. In the end, the thousands of figures merged together. The Thunder Emperor's blurry figure suddenly became clear in an instant. A sword pierced toward Xiao Chen. 10,000 techniques returned to one. Clearly, one sword could only execute one martial technique. However, to Xiao Chen, this sword strike felt like there were 10,000 Thunder Kings executing 10,000 different profound martial techniques at the same time. Horrifying, extremely horrifying. If the Thunder King came back to life, even if he was of the same cultivation realm as Xiao Chen, he would not be able to block this sword strike. Xiao Chen would definitely not be able to block this sword strike. Xiao Chen could not help but feel shocked. 10,000 techniques returned to one, moving mountains and rivers with one breath, breaking the sky with one sword. Was this the highest level of the changing character formula? Xiao Chen now understood why the Thunder King relied only on the changing character formula to sweep through the world unhindered. After the Qing Emperor, he was known as the most outstanding legendary genius. Ao Jiao let go, and the clear figure in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness scattered, turning into tens of thousands of clumps of light flying everywhere. Strands of information poured into Xiao Chen's mind. They were as vast as smoke, complex and chaotic, far surpassing what Xiao Chen expected. Xiao Chen's entire mind went blank, filled with a vast amount of information. His mind was in incredible pain, recovering only after a long time. Xiaochen revealed a bitter smile, feeling somewhat dispirited. Earlier, he had thought too simply of the changing character formula. He had also thought too simply of the Thunder King. Ao Jiao did not feel surprised at Xiaochen's expression. She said calmly, "Don't be too dispirited. The information I gave you was comprehended after the Thunder King pondered it for 1,000 years. The changing character formula goes from simple to complicated, then from complicated to simple. Over and over again, it condenses and refines." Sang Mu spent close to 1,000 years before he comprehended it, obtaining one word. Xiaochen thought, so that is the case. No wonder that sword strike was so horrifying. If I had cultivated the flawless saber Dao for 1,000 years, I might have been able to block it. However, Xiaochen was very curious about which word Ao Jiao said. He asked, "What word?" "It is one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. 1? What a strange word." Xiaochen muttered to himself for a while. He felt like a certain string in his mind was gently plucked. As long as he comprehended it, he would be able to reap great benefits. Everything has a beginning. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 1 3 gives birth to 4, 1 9 gives birth to 10, and then 10 becomes 1. In the end, it can cycle endlessly. The Thunder King cultivated it to the level of using 10,000 as 1. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "These things are too complicated. The Thunder King spent 1,000 years to understand them. Even now, I only have a superficial understanding of them. You don't have to understand them all at once. Just follow the prescribed order." Xiaochen recovered his wits from his thoughts. Then, he smiled to indicate that he understood. Right now, Xiaochen only wanted to deal with the 9 profound martial techniques and the problem of not being able to use weapons. He did not want to comprehend the Thunder King's Dao. He was indeed thinking too far ahead. With the essence of the later parts of the changing character formula, the problem of not being able to use weapons could be resolved with some thought. Little Yellow Feather killed all the profound beasts at the mouth of the volcano. Then, it puffed out a few streams of flames and used its wings to point at Xiaochen. Then, it pointed at Xiaochen and the profound beast corpses on the ground. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It's set to ask you to help it take out these profound cores for it to eat later. Don't listen to it. I'll do it. Just focus on cultivating." After Little Yellow Feather gave instructions, it leaped into the volcano, wanting to search for an earth core flame. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. He knew that Ao Jiao doted on this Little Yellow Feather and liked to spoil it, so he could not be bothered with it. Little Yellow Feather was normally very arrogant. However, it did not show any fear on the battlefield. Furthermore, it even gave Xiaochen one of its life-saving plume feathers. This showed that the little golden crow only had the temper of a child and was not a bad person. Time slowly passed. Xiaochen focused on cultivating the changing character formula, comprehending its mysteries. The words that the Thunder King left behind allowed Xiaochen to avoid many detours. After half a month, he could already use 10 as 1. The basics were simple. The next step was to use 100 as 1. This gave Xiaochen a headache. Fortunately, at this level, the problem of not being able to use weapons was already easily resolved. Xiaochen could now execute the profound martial techniques of other weapons very smoothly. In terms of aura, they were no weaker than the other cultivators. All that remained was familiarity and comprehension of his own, turning the profound martial techniques of others into his own. This was a slow process that needed to be done gradually and could not be rushed. After another month, the group of 3 practically turned the entire flame ring upside down, gaining a bountiful harvest. They had already accumulated more than 10,000 fire-attributed profound cores and found as many as 10 places for earth core flames. After Little Yellow Feather swallowed all the fire-attributed profound cores, its size swelled again. Its overwhelming aura made even Xiaochen feel some fear. The golden holy flame that it spat out when it opened its mouth was even more horrifying. The awakening of some of the Golden Crow's ancient inherited memories also allowed Little Yellow Feather to grasp several innate techniques. This was similar to the martial techniques of cultivators, which allowed them to open up their flames a second time and increase their might. The strongest move was 10 suns shining together. When it opened its mouth, it spat out 9 golden fireballs, forming the scene of 10 suns shining together, forming a ring of fire. Xiaochen tested it out. Even when he defended with all his might, the 10 suns shining together burned away the blue dragon battle armor. This left the little fellow feeling very pleased for a while. Xiaochen, Little Yellow Feather, says that it is sick of eating fire-attributed profound cores. Now, when it sees fire-attributed profound cores, it looks like poop. Even the earth core flame is not to its liking. Ao Jiao smiled as she held up Little Yellow Feather. Little Yellow Feather's mouth is really stubborn. Xiaochen felt some envy, jealousy, and hatred. The growth of such a holy beast even made him, a genius, feel inferior. As long as it had food to eat, its growth defied the laws of nature. In that case, let's go. It is time to go. However, I wonder what those outstanding talents gained on this road to burial of emperors? Ao Jiao sighed and said, we already gained so much in the first ring. Their gains are definitely not low. Let's go. When Xiaochen arrived before the transportation formation, he activated it. In an instant he left the transportation formation and arrived at the surface of the sea. After looking around, he realized that he was right above Despair City and had not gone far. Rumble. Before Xiaochen could stabilize himself, a loud sound came from the distance. He looked up and saw a group of people fleeing in a sorry state 5 kilometers away. Chapter 1077. Without any deviation, the direction was precisely in his direction. When Xiaochen saw the appearance of that group of people, his expression changed slightly. The leader was Ba Tu, whom he had met once before. The ones fleeing in sorry states were the descendants of the Black Sea's great bandits. Chasing them were 2 or 3 small perfection loose cultivators of the blue-robed emperor level. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen decided to help. Little Yellow Feather, I'll leave it to you. Little Yellow Feather spread its wings and flew out of the immortal spirit ring. When it saw the group of people Xiaochen pointed at, it flew over at lightning speed. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out 10 suns shining together. Immediately, 10 clumps of fiery light comparable to the sun appeared in the sky, radiating an overwhelming heat wave. The seawater instantly evaporated, creating a boundless mist that turned everything hazy. Before the few small perfection blue-robed emperors in pursuit could react, they saw the 10 suns descend, encasing the area. There was nowhere to run to. The 10 suns shining together could melt even Xiaochen's blue dragon battle armor. How could this group of small perfection blue-robed emperors deal with it? Before these small perfection blue-robed emperors could even scream, they were burned to ashes. This scene dumbfounded Ba Tu's group. As they looked at Little Yellow Feather in the sky, they were horrified. Big brother, this divine bird seems to have a master. Could it be that it has taken a fancy to our treasure? Let's quickly run. Ba Tu, who was carrying an ancient corpse, showed an uncertain expression. He said, its pet is already so powerful. We definitely cannot run. Let's go and take a look. Feeling nervous, the group followed Little Yellow Feather as they walked on the surface of the sea. After executing 10 suns shining together, Little Yellow Feather was clearly much weaker. When it landed before Xiaochen, he took out astral cores and fed them to the little fellow. Ba Tu and the others walked carefully. When they saw this scene, they could not even process what was going on. The master of the divine bird was actually the Azure Dragon King Xiaochen, who had caused a huge commotion. Ba Tu laughed loudly and quickly stepped forward. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks to Brother Xiaochen for helping out. It looks like Brother still remembers our fated meeting." Xiaochen curiously sized up the corpse Ba Tu was carrying. Then he said softly, "It was nothing much. Brother Ba Tu is too polite. That was nothing much, but you saved the lives of us brothers. There is no need to be polite." Xiaochen smiled and asked, "Did the few of you come out from the road that buried emperors?" Ba Tu nodded and said with a wretched expression, "Yes, I got a corpse in the 4th ring. I really didn't dare to go any further, so I came out." Who would have thought that he would be targeted by a few loose cultivators and end up in such a sorry state? It's like a tiger being bullied by a dog when it's down. If they were in the Black Sea, they wouldn't even dare to make a move. After Chen Xiaochen introduced to the group of brothers. Chen greeted them without any pride. Without the boss spirit Chen, Li Tu, Chen, Yuan of Chen of brothers. Brother Ba Tu, what's the situation with the Emperor Burial Heart? Brother Ba Tu, it seems like that group of outstanding talents are not satisfied with the fourth ring and want to continue forward. Fear flashed in Ba Tu's eyes as he said, right now, of the four major characters that went together, only Zhong Buxiong made it to the heart of the ocean. The three great fiends of the fiend race all died on the Black Flame Emperor's path. Those outstanding talents are still continuing forward. They all have astonishing harvests. As long as they can return alive, I believe that there will be many young blue-robed emperors at the Four Seas Hero Gathering 1 year from now. Another person interjected, the one with the greatest harvest is definitely Zhong Buxiong. As long as that fellow can make it out, he will definitely be conferred king. The Black Flame Emperor is probably going to change. We have to return quickly and tell the elders about this. Ba Tu nodded and said, Zhong Buxiong is very ambitious. We have to return quickly. We cannot chat any longer. In the future, when Brother Xiaochen goes to the Black Flame Emperor, we will definitely receive him properly. After a pause, Ba Tu removed the jade strip hanging from the corpse's neck. He said, there is nothing to repay. Just take this jade strip as a small gift. This corpse is a sovereign martial emperor from the ancient era. Unfortunately, he did not make it back alive when he was conferred king, falling along the way. This jade strip should be pretty good. Xiaochen received the jade strip and performed a cupped fist salute. Goodbye. I'm leaving. Brother Xiaochen, remember to make a trip to the Black Flame Emperor's Black Flame Emperor. The descendants of this group of lawless bandits were very forthright, not putting on airs at all, leaving as they pleased. Xiaochen mulled over Ba Tu's words. The three great fiends died on the way. Only Zhong Buxiong made it to the heart of the ocean alone. The emperor's path truly lived up to its name. It was indeed true. Zhong Buxiong, the major character that warned Xiaochen back then. Could it be that Xiaochen had some karma with him? At this moment, Xiaochen would never guess that Zhong Buxiong only wanted to leave an opponent for his adopted son, not letting him die at the hands of others. Karma was very mysterious. When Xiaochen met Zhong Buxiong's adopted son more than a year later in the Black Flame Emperor's Black Flame Emperor, his expression turned extremely complicated. Xiaochen, where are we going now? Are we still going to the Northern Sea Alliance? Ao Jiao asked. Naturally we are going. However, it was just that Xiaochen's original idea of finding a backer was something he could do without. Previously, Xiaochen's fame spread far and wide, and his future was boundless. Now, he advanced to Martial Emperor in 5 years, his fate unknown. The words of the Divine Dragon Palace's old man were not pleasant to the ears, but that was what most people thought. Since there was no value in befriending him, why would the other party make a large group of strong enemies for Xiaochen? Perhaps Yichen would not think this way. However, Xiaochen had seen too much of the ways of the world. He had understood this many years ago. Yichen could not make decisions for the Northern Sea Alliance, which was a huge faction. Now that Xiaochen was going to the Northern Sea Alliance, he simply wanted to meet this friend and thank him for the congratulatory gift at the king conferral ceremony. Where should we go after that? Ao Jiao asked. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt stunned. Indeed, where could he go after that? How could he find a way to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years? Should he go and seek out the Haotian Martial Emperor or the Prime, the Thunder King? However, he could not bring himself to meet these two primes, who placed so much importance on him and gave him such great help. However, he ended up in such a state. How could he find the other party again? The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was high, and the sea was wide. However, Xiaochen felt an emptiness of having nowhere to go despite the vastness of the world. When Ao Jiao saw this, her heart suddenly ached for no reason. Blue Dragon King. The 3 dazzling words brought pressure and restrictions. Those who could only see the Blue Dragon King's dazzling appearance would never understand it. If not for his title as the Qing Emperor's descendant, Xiaochen would definitely be able to live much more easily. He would not have to work so hard, shouldering everything by himself. Xiaochen collected his thoughts. Then, he remembered that he still had the jade strip that Ba Tu gave him. He wondered what kind of treasure it was. An ancient cultivator who could come out of the heart of the ocean was definitely not simple. Ba Tu did not even bother to look at it as a gift, not afraid of suffering a loss. After fiddling with it for a while, Xiaochen sent in his spiritual sense. After a while, he revealed an extremely surprised expression. "What's wrong?" Ao Jiao asked curiously when she saw Xiaochen's expression. "Take a look for yourself." Ao Jiao flew out and received the jade strip. After checking it for a while, a smile of indescribable pleasant surprise appeared in her eyes. The dragon-seeking art. This is an ancient secret technique that can only be passed down to one person. To think that you managed to obtain it. Naturally, the dragon-seeking art was not about finding a true dragon. It was a secret technique for finding spirit veins based on the geography of the mountains, the geography of the astral palace, and geomancy. In ancient times, spirit veins were commonly known as earth dragons. Furthermore, they were mostly dragon-shaped. The name dragon-seeking art was not inappropriate. In ancient times, there were also people who specialized in dragon-seeking art. They were known as geomasters and held high statuses, even higher than blacksmiths and alchemists. Dragons are hidden in the depths. The sea hides dragons. In the vast sea, there are many more spirit veins than in the Kunlun continent. This dragon-seeking art will definitely be able to display its prowess in the heavenly starry ocean. Right now, what you lack is spirit veins. This jade strip is really tailor-made for you. Ao Jiao's tone was filled with excitement. Xiaochen smiled faintly and tightly grasped the jade strip with his right hand. Everything was understood without words. If Xiaochen followed the usual routine, he would need at least 4 years to cultivate the blue-robed emperor to small perfection. Another 4 years to cultivate the blue-robed emperor to great perfection. Given Xiaochen's comprehension ability, he would need less time to cultivate a soul for the heavenly seal. Xiaochen's greatest obstacle in advancing to martial emperor was being stuck at small perfection and great perfection of the blue-robed emperor. If he really spent 8 years, it would be too late. However, now that he had the dragon-seeking art, as long as he could obtain sufficient resources, everything would not be a problem. The only thing he had to worry about was the great tribulation of wind and fire after he reached peak consummation. This stunned Xiaochen. Then he revealed a grave expression. He waved his hand, and a small silver boat appeared. This was the secret treasure that he obtained in the Sky Dome realm. At this point, the grade of this secret treasure was no longer worthy of his discerning eyes. However, people tended to be nostalgic. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, Xiaochen had taken some time out to repair this boat. Now, for the sake of not attracting attention, this secret treasure was perfect. Ao Jiao, you will control the boat. Help me sail it to the northern sea. I want to enter closed-door cultivation and focus all my energy on this dragon-seeking art. Ao Jiao rejoiced in her heart. She finally saw some hope. She smiled and said, "Roger that. Just enter closed-door cultivation in peace. Leave the rest to Little Yellow Feather and me." Xiaochen nodded and did not say anything more. He entered the recuperation room on the boat and sank his consciousness into the dragon-seeking art. The dragon-seeking art was just a general name for such a secret technique. It was similar to alchemy and blacksmithing. There were many different secret techniques. For example, the Book of Heavenly Works in Mo Chen's hand was the divine canon of blacksmithing, a supreme existence. The dragon-seeking art hidden in this jade strip was called the Paradise Secret Canon. Paradise had the meaning of seeing through the mysteries of heaven. Just based on the name, one could guess that the Paradise Secret Canon was an extremely high-ranked secret canon among the many types of dragon-seeking arts. The Paradise Secret Canon was split into 3 parts. The first part was the most complicated, like a general outline. It introduced the situation of the clan of the owner of the jade strip, as well as the glory of their clan in the ancient era. It recorded the origin of the dragon-seeking art and the various branches of the geomasters. It was very detailed and complicated. Xiaochen felt a headache when he read it. Since it did not involve true cultivation, he only paid attention to the first part and skimmed through the rest, getting a general idea. The owner of the jade strip was called Yuan Qin. He was the sole descendant of the Yuan clan. After he died, the inheritance ended. During the ancient era, the Yuan clan was very famous, holding a high position among the geomasters. The inheritors of the clan were all known as the Great Heavenly Master. However, this clan did not care about fame and fortune. They did not accept the invitations of the various large clans. They always acted alone, which resulted in very few people knowing about them. Chapter 1078. There was a long introduction at the end, so Xiaochen skipped over it and looked at the second part of the jade strip, the Paradise Secret Canon's cultivation method. The second part was divided into 4 parts. The first part was the Heavenly Eye. Open the Heavenly Eye, seek dragons and fix veins, see through the mysteries of heaven. The Yuan clan's dragon-seeking secret arts all used the Heavenly Eye as the foundation. Without cultivating the Heavenly Eye, seeking dragons and fixing veins would be impossible. The mysterious hand can steal the work of the heavens and fight for good fortune. The second aspect was the ingenuity of surpassing nature. Even after cultivating the Heavenly Eye, one could not truly seek dragons and fix veins. One would need to rely on the dragon-seeking secret treasures of the Yuan clan. The Yuan family had a total of 3 dragon-seeking treasures, which were the dragon beheading platform, the dragon revealing mirror, and the dragon fixing needle. In this section, the refining methods and materials of the 3 dragon-seeking secret treasures were introduced in detail, as well as the main points of attention. The Tao is boundless and ever-changing. The heavens say that it is unfathomable, but it can be measured, thought about, and imagined. The third section was the 100 changes of heavenly secrets. The content of this section was the most complicated, but also the most important. It introduced over 10,000 different terrains, stars, and geomancy in detail. It was detailed, profound, and complicated. Ordinary people would not be able to understand it at all. Even if they could understand it, they might not be able to immerse themselves in it. With a plan in mind, I will capture the dragon with a wave of my hand. The fourth segment was prison drawing. It mainly explained how to trap spirit veins and how to use the dragon-fixing needles to form all sorts of formations. There were 3,000 types of formations of various sizes used to trap different spirit veins. Fighting with others, fighting with the heavens, is boundless joy. The fifth stanza was about the trapped dragon ascending to heaven. Its content gave Xiaochen a fright. When a Grand Heaven Master reached a certain level, he would be able to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. It could fight against the heavens, create dragons with manpower, and nurture spirit veins. The spirit fountain was nurtured by the heaven and earth, and would never be destroyed. However, the Yuan family actually wanted to create their own spirit fountain and fight against the heaven. No wonder the Yuan family had lost their inheritance. Fighting against the heavens, how could they have a good ending? As for the third part of the jade slip, it was completely blank. There was nothing at all, causing one to feel suspicious. Xiaochen guessed that there should be some kind of concealment technique. Without cultivating the Paradise Secret Canon to a certain level, one would not be able to see its contents. Withdrawing his spiritual sense from the jade strip, Xiaochen had a complicated look on his face. The dragon-seeking art was not something that could be learned overnight. His previous thoughts were too simple. It was too early for him to be happy. No matter what, I have to learn this Paradise Secret Canon. His right hand trembled as he gripped the jade slip tightly. Xiaochen's eyes were filled with determination. Throughout his life, he had never liked to ask for favors, nor did he like to owe favors. It was rare that God had given him a chance to stop bothering the Haotian Emperor and the Thunder King. He would not give up no matter what. No matter how difficult it was, he would not give up. The cultivation technique of the Paradise Secret Canon had a total of 4 segments. The 5th segment was just a supplement. It was like a forbidden technique, making one's hair stand on end. What kind of existence dared to say that fighting against the heavens was an endless joy? Although the path of cultivation was heaven-defying and also fighting against the heavens, most cultivators respected the heavens. However, most of the cultivators were filled with reverence. They were cautious with every step they took. No one dared to say such disgraceful words. Paradise Secret Canon. Xiaochen felt curious. He really wanted to know what kind of person the ancestor of the Yuan clan was. He had to go to the Black Sea. If there was an opportunity, he had to find Ba Tu and see that corpse. When Xiaochen calmed down, he started to carefully study the cultivation technique of the heavenly eye. One had to take things step by step. Even if one was anxious, one could not mess up the steps. Xiaochen understood this principle. The heavenly eye was extremely profound. When one opened it, one could see a brand new world. When cultivated to an extremely profound level, one could see through the mysteries of heaven. This was not a lie. There were many levels to it. The Geomasters of the Yuan clan were known as Great Heavenly Masters mostly because of the heavenly eye. Normally speaking, the level of the heavenly eye determined the Great Heavenly Master's ability to seek dragons and fix veins. Otherwise, no matter what kind of schemes one had, one would be helpless when facing a high-ranked spirit vein. After studying the cultivation technique of the heavenly eye to the point that he was thoroughly familiar with it, Xiaochen decided to open the heavenly eye. The process of opening the heavenly eye was not difficult. However, it was very complicated. One needed to use a special liquid to wash the eyes. Every day, when the sun rose, one had to look into the distance and absorb the purple qi. After doing this for half a month, one had to circulate their energy and open up 1,000 tiny meridians in the eyes. Then, one could formally open the heavenly eye, opening a vertical eye on the forehead. Naturally, Xiaochen did not have the liquid. However, there was the refining method and the required materials. After looking at it for a while, Xiaochen found that it was not too troublesome. It was just that the formula was rather unique. After finding the nearest island on the sea chart, Xiaochen successfully bought the required materials. After familiarizing himself with it a few times, he succeeded in refining the heavenly eye. Every day, when Xiaochen dripped the liquid into his eyes, he would feel an indescribable numbness and pain. It was like countless bugs had entered his eyes, causing him so much pain that he wished he were dead. Just like the jade strip said, there were no accidents. Xiaochen did not stop, relying on his willpower to endure this inhumane torture. This made Ao Jiao's heart ache. At first, little Yellow Feather was curious and clamped down, wanting to give it a try. In the end, after trying it once, it cried out in pain for an entire day. After that, when little Yellow Feather looked at Xiaochen, a rare reverence appeared in its eyes. Its mischievous attitude from before faded significantly. At the same time, Xiaochen would sit at the bow of the warship every day, waiting for the sun to rise in the east. At first, he did not see any purple qi. However, as he persisted day after day, using the special liquid to wash his eyes, Xiaochen finally saw the so-called purple qi. It was a majestic and surging scene. A hazy purple qi filled the sky, allowing one to truly feel the rising luck of this world. After persisting for half a month, Xiaochen carried out the final step of opening his eyes, opening up the thousands of tiny meridians connecting his eyeballs. After carefully completing this final step, a crack appeared on Xiaochen's forehead and a vertical eye appeared. It gave off a strange purple light, and the world before his eyes suddenly changed. The vast sea actually turned transparent before his eyes. He could clearly see the topography of the seabed, the swimming fishes, prawns, and spirit beasts. The air was no longer empty. Instead, it was a combination of all sorts of gases of various colors. Aside from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there were many other gases. Xiaochen could see the direction of the wind and the movement of the clouds. The entire world seemed to be moving rapidly. A painful sensation came, and Xiaochen quickly closed his eyes. The vertical eye closed, leaving behind only a faint blood stain. After wiping away the bloodstain, Xiaochen revealed an expression of joy. Blood was definitely present when opening the heavenly eye. He knew that he had succeeded. In the future, as his cultivation of the Paradise Secret Canon deepened, the level of his heavenly eye would continue to improve. This was just the beginning. How is it? Did you succeed? Ao Jiao asked urgently as she ran over with little yellow feather. Xiaochen nodded, and Ao Jiao immediately revealed a joyful smile, feeling very happy for Xiaochen. However, this is just the first step. I still have to refine the dragon-seeking secret treasure and familiarize myself with the 100 changes of heavenly mysteries and the thousands of topography. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "There's no rush. As long as there was hope, it was fine. As long as Xiaochen learned this paradise secret canon, he might be able to advance to martial emperor in 5 years. After all, the dragon-seeking art was a clan's secret technique. It was passed down to males and not females. It was only passed down within a Geomaster's clan. No strong faction, even an immortal holy land, could obtain any dragon-seeking art. Furthermore, Xiaochen's paradise secret canon was clearly much more profound than the existing dragon-seeking arts. Great heavenly masters were existences that only existed during the ancient era. Following that, Xiaochen docked the warship and purchased some materials. Then he started to refine the dragon-seeking secret treasure, the dragon-fixing needle. The dragon-fixing needle was a one-time consumable. It was the secret treasure that the great heavenly masters used the most and required a lot of preparation. The dragon-revealing mirror and the dragon-subduing platform were rather troublesome to refine. Furthermore, he could not be careless with the materials. He would not be able to find top-quality materials on any random island. He would have to wait for a large-scale auction. Xiaochen did not intend to refine them immediately. Furthermore, with the dragon-fixing needle, he could deal with most spirit veins. He only needed the dragon-revealing mirror for spirit veins that were sage grade or higher. As for the dragon-subduing platform, it was used to deal with mutated ancient spirit veins. 3 days later, the first dragon-fixing needle was refined in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. It was a palm-sized black needle. It was very sharp, and its tip flickered with a cold light. The dragon-fixing needle did not require a lot of divine materials. However, there were many kinds, at least 100 of them. Furthermore, the amount of each one was specified. Even if there were more or less, it would not be able to achieve the effect of stabilizing a spirit vein. This was a secret treasure unique to the Yuan clan. According to the introduction of exquisite workmanship, the quality of the dragon-fixing needle could be improved. However, it required a more complicated refinement process. The result would be a golden needle, which would be more effective. However, unless one ran into a situation that could not be dealt with, one black dragon-fixing needle would suffice. Xiaochen experimented a few times, but the chances of success were too low. So he stopped after refining 100. Then he frantically refined the black dragon-fixing needles. He only stopped after refining 10,000. That would be sufficient for a long time. Xiaochen spent the remaining days on the most complicated part of the Paradise Secret Canon, the 100 changes of heavenly mysteries. He had to start from scratch on the various aspects of geography, constellations, and geomancy. He had to spend a lot of time to study them. On this particular day, the warship arrived at the Northern Sea. Xiaochen came out of the warship's hold for a breath of fresh air, which was a rare occurrence. As he looked at the calm sea, he felt excited. He opened his heavenly eye and carefully observed. Xiaochen prepared for an actual combat, to see if his recent bitter study of geography and geomancy was effective. The seawater was transparent, and he could see the topography of the seabed. A bookworm would not be successful. If he could not apply what he learned, even if he memorized the contents of the 3rd section, it would be useless. As Xiaochen looked at the shape and power of the seabed, he recalled what he had learned in the 100 changes of heavenly mysteries over the past few days. Then he quickly made a judgment. That's not right. This is poor land. The dragon's mouth is not locked, and qi is not condensed. It flows with the water, formless and powerless. That's not right either. The surroundings do not respond. The mountains do not wrap around it, and the water does not flow around it. It flows straight to the heart of the heavens. There cannot be a spirit vein. Xiaochen, who was traveling with the warship, vetoed many places. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the topography of the seabed. Then he got Ao Jiao to stop the warship. That was a seabed vein. To the north, there were endless mountain ranges. To the south, there were 3 small hills that echoed each other. There were 2 mountains on the left and right, heavily guarded. Chapter 1079. The layout in the middle was clear, and the terrain was spacious. There were also many large trees at the bottom of the sea surrounding it. The mountains rose and fell, high and low, twisting and turning like they were alive. The dragon's mouth in the center was locked by trees. Mountains and waters surrounded it, guarding it. This was definitely a treasure land with spirit veins. There were many spirit veins in the heavenly starry ocean. However, most of them were hidden at the bottom of the sea. Unless something strange happened underground and they leaked out, one could only rely on a geomaster to use the dragon-seeking art to find them. Regular cultivators did not understand the geography of earth veins. Even if one walked past a place with a spirit vein, one would not discover anything. Xiao Chen held the 5 dragon-fixing needles with his right hand. He felt slightly nervous. This was his first time making a move. If he made a mistake, it would be a huge blow to him. Whether Xiao Chen had the talent to learn the dragon-seeking art or not, this unknown treasure land before him would give him the answer. Was it right or wrong? Holding the dragon-fixing needles, Xiao Chen leaped out and dove into the sea. Then, he arrived at the dragon cave, surrounded by many trees. When Xiao Chen got closer, he discovered that the so-called tree locking the dragon was just something he saw from afar. When Xiao Chen truly walked at the bottom of the sea, the hundreds of underwater trees were very far apart and sparse. Ordinary people would find it hard to connect them to a dragon cave. When Xiao Chen got closer, he carefully touched the trunk of the tree. It was not a spirit tree, just an ordinary sea tree. Xiao Chen had already closed his heavenly eye. He looked into the distance in the seawater. To the south, there was a continuous chain of mountains, looking like a ferocious beast coiled in the sea. Then he looked to the north. There were many low mountains and small mounds surrounding them, heavily guarding them. As Xiao Chen stood at the dragon cave in the center, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the undetectable currents in the seawater. Most of the time, the direction of the currents in the deep sea was quiet. However, if this was really a dragon cave with a spirit vein, the direction of the water would definitely be different from other places. Invisibly, Xiao Chen sensed that the water 1 kilometer away was flowing from left to right in an extremely slow and indiscernible manner. There was no mistake. Trees locking the dragon, flowing water surrounding it. To the north, there were small mounds protecting the dragon, layered over each other. To the south, there were ferocious beasts with ferocious fangs and bloody jaws. The ground beneath his feet was definitely a dragon cave, a spirit vein hidden within. Xiao Chen stomped his foot on the ground. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and cracks appeared in the ground. Countless bubbles rose up. Kacha kacha. Xiao Chen's stomp seemed to have broken some sort of balance. The speed at which the crack descended was astonishing. Soon, it was a kilometer deep. With a bang, the ground split apart in an instant. The water that was originally difficult to detect and was only moving at a weak speed slowly turned into a stream of water. It spun frantically at an extremely fast speed. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's tense face. He was right to win the first battle, but now was not the time to relax. Seeking dragons and fixing veins was not as simple as that. Hoochie hoochie. The earth's crust trembled, and the hills in the north were uprooted by the mighty force of nature. One after another, small mountains with the force of 1,000,000 caddies slammed toward Xiao Chen. This was the dragon's guard. Anyone who touched the dragon's cave had to pass through it. Otherwise, not only would one not obtain the spirit vein, but the spirit vein might even devour one's life. In the 4th segment of the Paradise Secret Canon, Earth Prison, there were all sorts of secret techniques that could use the power of mountains and rivers to easily resolve this tribulation with a wave of one's hand. Xiao Chen had not reached that level yet, so he could only use force to suppress it. Looking at the small mountains rushing over in the water, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and blocked one of them. As the small mountains danced around, they crashed into some of the other small mountains. Rubble flew everywhere. Even with the seawater as a buffer, they still created many large pits at the bottom of the sea. Roar! A ferocious beast broke out of the ground in the mountains to the south. It was a 300-meter-long snake as thick as a calf. The snake glared as it charged over with a surging aura. In the end, when it saw Xiao Chen, it trembled in fright and turned to retreat. This snake was only as strong as a grandmaster-level martial sage. When Xiao Chen saw this snake's strength, he was already certain. The spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave would not surpass a superior-grade spirit vein. However, that did not matter. Even if he tried it out, he would not gain anything. He did not have to worry about the spirit vein being of low quality. All he had to do was prove that Xiao Chen had the talent to seek dragons and fix veins. Buzz. 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 Cracks appeared in the ground, spreading to the north. It seemed like something underground was moving. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. Hiding your head but showing your tail. How long are you going to hide? The 5 dragon-fixing needles in Xiao Chen's hand shot out, moving quickly and disappearing in a flash. Mournful wails came from the bottom of the sea. The seawater surged, and huge waves surged 10,000 meters above. The small silver boat drifted with the waves. Ao Jiao, who was at the bow, revealed a joyful expression. One did not fear strong winds and waves. One feared nothing. The cracks stopped spreading. Xiao Chen walked calmly in the water. When he arrived at the end of the crack, he kicked the ground a few more times. In the end, he was still not skilled enough. If he could learn even half a move of the 4th segment of the Earth Prison, he would not have ended up in such an ugly state. He could use the power of the mountains and rivers to make the ground rise and crack. Right now, his cultivation was not there yet, so he could only use brute force. When the bottom of the sea exploded, a green roaming dragon was pinned to the ground by the 5 dragon-fixing needles, unable to move. My luck is pretty good. A high-ranked spirit vein. I can mine medial-grade spirit stones in the surrounding spirit stone mines. There is also a chance of superior-grade spirit stones appearing. Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he sized up the spirit vein below. In the Sky Dome realm, it was worth cities. However, in the Kunlun realm, it was not worth mentioning. At the very least, at Xiao Chen's level, it was not worth mentioning. The 5 dragon-fixing needles slowly melted, and the green roaming dragon turned into a clump of spirit veins origin. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and directly absorbed it. The surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like a river flowing through his body with great momentum. However, when the spiritual energy reached the dantian and the silhouette of the dragon-shaped heavenly seal, it was like a river facing the sea, silently drowning out the spiritual energy. The terrain of the earth vein was destroyed. After Xiao Chen absorbed this spirit vein, he sized up his surroundings. Then he shot out of the sea like an arrow leaving a bow. Ao Jiao, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly asked, "How was it?" "One high-ranked spirit vein," Xiao Chen said softly when he landed on the warship's bow. Ao Jiao said excitedly, "Not bad, not bad. Really not bad." In the entire Kunlun continent, all the spirit veins that can be found with one glance are already occupied by the various major factions, not leaving a single one behind. Originally, if you wanted to obtain resources, you could only rob those holy lands. Now that you have the dragon-seeking art, not only do you not need to beg others, but there will probably be people lining up to beg you. The importance of spirit veins to sects went without saying. Any strong geomaster would be an honored guest of a holy land, receiving the highest treatment. Ao Jiao was right. However, Xiao Chen was still far from it. After all, Xiao Chen had just learned this Dao. Compared to some of the veteran geomaster clans, there was still a huge gap. "Oh, right, we have already entered the Northern Sea. Should we go directly to the headquarters of the Northern Sea Alliance?" The Northern Sea Alliance was a community of interests formed by many factions, somewhat similar to the Bushin Palace. However, in terms of accumulations and strength, they were much weaker than the Bushin Palace. The current alliance chief of the Northern Sea Alliance was Yi Chen's father. If there were no surprises, Yi Chen should be in the alliance headquarters. Xiao Chen took out a sea chart and checked it. Then he said, "Let's go to the Cloud Treasure Sea Market first. That is the largest sea market in the Northern Sea. Let's see if I can buy the materials there to refine the dragon-subduing platform and dragon-revealing mirror." These 2 dragon-seeking secret treasures required many divine materials, at least 100 of them. Each would require at least 5 tons of each. Just the materials alone were astronomical. If not for having more than 40 million black astral coins and being filthy rich, Xiaochen would not have been able to bear to refine them. Ao Jiao nodded obediently and received the sea chart. Then, she smiled and pushed Xiaochen into the ship's hold, telling him to focus on cultivating the Paradise secret cannon. Xiaochen and Little Yellow Feather could handle the matters of the ship and the ferocious beasts they would meet in the sea. After traveling for 10 days, the silhouette of the Cloud Treasure Sea Market could already be seen in the distance. It was the same as the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market, built around a gigantic immortal statue towering in the sea. From a distance, this immortal looked different from the immortals in the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. However, its expression and hand seals were almost the same. As it looked at the distant starry heavens, there was a trace of heavy helplessness in its rage and sorrow. With his previous experience, Xiaochen knew that the peak of this place was naturally the Cloud Treasure City in the palm of that immortal statue. Not wanting to attract attention, Xiaochen withdrew his aura and followed the crowd into the city. After asking around, Xiaochen learned that there was a branch of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association in Cloud Treasure City. Furthermore, it was one of the top 3 branches. The person in charge was the 3rd city lord. As the largest sea market in the Northern Sea, the prosperity of Cloud Treasure City went without saying. To be able to enter Cloud Treasure City, one needed to be a superior grade martial sage at the very least. The threshold was already very high. The endless stream of people on the streets was the best proof of this bustling city. According to rumor, all the immortal statues in the heavenly starry ocean belonged to the mysterious treasure master. As Xiaochen walked in the city, he entered deep thought. If the rumor was true, for this treasure master to be able to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger and remain standing among the many immortal holy lands, he had to be an incredible person. Before Xiaochen knew it, he arrived at the gates of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association. He strode in, and a pretty maidservant immediately came over to attend to him. "This young master, what instructions do you have?" Xiaochen did not say anything. He took out a list that he had prepared long ago and handed it over. The maidservant took one look and was startled. It was a long, densely packed list of all sorts of peak divine materials. The signature at the end was even more tyrannical, 50 tons of each. "Young master, come with me. We will go to the distinguished guest pavilion first and rest for a while," the maidservant said with a smile, suppressing her flustered heart. In the distinguished guest pavilion, Xiaochen did not have to wait for long. The person in charge of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association, a major character with the status of one of the 3 city lords, personally appeared. When this person entered the distinguished guest pavilion and saw Xiaochen, he was clearly startled. Then, he waved his hand and dismissed his attendants and guards. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He smiled in surprise and said, "Miss Ziying, we meet again." The two were surprised. Unexpectedly, after parting at the Treasure Master's residence in 10,000 Treasure City, they met again in Cloud Treasure City. Ziying walked over leisurely and smiled. "It is truly a small world. Blue Dragon King, should I call you Mo Yun or Xiaochen?" Chapter 1080. As they chatted, Ziying's tone clearly contained a hint of rebuke and mockery. Xiaochen smiled and said, "A name is just a symbol. Miss Ziying can be called anything you want. Speaking of which, why is Miss Ziying in Cloud Treasure City?" "Thanks to you, I can now go out on my own. The person in charge of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association in 10,000 Treasure City is my father. Now, I am the sole person in charge of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association in Cloud Treasure City. At the same time, I am in charge of the business of the entire Northern Sea." Xiaochen took a sip of tea and said, "In that case, Miss Ziying, you will have to give me a discount for this business. You are really a headache. There is no problem with the discount. I just hope that you don't cause any trouble for me again. If you kidnap the Lunar Palace's holy daughter again, I will not be able to tolerate that." Ziying smiled somewhat helplessly. If not for what happened to Xiaochen, she would not have been promoted so much. She would have been able to enter the headquarters and enter the core of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association's authority. However, she did not resent Xiaoqin. If not for Xiaoqin, she would still be in 10,000 Treasure City, not even having the chance to go out on her own. However, she could not stand it. With Xiaoqin's unruly character, it could only be a headache. I've seen your list. It involves 10,000 kinds of divine materials, 50 tons of each. This is not a small sum. Xiaoqin said calmly, money is not a problem. You know how wealthy I am. As long as I have the goods, I can settle the bill immediately. Doing business with young Master Xiao is really refreshing. Divine materials are one of the most frequently traded natural treasures. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association can take out most of your list. We will only need 3 days to mobilize them. However, there is one thing that my 9 Cauldron Merchant Association does not have. I believe that the other merchant associations do not have 50 tons of it either. Xiaoqin was not surprised. He was very clear about his list. The divine material that he lacked was the black patterned gold. The black patterned gold was practically an all-purpose divine material. No matter what kind of secret treasure it was, as long as it had the black patterned gold added to it, its quality would increase significantly. Xiaoqin, who had seen the place where the black patterned gold was produced on the Bushin Palace resource planet, knew very well how precious it was. Only 500 kilograms of pure black patterned gold could be produced from 1,000,000 kilograms of ore. The small output was not proportional to the strong market demand. The market had always been in short supply. Adding a bit of black patterned gold powder to ordinary secret treasures would greatly improve their quality. Xiaoqin wanted 50,000 kilograms in one go. No merchant association would be able to gather that much in a short period of time. How much can your 9 tripod commerce help me get? 50,000 kilograms. We have our own reserves, and with the addition of special channels, we have a maximum of 50,000 kilograms. This is the limit of the limit. Xiaoqin pondered for a moment. 50,000 kilograms was barely enough to pass. It was enough. Ziying smiled and said, I will deliver the goods to you in 3 days. And, may I ask what kind of artifact you want to refine with so much black dragon vein gold? Refining an emperor artifact? Clearly, that was impossible. Ziying did not believe that Xiaoqin could do so. Aside from that, what kind of secret treasure would require so much black dragon vein gold? One had to know that treasures of different grades all had their own upper limits. If it was not an emperor artifact, it would be a waste no matter how much black dragon vein gold one used after a certain limit. Xiaoqin smiled and said, No. I knew you would say that. Originally, I was planning to tell you something. It looks like there is no need to tell you now. Xiaoqin's expression changed. After thinking for a while, he said, The secret treasures that I want to refine are 2 ancient dragon-seeking secret treasures. I hope that Miss Ziying will help me keep this a secret. Shock flashed in Ziying's eyes. She asked in extreme surprise, You are a geomaster? Xiaoqin did not say anything. Ziying reacted and realized that she had spoken too much. She quickly apologized, Sorry, I promise not to tell anyone. Tonight, the Treasure Master's residence in Cloud Treasure City will be holding an internal auction. The treasures being auctioned are from the Treasure Master's personal collection. They are not open to the public. They will only send invitations to some of the honored guests of the Treasure Master's residence in the Northern Sea. After pausing for a while, Ziying continued, Among the items being auctioned, there is 50 kilograms of divine-grade black dragon vein gold. 50 kilograms of divine-grade black dragon vein gold is worth 50 tons of black dragon vein gold. Can you help me get an invitation? The dragon subduing platform and the dragon revealing mirror held great significance in the Paradise secret canon. Naturally, Xiaoqin would not let go of this opportunity to raise the quality of these 2 items to their limits. Ziying smiled and said, Since I asked, naturally, I am confident of getting an invitation for you. Many thanks. There's no need to thank me. It is only right that you take care of such a big business for me. The night arrived unsteadily. The sky was filled with stars, sparkling brilliantly. Xiaoqin followed Ziying to the Treasure Master's residence. After handing over the invitation, the 2 successfully entered the residence. With someone leading the way, They passed through 9 turns and 18 corridors, passing through garden paths and winding corridors before arriving in front of an exquisite building. The signboard had the words, Cloud Treasure Pavilion. The guards at the entrance verified the two's identities before letting them in. Please rest here for a while. There is still 1 hour before the auction officially begins. The attendants led the two to a private room before taking their leave. There was a formation in the private room. There was a light screen in front of the window, allowing one to clearly see the situation on the auction platform. There were specially made bidding stones on both sides of the seats. The words transmitted through the bidding stones could be heard in all the private rooms. Without activating the bidding stones, all the conversations in the private rooms would not leak out, ensuring the guests' privacy. As Xiaochen waited, he looked at the rather simple auction list. There were only 20 items on it. The quantity could not compare to that of any other auction. However, the quality rendered Xiaochen speechless. Every one of them was a treasure worth cities. The divine grade black patterned gold that caught Xiaochen's eye could not stand out from the rest, standing out among them. There were at least 5 items that were no less valuable than the divine grade black dragon vein gold. This showed how high the standards of this auction were. The treasure master is really mysterious. To think that all these treasures belong to him. Furthermore, he casually auctioned them off. He is really willing to part with them. Xiaochen believed that the treasure master definitely did not care about the black astral coins he obtained from the auction. There was only one reason for doing so, to protect his reputation. Ziying nodded and said, there has always been a saying in the outside world that the treasure master is the hidden 7th holy lord of the heavenly starry ocean. The power and wealth he controls are no weaker than any of the holy lands. In terms of wealth, he should be the strongest in the heavenly starry ocean. No one can compare to him. This bit of treasure is just a drizzle to him. He is that incredible? This exceeded Xiaochen's expectations. This treasure master was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Ziying said, this is what my father told me, so it should be correct. However, to us, we are still unable to come into contact with the circle of the treasure master. There is no point in overthinking. Xiaochen, can you help me buy that soul-nourishing azure underworld fruit? Just at this moment, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, suddenly spoke up. Xiaochen stopped chatting with Ziying and quickly replied in his heart, you want to use it? Yes, it is very useful to me. I did not expect to run into such a rare natural treasure here. In that case, I'll buy it for you, no matter how much it costs. You did not even ask me what I would use it for. As long as you like it, even if you eat it as a dessert, I will buy it for you. In that case, I'll really eat it as a dessert. Ao Jiao smiled mischievously from the immortal spirit ring. This dessert was very expensive. The starting bid was already 1 million black astral coins. However, it was still the same as before. If Ao Jiao liked it, she would buy it no matter how much it cost. There was no reason for that. Soul-nourishing natural treasures were rather unorthodox treasures and were not cheap. However, only a few people who cultivated special cultivation techniques or people with severely injured mental energy would need them. Normal cultivators would not spend a lot of money to buy them, so there should not be many people competing. It's starting, Ziying said. Xiaochen looked up and saw an old man appear on the light screen in front of the window. The auctioneer had officially started. The yellow-clad old man stepped onto the stage and bowed to show his politeness. Everyone here is a regular customer of 10,000 Treasure City, so this old man will not say much. I believe everyone knows the rules. Now, let's start with the first treasure. After a pause, the old man removed the red cloth and said with a smile, this is a treasure sword, a subdivine weapon of the fire attribute. The starting bid is 1 million black astral coins. Each increment must be no less than 10,000 black astral coins. Friends who need it can make a bid. The old man did not show much expression. He looked like this matter did not concern him. Compared to the public auction, he appeared extremely indifferent. He did not care at all about the final price. Xiaochen rather liked such an atmosphere. In a public auction, the auctioneers were all very experienced. Not only did they speak a lot of gibberish when introducing the treasure, but they also dragged out their words when bidding. his accent was also extremely long, and he had to repeat a sentence several times before he stopped. Just based on its appearance, one could tell that this fire-attributed subdivine weapon was no ordinary subdivine weapon. Its quality was extremely high. Xiaochen did not use the sword. However, he paid attention to the bids for this item. He wanted to see how wealthy the other guests were, to see if he could get anything out of it. When it was time to compete for the divine grade black patterned gold, he could make a reasonable bid to suppress his opponents. The price sword and the treasure sword sold for more than twice its original price, 2,300,000 black astral coins. The buyer was a distinguished guest in booth 75. The booth had a formation that blocked spiritual sense and mental energy. No one would know the buyer's identity, ensuring privacy. There were only 20 items up for auction. The yellow-clad old man moved quickly and decisively. Soon, it was time for the azure underworld fruit. This is an extremely rare mutated fruit. It can nourish the soul and heal injuries to one's mental energy. Normally, you do not need it. However, when you truly need it, you will not be able to find it anywhere. The starting bid is 1 million black astral coins. The yellow-clad old man was very familiar with the items up for auction. When he introduced them, he was very precise and did not beat around the bush at all. When the bids started, the treasure pavilion remained quiet. Clearly, most people felt that there was no need to spend 1 million black astral coins to buy a treasure that they could do without in case of trouble. Chapter 1081. 1,010,000 astral coins. Just when Xiaochen thought that no one would compete with him, someone in booth 65 raised the bid by 10,000 astral coins. Xiaochen followed up, raising the bid by 100,000 astral coins. Booth 70 raises the bid by 100,000 astral coins. 1,500,000 astral coins. The person in booth 60 paused for a moment, apparently not expecting anyone to compete with him. When he saw the bid, he immediately called out 1,500,000 astral coins, trying to scare off Xiaochen. After activating the bidding device, Xiaochen called out calmly, 2 million astral coins. This increase in bid caught the yellow-clad old man somewhat off guard. Unexpectedly, there was such an intense bid for the azure underworld fruit that no one cared about. 2,500,000 astral coins. A furious bid came from booth 65. After a pause, he continued, I am the young manor lord of the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor, Shifeng. Friend on the other side, will you give me some face? The Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor will definitely remember this favor. 3 million astral coins. Ao Jiao rarely asked Xiaochen for help. As far as Xiaochen could remember, there had never been such a thing. It was rare for Ao Jiao to have something that caught her eye. No matter what Xiaochen said, he would not let it go. Rage flashed on the face of the yellow-clad old man on the auction platform. He said sullenly, Young Master Shi, after this auction, there is no need for you to come to Cloud Treasure City. Cloud Treasure City does not welcome you. If you still want to use your identity to ruin this auction, don't blame the Treasure Master's residence for not giving you face and sending you out. The people of the Treasure Master's residence were extraordinarily strong. The yellow-clad old man's reaction surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Senior must be joking. This sure just wants to make a friend. How could I ruin the auction for no reason? I will let this friend have this azure underworld fruit first. Bang. After Shifeng spoke in booth 65, his face sank. Then he punched the table, shattering the exquisite mahogany table. Senior Jiang, I'm really sorry to disappoint you this time. Little friend Shi is too serious. This old man's main target this time is the divine grade black patterned gold. The azure underworld fruit is just incidental. Shifeng said in a deep voice, No, I said that I would help Senior Jiang. I will definitely get this azure underworld fruit. Old Yang, help me keep an eye on booth 70. I want to see who is so bold as to not give our Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor any face. A thick killing intent flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he spoke to an old man. Old man Yang accepted the order and left the private room without a sound. In booth 70, after Xiaochen paid the bill and successfully obtained the green underworld fruit that Ao Jiao wanted, a faint smile appeared on his face. Ziying wanted to say something but stopped herself. She wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Xiaochen put away the azure underworld fruit, glanced at her, and said with a smile, "Miss Ziying, what do you want to say? Feel free to say it." "You're in trouble." Xiaochen asked, "What disaster? The Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor?" Naturally. Among the many factions of the Northern Sea Alliance, the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor can rank within the top 10. In recent years, the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor has risen abnormally fast. Many people say that they will push down the Yi clan for the next alliance chief position. Although you cannot make a move here, the other party is intent on keeping an eye on you. Once you leave the city lord's residence, it will be somewhat problematic. Xiaochen nodded in agreement. Then, he said seriously, "Yes, it will indeed be somewhat problematic." Seeing Xiaochen's indifferent expression, Ziying felt somewhat helpless. Suddenly she reacted and said, "Are you messing with me? You know the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's background." Oh, she really hit the mark. Xiaochen does know. Since Xiaochen had thought of using Yichen to establish a connection to the Northern Sea Alliance, he had done his homework. He was rather clear about the Northern Sea Alliance's internal affairs. Seeing Xiaochen tacitly agree, Ziying clenched her teeth. She hated this fellow to death. However, she could not do anything to him. She could not bear to part with that big deal. Xiaochen smiled and said, "I came to the Northern Sea this time to visit the Yi clan. If the two clans fight, I will definitely help the Yi clan. Sooner or later, I will run into this group of people." Ziying said, feeling wronged, "You sure are carefree. However, I am the one suffering. Doing business requires one to be smooth and slick, traveling everywhere and currying favor everywhere. However, this requires extremely high skill. Given your current experience, mental state, and age, you cannot do that. You will only run into walls everywhere, not gaining any benefits. Now that you know your weaknesses, you should make a choice as soon as possible. Choose between the Yi clan and the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor, then support them fully." When Ziying heard this, she felt stunned. Xiaochen's calm and indifferent gaze seemed to see through everything. These words were like a wake-up call, enlightening her and rendering her speechless for a long time. "Wait a minute." Ziying reacted. "I was clearly the one who wanted to teach him a lesson. How did it turn out to be him teaching me what to do?" Ziying wanted to say something but discovered that Xiaochen was already staring at the light screen. The auction for the divine grade black patterned gold had already started. The bidding was extremely intense. Soon, the starting bid rose from 1 million to 3 million. Just as Ziying was about to say something, she discovered that Xiaochen was already staring at the light screen. The auction for the divine grade black patterned gold had already started. The bidding was extremely intense. Soon, the starting bid rose from 1 million to 3 million. Ziying calmed herself down and analyzed, 5 million is a dividing line. It is already twice the market price. Spending an extra cent would be a huge loss. Only 2 or 3 people remained bidding. Among them, Shifeng, number 65, was the most unyielding. He did not hesitate to raise the bid every time, raising it to 500,000 every time. He was extremely wealthy, acting like he could crush the other party no matter how much money he had. The yellow-clad old man looked around and said calmly, "Number 65 bids 7 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the price higher?" Number 65 bids 7 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the price higher? The yellow-clad old man said calmly as he looked around. 7 million was already more than 3 times the market price. It was simply not worth it to buy more. The intense bidding finally calmed down. The sky-high price of 7 million forced back many potential buyers. 10 million. Xiaochen activated the bidding device and calmly called out a number, shocking the entire place. Inside the private room, Xiaochen was currently chatting happily with that mysterious senior Jiang. Shifeng, who was waiting to receive the goods, received a heavy blow, causing him to spit out a mouthful of tea. Damn! Is there no end to this? The sky-high price of 10 million black astral coins shocked the entire place. Shifeng, who had always been overbearing, no longer made a sound. Xiaochen successfully won the bid for the divine grade black patterned gold. When the maidservant brought the treasure over, he happily paid the bill. Ziying was flabbergasted. Using 5 times the market price to obtain the divine grade black patterned gold, Xiaochen's boldness was truly admirable. Including the price of the other divine materials, Xiaochen still had to pay another 20 million black astral coins. That was to forge 2 dragon-seeking secret treasures. Xiaochen spent a total of 30 million black astral coins. Not counting the ordinary Emperor Wu's treasures, he could only take out so much black astral coins. Is it worth it? Using such a high price to obtain the divine grade black patterned gold is worth half the price of the other 99 divine materials. The divine grade black patterned gold flickered with a dreamy, 9-colored light. Xiaochen was mesmerized by it. He said softly, "If you knew how important these 2 secret treasures are to me, you would not ask this. Are you really a geomaster? You should not ask what you should not ask." Xiaochen did not answer. He put away the black patterned gold and headed for the door. "Don't be so petty." Ziying smiled faintly and quickly chased after him. "Are you really a geomaster for dragon seeking and vein fixing? Just tell me." Ignoring Ziying, Xiaochen went out. The dazzling walkway looked empty. After casually looking around, Xiaochen headed back the way he came. After Xiaochen went far away, a figure slowly appeared at a corner of the wall. It was old Yang, who had been waiting here on Shifeng's orders. As old Yang stared in the direction Xiaochen left, he entered deep thought. He muttered, "So, it is him, the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen. No wonder he was so tyrannical, not even giving face to the young manor lord. This will be difficult to deal with." Shaking his head, old Yang did not think too much. With a few flashes, he returned to booth 65 and reported everything that he saw. "Is the Blue Dragon King very incredible?" When Shifeng heard what old Yang said, he felt a fire burn in him for no reason. Then he snorted heavily. Right now, everyone knows that he will die young, becoming a meteor. He is just a piece of trash. To think that he dares to compete with me. He is simply reckless. If I do not teach him a lesson, he will think that he is someone important. The mysterious, black-robed old man with the family name Jiang put down his teacup and said softly, "Let's just forget about this matter. No matter how dazzling a genius with no future shines, it is useless. However, I do not wish to offend the Thunder King behind him." Seeing Shifeng open his mouth, the old man with the family name Jiang interrupted, "Young Master Shi, don't worry. I will continue with what I promised you. It is hard for me to reject the Manor Lord's sincerity." Shifeng was young and full of vigor. In the Northern Sea, he had never felt so stifled before. He got slapped in the face at the auction. If word of this spread, he would become a big joke. "Senior Jiang, I will bear all the consequences of this. I don't believe that the Thunder King can do anything to me after dealing with a genius with no future." A vicious look flashed in Shifeng's eyes as his voice turned bone-chilling. Shifeng's words were filled with confidence. He felt that Xiaochen was already past his prime. If he touched Xiaochen, there would not be any major consequences. However, Shifeng did not consider whether he had enough people to deal with the Bushin Palace's Thunder King. In Shifeng's opinion, Xiaochen was just a blue-robed emperor who had not even reached small perfection. Shifeng did not care about the rules of the world. How could Shifeng give Shifeng any chance to turn things around when he outnumbered Shifeng? He could do whatever he wanted. As long as Shifeng did not die, the Thunder King and the Bushin Palace would not be able to do anything to him. "Let's go. I'll go and see what kind of person this Blue Dragon King is." Right after Shifeng spoke, he led the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manors group away, quickly giving chase. Soon, only the mysterious Mr. Jiang remained in the booth, sipping tea alone. Mr. Jiang slowly put down the teacup, and some doubt flashed in his eyes. Why did this Blue Dragon King spend so many black astral coins to bid for the divine grade black patterned gold for no reason? According to the rumors, this Xiaochen was not a sucker. Could it be that he did not live up to his reputation? Whether Xiaochen lived up to his reputation or not, it would be clear from the outcome of Shifeng's group. Chapter 1082. Xiaochen smoothly walked out of the treasure master's residence without any danger or commotion. This allowed Ziying, who was following behind, to heave a sigh of relief. After all, this was Cloud Treasure City. No matter how arrogant the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manners people were, they would not dare to make a move here openly. However, before Xiaochen could reveal a smile, he saw a group of unwelcome guests not far away from the Treasure Master's residence. The surroundings were quiet. Clearly, the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manners cultivators had already notified the people nearby and sent them away. Shi Feng had a casual expression as he led the three small perfection blue-robed emperor old men. Then, he said to Xiaochen in an unperturbed manner, "Blue Dragon King Xiaochen, are you surprised? As I said, I only handed the Azure Underworld fruit to you for safekeeping. Do you think that by leaving the auction hall early, you can just walk away?" Dong. Don't. Urgent footsteps resounded in the surroundings. Several cultivators wearing the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manners uniform appeared on the walls and roofs. These people were all martial sages. They held crossbows and all sorts of ancient demonic energy cannons as they surrounded Xiaochen with surging killing qi. Ziying's expression changed slightly, feeling extremely surprised. She had not expected the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manners hidden faction to be so strong. Her voice quivered somewhat as she said, "Shi Feng, are you crazy? To think that you dare to make a move in Cloud Treasure City. Are you really not afraid of offending the Treasure Master?" Shi Feng smiled and said, "Everyone has their value. I believe that the Treasure Master will make the right choice between the second strongest faction of the Northern Sea Alliance and a has-been genius. You too. If the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association still wants to do business in the Northern Sea, then shut up now." Ziying was exasperated. Now, she finally understood what Xiaochen meant. It was simply too difficult for her to be smooth, currying favor with everyone. Beat him up. Beat him up ruthlessly. Let him know what pain is. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the Blue Dragon King. Shi Feng felt angry in his heart. When he thought about the scene at the auction hall, his rage flared. He had revealed his identity, but the other party did not give him any face at all, embarrassing him in front of the many honored guests. Like a fool, he couldn't swallow this anger no matter what. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He couldn't be bothered to say any more nonsense. He just wanted to vent his anger, or else he wouldn't be able to calm down. Behind him, the three blue-robed emperors did not say a word. They did not dare to be careless when facing Xiaochen. They attacked at the same time, using their best killing moves. Obviously, he wanted to heavily injure Xiaochen in an instant with the force of a thunderbolt, so as to avoid any new problems from arising. The person in the middle displayed a sword move. His body became one with the heavens, and a sword flew over, piercing through the void. Strange phenomena appeared, and its might was unparalleled. Of the two old men on the left and right, one was wielding a staff while the other was wielding a spear. Their imposing manner was not inferior to the old man in the middle at all. When the three of them attacked together, the color of heaven and earth changed at this moment. The curtain of night trembled and was on the verge of collapsing. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. Xiaochen gently pushed Ziying, and an irresistible force pushed Ziying back a kilometer in that instant. Now that there was nothing holding him back, Xiaochen made his move calmly. First, a sword appeared in his hand. 9 flashes with 1 step, 9 strikes with 1 flash. As plum blossoms fell, Xiaochen stepped on the plum blossoms and took 9 steps, sending out 81 sword strikes. When Ziying, who was in the distance, saw this scene, she was shocked. This profound martial technique was clearly the changing plum blossom sword. One of the 9 jade strips that Xiaochen sold her was the changing plum blossom sword. Ziying guessed that Xiaochen definitely had a copy of the profound martial technique that he sold her. However, she could not have imagined that Xiaochen, a bladesman, could actually execute this sword technique so well. His mind and soul were present, and there was no awkwardness at all. The 81 sword strikes followed the mysteries of the changing plum blossom sword, breaking down the killing move of the old man in the middle. Then, Xiaochen kicked the old man away. That was not all. The sword in Xiaochen's hand disappeared, replaced by a wooden staff. He grasped the staff with his right hand and spun it around 3 times. The howling wind gave off a thunderous tremor in the air. Then, he took advantage of the momentum to withdraw. The wind and lightning suddenly stopped and hid themselves, clashing forcefully with the old man using the staff. Bang! The old man's staff shattered. The wind and lightning exploded, blasting the old man back and causing him to vomit blood. The wind thunder staff was another one of the 9 profound martial techniques. Ziying gaped, not knowing what to say. After sending the old man flying with one staff strike, the weapon in Xiao Chen's hand changed again, turning into a spear. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he turned around and thrust his hand back. Purple lightning-attributed flames spread out on the spear. When Xiao Chen turned around, his spear contained great might, seeming to pierce through space. When Xiao Chen turned around and struck the spear in the last old man's hand, the spear shattered from top to bottom. Flames spread out and surged over the sky, burning endlessly. It was like the sky was on fire at this moment. The blazing flames burned endlessly on the horizon, illuminating the night sky and making it look very bright. Furthermore, it was one of the 9 profound martial techniques, Heaven-Burning Spear. Ziying was already completely stunned, speechless. The Xiao Chen before her completely surpassed her imagination. In an instant, he defeated 3 small perfection blue-robed emperors. Furthermore, he used the weapons that they were most proficient with. Aside from the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, Ziying simply could not think of anyone else who could do this. After landing, Xiao Chen held the spear flickering with lightning-attributed flames and ferociously tossed it forward. The spear was like lightning tearing through the dark night. This startled Shi Feng, who quickly dodged. The spear tip stabbed into the ground, and the spear hummed endlessly. Shock waves radiated out in all directions. Shi Feng, who was retreating, could not dodge in time and was struck by the shock waves, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. In the treasure master's residence in the distance, the Cloud Treasure City's city lord stood on a tall building. When he saw all this, he muttered to himself with some pity, "If I could really advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, I would definitely favor you." The meaning behind the scene was that the city lord's current choice favored the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's young manor master. Without the city lord's tacit approval, no matter how capable the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor was, how could they have mobilized so many people under his nose? The city lord waved his hand, and the people hidden in the shadows received his order and withdrew. At the place where Xiao Chen and the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor fought, many black-clad men descended from the sky and surrounded the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people. The city lord has ordered that private fights are not allowed in Cloud Treasure City. If anyone dares to make a move again, they will be killed without mercy. Someone in the air said coldly. They really appeared at the right time. Xiao Chen smiled mockingly in his heart. Since the city lord's residence was so strong, why did Shi Feng appear to surround him? Yet, after Xiao Chen gained the upper hand, he immediately appeared. On the surface, he did not help either side, but in reality he favored the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's side. "Let's go." Shi Feng wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips and glared hatefully at Xiao Chen. Then he quickly led the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people away. When Shi Feng looked at Xiao Chen, he no longer had the initial arrogance. There was only heavy fear. The 3 small perfection blue-robed emperors instantly lost to Xiao Chen. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had used the weapons that the blue-robed emperors specialized in. In terms of strength, Shi Feng knew that even if there were 100 of him, he would not be a match for Xiao Chen. After the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people left, the guards of the treasure master's residence also retreated like the receding tide, as if they had never been there. The merchants and cultivators that the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor had cleared out earlier also appeared out of nowhere. The desolate path slowly became bustling. Ziying floated over and thanked Xiao Chen. "Many thanks for making a move earlier." Xiao Chen said calmly, "Let's go. It's just a small matter. I would like to ask you, did you learn all the 9 profound martial techniques that you sold me?" "Strictly speaking, I can't be considered to have learned them. I can barely execute them. I am still far from reaching great perfection and mastering them through a comprehensive study, not to mention comprehending the states and mysteries." Naturally, Ziying was not satisfied with this answer. Her lips curled up as she said, "You are really humble. I have been used by others with spears, staffs, and swords all my life. I am not even comparable to a layman like you. What more do you want? Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything more. It was not that he was being humble. The main reason Xiaochen could defeat the 3 small perfection blue-robed emperors was that his heavenly laws far surpassed theirs. In terms of moves, they were about the same. Xiaochen mainly wanted to test his moves on the 3. It looked like the results were pretty good. Senior Jiang, I'm really sorry. I failed. I cannot help Senior obtain the divine grade black patterned gold and the azure underworld fruit. Shi Feng led the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manners group to meet up with the mysterious old man with the family name Jiang. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and apologized. The old man with the family name Jiang remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations in his expression. He said indifferently, "It's fine. I'll think of something myself. I did not decide to help the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor because of these 2 items." Shi Feng was unruly and unruly. However, from start to end, he was very polite to this old man. His attitude was much more respectful than that of the few small perfection quasi-emperors of his clan. I understand. Senior rejected the Yi clan's invitation and came to my Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor. It is a great blessing. However, I did not expect something to go wrong with the gift that I originally intended to give to Senior. Shi Feng took out a spatial ring apologetically and handed it over. There are 5 million black astral coins here. I hope that Senior will accept it. The old man with the family name Jiang glanced at the spatial ring and said, "Your father and I can be considered old friends. Little friend, there is no need to be so polite. Let's go. It's time to meet your father. He still has not told me what kind of dragon cave this is. Are we not going to care about that blue dragon king? I was even preparing to find someone to block him after he leaves the city," Shi Feng said. The old man with the family name Jiang waved his hand and said, "There's no need. If there are no surprises, his destination in the Northern Sea is the Yi clan. You will still have a chance to meet him at that time." The old man with the family name Jiang still had something to say. At that time, he should be able to find out what exactly Xiaochen was going to refine with the divine grade black patterned gold. 3 days later, Xiang gathered all the divine materials that Xiaochen needed as promised. Then, Xiaochen sought out a quiet room from Xiang and started to refine the dragon subduing platform and the dragon revealing mirror. In order to succeed on the first try, Xiaochen took out the Paradise Secret Cannon and carefully read the second segment of the ingenious workmanship several times. After that, he used some ordinary materials to experiment and gain experience. Only when Xiaochen tried it out did he discover that the refinement of the dragon subduing platform was even more complicated than he had imagined. The scale of the project exceeded his expectations. First was the platform. This was the most basic. The platform needed a dragon head guillotine, the dragon summoning bell, the heavenly fire dragon capturing hand, and so on. Chapter 1083. It was not a single secret treasure but a complete set of secret treasures. Every part was incredibly troublesome to refine. It gave the feeling that one would never succeed in refining it in their lifetime. Feeling suspicious, Xiaochen searched through the first part of the Jade Strip, which introduced the Yuan clan. Only then did he discover that the dragon subduing platform was the Yuan clan's final trump card for suppressing strong dragon veins, the trump card of trump cards. The dragon subduing platforms that the successors of the previous generations had all spent at least 10 years of effort to refine. The Yuan clan's clan protecting treasure, the dragon subduing platform, took their ancestor 1,000 years to refine, reaching emperor grade. Without reaching a certain cultivation, one could not control this emperor-grade dragon subduing platform. Hence, the great heavenly masters would refine their own set of dragon-seeking secret treasures before they were strong enough. Xiaochen felt incredibly envious. If he could find the Yuan clan's ancestral mansion, he would be rich. In the future, if he could get that corpse from Ba Tu, he might be able to find some clues. Xiaochen set aside the refinement of the dragon-subduing platform for now and focused on refining the dragon-revealing mirror. The dragon-revealing mirror was an ancient mirror. It required 100 types of divine materials and 49 profound formations were carved into it. The difficulty was worlds apart from refining the dragon-subduing platform. Xiaochen spent half a month to complete the refinement. The disc-sized ancient mirror was surrounded by a circle of ancient patterns, and its back was engraved with many mysterious array patterns. The front was a mirror as smooth as water. Xiaochen spent most of the half a month on this mirror. The dragon-seeking secret treasures were useless in battle. However, they had a strong suppressive effect on the great dragons and evil dragons formed by spirit veins. Before subduing several holy spirit veins, their ferocious auras carried the power of the world. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to be careless. As for King Spirit Veins, that went without saying. Regular Emperor Wu would not be able to subdue them. With this dragon-revealing mirror and the various secret techniques in the Paradise Secret Canon, in addition to Xiaochen's own strength, subduing peak spirit veins would be a piece of cake. Suppressing a holy spirit vein by himself would not be a problem, even if he expended some effort. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that they could find the dragon vein. Otherwise, there would be no stage for them to display their abilities. After putting away the dragon-revealing mirror, Xiaochen went to look for Ziying and took his leave. "Young Master Xiao, do you mind having one more person on this trip?" Ziying asked with a smile. Xiaochen looked up and asked, "You want to go?" I think you're right. With my age, experience, and state of mind, I'm still far from being able to socialize with everyone. Why don't we just stand in line and do something great in the Northern Sea region?" When Xiaochen saw Xiaochen's serious expression, he could not help smiling. He said softly, "I was just saying it casually. Never mind, let's just follow them. I just want to make it clear that I'll leave after meeting my friend. I won't be staying for long." However, Xiao, Chen, Xiao, Xiao, However, the other party did not even give her a chance to vent her anger. He had already turned around and walked far away. Ziying hurriedly followed after him. With Ziying following him, Xiaochen, who had originally planned to test the power of the dragon-revealing mirror, had to give up. However, Xiaochen did not forget his homework. He did not stop cultivating the Paradise Secret Canon. About half a month later, the two arrived at the island where the North Sea Alliance's headquarters was located, Soaring Cloud Island. Xiaochen stood at the bow of the warship and looked at the silhouette of Lingyun Island. He wondered if he could meet Yichen. Cultivators usually did not have a fixed place to stay and wandered around. This was especially so for a martial fanatic like Yichen. It was hard to say. "What is it? What are you thinking about?" Ziying came out from the cabin and asked with a smile. Xiaochen told her the truth. Ziying could not help but smile and say, "Don't worry. He will definitely be there." "How can you be so sure?" Ziying said softly, "The massacre bladesman Yichen is rather famous in the Northern Sea. About half a year ago, he returned from the Kunlun continent. His strength had increased greatly, and he immediately challenged the life-killing swordsman, Yan Shisan. There's such a thing? What happened in the end?" "He lost by half a move. After that, I heard that he has been in closed-door cultivation at home and has not come out much. Losing to Yan Shisan was not an injustice. Yichen was in too much of a rush. The top swordsman of the Kunlun continent was no joke. Right, in that case, I'll use this as a return gift." Xiaochen thought of a gift. While discussing the Tao over tea in the profound domain's heavenly cauldron city, Xiaochen had opened his mouth to speak, and many ancient sages had appeared. He had memorized the ancient saber Tao. Among them, there was a detailed explanation of the massacre saber Tao. Yichen would probably like it. There was only one vast and majestic city on the island called Soaring Cloud City. It served as the central hub, connecting the hundreds of factions of various sizes in the Northern Sea Alliance. Now, the Yi clan managed the city. If one wanted to find Yichen, one just had to go to the city lord's residence. When Xiaochen reported his identity, the city lord's residence's guard's expression changed. He became much more polite and respectful as he quickly ran in to report. Not long after, a youth dressed in luxurious embroidered clothes appeared before Xiaochen. This youth looked very similar to Yichen, but he was more mature. He led two old men over to Xiaochen. "Young Master Xiao, you are finally here. My little brother has been talking about you for a long time. The youth smiled faintly and performed a cupped fist salute. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yi Feng, Yi Chen's big brother. As Yi Feng spoke, he invited Xiao Chen and Ziying in. His attitude was very polite, not showing any of the arrogance of a large clan's disciple. He gave off a good impression at first glance. I already sent someone to inform my little brother. That brat has been cultivating to the point of going crazy. Recently, the inheritors of the Holy Lands have been heading to the heart of the ocean to bury emperors. They have gained a lot, making him anxious. Ziying, who was at the side, said, I heard that these Holy Land inheritors all obtained the opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor. Once they become a blue-robed emperor, with the resources of the Holy Land, they can immediately push them to small perfection blue-robed emperor. After that, it will be smooth sailing for them to become a great perfection blue-robed emperor. At that time, the gap between them will widen. Yi Feng nodded and said, yes. 1 year from now, it will be the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Second brother has no choice but to work hard. The resources of our Northern Sea Alliance are no weaker than those of the Holy Lands. However, if he cannot find the opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor, everything will be for naught. One needed an opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor. One needed to rely on one's own comprehension. No amount of resources would be enough. However, it was different for a blue-robed emperor. A small perfection blue-robed emperor and a great perfection blue-robed emperor competed in resources. Xiao Chen was very clear on this principle. However, he did not seek the Haotian Emperor or the Thunder King for resources because the requirements were too great. No Holy Land could bear the cost of nurturing two geniuses. The Haotian sect had its first senior sister, Shui Lingling, who needed to be nurtured as the sect master. The Thunder and Lightning Palace also had an Juanxi, who needed to be nurtured as a successor. Only now did Yi Feng notice Ziying, who was at the side. His eyes lit up as he said, this young lady seems to have not been introduced yet. Ziying smiled and said, Ziying, the manager of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Northern Sea. So, it is the beautiful manager of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's XN Lai. I heard about you and was planning to make some time to pay you a visit. Unexpectedly, we met in advance today. Yi Feng smiled faintly. His words were appropriate and flawless. The two chatted happily. It was clear that this Yi Feng was different from Yi Chen. He managed the Yi clan's internal affairs in the Northern Sea Alliance, wielding real authority. As for Yi Chen, he was a pure cultivation fanatic and did not care about such things. Boom. Just at this moment, an extremely horrifying saber chi of massacre suddenly appeared in the air. It tore through the sky, wanting to destroy all life and slaughter everything. Before the saber arrived, its aura already gained the upper hand. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It was already too late to draw his saber. With a flip of his hand, he sent out a palm strike. Surging heavenly laws drove the power of the world as he counterattacked. Bang! A huge force scattered the killing chi. The person who attacked revealed himself. It was Yi Chen, whom Xiao Chen had not seen for more than half a year. I am ashamed. It has been a long time since we met. Now, I can only see Brother Zhao's back. I can't even receive a palm strike from you. Yi Chen stepped forward amid carefree laughter and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. I heard that you came to the heavenly starry ocean long ago. Why you only here now? Big brother, go and prepare a banquet. I have to properly entertain this brother. Yi Feng smiled and said, why would I need you to tell me about such a small matter? I already sent someone to prepare it. There will be a banquet tonight. Xiao Chen quickly rejected. There is no need to be so polite. I like peace and quiet. I just want to find a place to drink and chat. Clearly, Yi Chen was not a person who bothered with trifles. He waved his hand and said, in that case, listen to my brother. Come, let's find a pavilion and have a few drinks. Yi Feng felt that something was wrong. Now that the Blue Dragon King was here, he had to put on a show. However, his brother already said so. If he insisted, it would seem like a stranger. When they arrived at the back garden, Yi Feng ordered people to make some simple preparations. Then, The four sat down and started chatting casually. As the conversation progressed, Yi Feng discovered that Xiaoqun did not have any of the rumored arrogance. He was clearly more open, laughing nonstop and chatting about anything. During the banquet, Xiaoqun took out the ancient saber Dao of massacre that he copied and gave it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen carefully read it and could not contain his joy. He carefully put it away and performed a cupped fist salute. "Brother Xiao, you have helped me greatly again. With this ancient sage saber Dao, I will have no problem advancing to the blue-robed emperor within a year." Xiao Qin had already accumulated enough. All he lacked now was an opportunity. The ancient saber sovereign's saber Dao of massacre was such an opportunity. However, this little brother is helpless about Brother Zhao's problem. At the mention of this problem, the atmosphere at the table immediately turned heavy and oppressive. Yi Feng continued. After second brother heard about the matter of physiological lifespan, he immediately went to ask father about it. My father said that there is a chance. However, increasing one's physiological lifespan is as difficult as cutting down the heavens and snatching fate. Yi Chen's father was the Northern Alliance's alliance chief, a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. He was a major character through and through. Xiaoqun picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then, he said calmly, "There is always a way out. The great Dao takes 49 and leaves 1. Everything has a chance of survival." The Blue Dragon King's understanding of the great Dao is very enlightening. "Can you explain it to me in detail?" Steady laughter resounded. This startled Xiaoqun. "When did this person arrive? Why did I not sense anything?" Chapter 1084. Yi Chen and Yi Feng rejoiced at the same time. They quickly stood up and said, "Father, why are you here?" "Ha! The Blue Dragon King personally came to my Yi clan. How could I not come? Why didn't the two of you tell me?" The newcomer scolded with a smile, appearing very approachable. No wonder no one sensed him. The one who came was the greater heavenly Emperor Wu, a peak martial emperor, the Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief, Yi Qing. Being addressed as the Blue Dragon King by such a person, Xiaoqun simply could not accept it. He quickly stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. "Senior must be joking. How could I dare to call myself king before senior?" Yi Qing retorted seriously, "Why not? This is the title that the prime of the Bushan Palace, the Thunder King, personally conferred. Which martial emperor would dare to not acknowledge it? Senior, just call this little one by my name. I truly do not dare." Xiaoqun smiled bitterly. The other party's seriousness put him at a loss. Yi Qing smiled and said, "Ha! I'll stop joking with little friend. Come sit." Yi Qing had a natural charm. His words and actions were very convincing. After everyone sat down, Yi Qing continued, "The number of great changes is a phrase that the orthodox Daoist immortal cultivators often mentioned during the immortal epoch. Even now, no one can explain the original correct explanation. The Penglai sees people all have their own understandings of it. Speaking of which, why does little friend think that only 1 out of 50 is 49? Heaven never seals off all paths, leaving a chance for survival?" Xiaoqun blushed with shame. He really could not come up with any great reason for this phrase. However, he often saw this phrase in all sorts of secret manuals and ancient books. He combined it with his flawless saber Dao and casually comprehended it, not daring to show it off in front of senior. After Xiaoqun told the truth, Yi Qing smiled unconcernedly. There are many crucial and controversial points in this phrase. What does the number of great changes refer to? Why only 49 out of 50? There are many different opinions. Little friend, you can just casually say it. Yi Feng and the others also looked at Xiaoqun curiously, causing him to feel a significant pressure. He smiled and said, "In that case, I was just speaking casually. Senior, please don't laugh at me. The way I see it, the number of Dian refers to the number of changes in the heavenly Dao. 49 out of 50 is how I understand it. The number of changes in the heavenly Dao requires 50 to be perfect and flawless. However, the heavenly Dao left behind 1 change, so it is impossible for anything to be perfect. There is nothing in the world that is flawless. This is a sliver of hope. There will always be this sliver of hope. Everyone's life is spent pursuing this sliver of hope. Obtaining this one will create a new one. While the others were still at a loss, Yi Qing's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "You mean that the great Tao will not change? Even if you obtain this one, the heavenly Tao will change. In the end, you will find that the number of great changes is still 49, and you will have to search for a new one." After that, Yi Qing thought of something and said in sudden understanding, "I heard long ago that you comprehended the flawless saber Tao. Originally, I did not think much of it. However, after hearing what you said, I can conclude that you have indeed created a Tao that belongs to you." Xiaochen felt like he had met someone who understood him. He poured a cup of wine for Yi Qing and continued, "The great Tao is flawless, but it is also flawed. Flawless refers to a kind of pursuit, a kind of obsession. In life, there will always be a sliver of hope. Do not ever give up until the very last moment." Yi Qing felt something in his heart. Xiaochen's words happened to touch on his recent troubles. He drained his cup in one gulp and said, "That's right. There will always be a sliver of hope. Who knows what the future will be like? No matter what, I, Yi Qing, will definitely befriend you, Blue Dragon King. When you advance to Martial Emperor 5 years later, this Yi will give you a big gift." Xiaochen raised his cup and clinked glasses with Yi Qing, draining it in one gulp. This trip to the Northern Sea had taken up a lot of time. Given the tight time he had, it was not worth it. It was worth it to be able to meet his good friend Yi Qin and personally impart the mysteries of the massacre saber Tao to him. If he could befriend a senior like Yi Qing, it would all be worth it. Xiaochen drank this cup of wine to his heart's content. Yi Qing smiled and said, "It is rare that you are in such a good mood. Let me speak about my thoughts on this great yen number, 49 out of 50. After Yi Feng, Zi Ying, and Yi Chen carefully experienced Xiaochen's understanding, they were already entranced and gained many comprehensions. When they heard that Yi Qing wanted to speak as well, they could not help but become more interested. Yi Chen even stood up with a smile and said, "Father, let me pour some wine for you. Normally, when I ask you, you always say that you do not know anything. Today, you should speak more." Yi Qing smiled and scolded, "You blockhead. No matter how much I speak, you will not understand. Instead, it will harm you. The great yen number, my view, is the same as little friend Xiaochen's. It is the number of changes in the heavenly Tao. However, the one that is removed cannot be chased or found. 1, 2, 3, Yi Qing started counting. At first, he did not feel anything. However, the three slowly discovered that something was wrong. As Yi Qing counted them one by one, the surrounding scenery began to change rapidly, and a small world suddenly formed. Every time Yi Qing counted a world, the small world would change. It was like everything in the world was returning to its place. As the number increased, the small world slowly became more complete. Tall mountains, flowing water, blue sky, white clouds, flowers, trees, and people came and went. Without realizing it, Xiao Chen and the others started silently counting along with Yi Qing's numbers. When Xiao Chen counted to 49, the small world was completely formed. Yi Qing stopped counting. Xiao Chen felt stifled. When he wanted to count to 50, he could not do it no matter how hard he tried. In the end, the number 50 disappeared from his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. Yi Qing drank the cup of wine that Yi Chen poured for him and smiled faintly. "Where is 50? This is my world. I am the heavenly Tao. The final change is myself. It cannot be thought of, it cannot be sought, it cannot be imagined." When Yi Qing waved his hand and scattered his small world, the other three, including Xiao Chen, showed incredulous expressions. They felt like they had opened another door, boundlessly mysterious and unfathomable. Thinking about how he had boasted in front of Yi Qing earlier, Xiao Chen could not help but feel embarrassed. This was the correct understanding. This was how the great Tao should be. Just at this moment, four people arrived with Yi Qing. However, they stood in the distance, looking like guards. One of them ran over and quickly said to Yi Qing, "Big brother, it is about time. The people of the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor and the other 9 factions should have already set off." Yi Qing stood up and looked at Yi Feng. "Feng, go and bring Mr. Qin over." Then we will leave together. Chen, take good care of little brother Xiao Chen and this young lady from the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association. Take good care of them as well. An indiscernible sadness flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. Then he stood up to receive the order and left. Little friend, don't let your Tao waver. The great Tao has always been one where hundreds of schools of thought contend. There is no correct great Tao. My Tao might not be the only one. Before Yi Qing left, he said this to Xiao Chen. Then he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and smiled. Let's go. I am going to the one you mentioned, the one chance of survival. Until the very end, I cannot give up. After saying that, the current alliance chief of the Northern Sea Alliance left with the 4 people that followed him like shadows. Xiao Chen entered deep thought, feeling greatly touched. After a while, he reacted and asked, Yi Chen, what is your father going to do? Why does he look so worried? Yi Chen sighed and said, recently, I discovered a dragon cave in the Northern Sea. It seems to contain a holy spirit vein, perhaps even a king spirit vein. My elder brother went to invite someone. Originally, he wanted to invite the publicly acknowledged strongest geomaster, Jiang Tian. However, who could have imagined that the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manners people would invite him? When he went to invite other geomasters, he discovered that the more famous ones had already been invited by other factions. So, he could only invite a low-ranked geomaster. Xiao Chen understood. Although losing a holy spirit vein to a major faction like the Yi clan was painful, it was still acceptable. If a king spirit vein was snatched away by the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor or another faction, the Yi clan's position as the top faction in the Northern Sea Alliance would definitely be unstable. The importance of a geomaster in fighting for a hidden spirit vein like this went without saying. Ordinary spirit veins could be discovered with one glance. With soaring spiritual energy and various mysterious phenomena, it would be hard not to discover them. However, everyone could discover such spirit veins. The various holy lands had already plundered them clean. Once they appeared, they would incite the various factions to fight over them. In this day and age, if one wanted to discover a new spirit vein, they could only rely on a geomaster to seek dragons and fix veins. After the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor managed to invite Jiang Tian away, the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor had already snatched away half of the spirit vein hidden in this dragon cave. The Yi clan had lost a great advantage. It was practically impossible for a mediocre geomaster to compete with the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor, which had the strongest geomaster. When Ziying heard this, she immediately looked at Xiao Chen. She smiled and said, in that case, how about brother Xiao give it a try? He is quite knowledgeable about seeking dragons and fixing veins. It would not be too much to consider him an expert. Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he asked in anticipation, Xiao Chen, you also know how to seek dragons and fix veins? Xiao Chen smiled bitterly to himself. He knew that Ziying was taking revenge on him. He took a sip of wine and smiled. Don't listen to her nonsense. I only know a little about this. Before a geomaster, it is not worth mentioning. However, Yi Chen did not care that much. He stood up and pulled Xiao Chen along with him. He smiled and said, it's fine. Let's go. In that case, come with me and take a look. I don't need you to do anything. Just watch. Ziying looked provocatively at Xiao Chen, smiling gently. Her meaning was clear. You did not tell me anything. Now, it will be hard for you not to expose yourself. Xiao Chen could not avoid Yi Chen's enthusiasm. He said helplessly, all right, I'll go and take a look. However, don't get your hopes up. Yi Chen smiled and said, it's fine. Just go and take a look. It will just broaden my horizons. Let's see how these geomasters subdue a dragon. Yi Chen led Xiao Chen and Ziying, rushing all the way. They finally caught up to Yi Qing's group, who were preparing to leave, at the gates of the city lord's residence. Xiao Chen sized up the group. Not including Yi Qing, there were at least 3 Emperor Wu. The others were all blue-robed emperor experts. There were also many peak consummation blue-robed emperors with souls condensed in their heavenly seal. Aside from these, there were also many strong grandmaster-level martial sages standing on the war chariots waiting in the air. They controlled the war chariots into battle formations, enough to pose a threat to Emperor Wu. Chapter 1085. With such a grand lineup, it could be seen that the Yi clan's attention to this operation had reached an extremely high standard. Father, wait a moment. Seeing that Yi Qing was about to board the war chariot, Yi Chen pushed Xiao Chen forward and said, "Bring us along." Xiao Chen is somewhat proficient in seeking dragons and fixing veins. Shock flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Then, he turned to Xiao Chen and asked, "Little friend, you really know how to seek dragons and fix veins?" Now, everyone dares to call themselves a geomaster? You inexperienced brat, yet you dare to speak such nonsense. How come I have never heard of a geomaster clan with the surname Xiao? Just as Xiao Chen was about to deny it, a rude voice rang out. When he looked over, the one who spoke was an old man dressed in ancient attire. This should be a geomaster that the Yi clan invited. Yi Feng introduced apologetically, "This is Senior Yuan Qinghuan. He has been a geomaster for 100 years. Senior Yuan, this is Xiao Chen, an honored guest of my Yi clan." When Yuan Qinghuan heard Yi Feng's introduction that Xiao Chen was an honored guest of the Yi clan, his tone softened. Then, he said with a cold expression, "Since he is an honored guest of the Yi clan, I can't be bothered to say more. However, don't just casually say that you know how to seek dragons and fix veins. That is an insult to our profession. You are just a mediocre geomaster. Why are you spouting so much nonsense?" Yi Chen immediately lost his temper. Xiao Chen pulled Yi Qing back and said apologetically to Yi Qing, "This junior is only slightly interested in seeking dragons and fixing veins. I can't be considered to understand it, much less be proficient in it. I'm just going to take a look." Yi Qing smiled and said, "It's fine. Let's go and take a look, then. Feng, prepare a war chariot for them. Come, let's depart now." The group of people rode on the war chariot, looking like celestial soldiers and generals. On the war chariot that Yi Feng and the others were on, Yi Chen was still brooding. He scolded, "This old fellow is not capable himself, yet he is putting on airs. If not for father stopping me, I would have beaten him up." Yi Feng frowned and said, "Don't be rash. He is already the strongest geomaster I can hire. He has experience subduing 10 superior spirit veins." Ziying interrupted, "However, I heard that Jiang Tian once helped an immortal holy land subdue a king's spirit vein." Yi Feng's expression turned somewhat unsightly. He said helplessly, "Father no longer holds much hope for us to subdue this unknown spirit vein. It is unavoidable for the soul Hegemon Mountain Manor to grow stronger. We can only think of other countermeasures." Yi Chen asked out of curiosity, "What countermeasures?" Yi Feng remained silent for a while before saying, "If there really is a king's spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave this time, then we should advance to sovereign martial emperor." "That's too risky," Yi Chen exclaimed. "There is nothing we can do about it. Once the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor obtains the king's spirit vein, they will definitely surpass our Yi family and become the new alliance chief." The war chariot fell silent. Yi Chen pulled Xiao Chen to the side and whispered, "Xiao Chen, can you tell me if you know how to seek dragons and fix veins? The sovereign tribulation is already very dangerous. Advancing it in advance will increase the danger significantly." Xiao Chen understood Yi Chen's feelings. After a while, he said, "I can only promise you that if it really is a king's spirit vein, I can make it so that no one can obtain it. In terms of seeking dragons and fixing veins, I am still too inexperienced compared to those veteran geomasters." Yi Chen smiled and said, "That is all I need to hear." Xiao Chen did not know what danger he would face if he exposed the Yuan clan's dragon-seeking art. However, for the sake of this friend before him, he could only ignore the danger. The chariot soon left the cloud-soaring island. After flying for half a day on the surface of the sea, they stopped on a sea that was clearly unusual and densely covered with barren mountains. Up above, there were already people from many factions gathered together. Every faction's lineup was only slightly weaker than the Yi clans. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing so many Emperor Wus. The atmosphere in the air was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Xiao Chen withdrew his thoughts and carefully sized up the situation below. The entire sea covered an area of more than 5,000 kilometers. There were many mountains at the bottom of the sea in the south. Only the tip of the iceberg could be seen, stretching out endlessly. Xiao Chen counted carefully. There was a total of 18 mountains at the bottom of the sea, which startled him. While the peaks of the mountains above the water were no more than a kilometer tall, if one counted the mountains hidden under the water, they would be ridiculously huge. When seeking dragons and fixing veins, the first thing one needed to do was to look for the mountains and rivers, the ferocious beasts in the south. With such huge mountains and 18 of them, Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine how many horrifying ferocious beasts were hidden in the dragon caves. Then Xiao Chen looked to the north. There were hundreds of small islands just emerging from the surface of the sea. The north and south corresponded. The ferocious beasts in the south eyed each other with malicious intent. The dragon guards in the north guarded the side, blocking all evil. There were more than 100 dragon guards. Xiao Chen was shocked again. No wonder the various factions sent out such a large lineup. There might really be a king's spirit vein hidden in this dragon cave. Of course, Xiao Chen could not come to a conclusion too accurately. The third segment of the Paradise Secret Canon, The 100 Changes of the Heavenly Mysteries, introduced the existence of many fake dragon caves. Unfortunately, it was not convenient for Xiao Chen to open his heavenly eye. Otherwise, he would be able to obtain more useful information. It was not easy to make a concrete judgment just by looking at the surface of the sea. Xiao Chen looked up and frowned slightly. The sky was not dark yet, and he could not see the starry heavens clearly. This was a headache. Did you see anything? Yi Chen asked anxiously. Xiao Chen shook his head and remained silent. Yi Feng turned his head and said, "There is an alliance warship over there. Father is calling us over." Xiao Chen turned his head to look. The leaders of the various factions led the geomasters of their factions on a very large warship, continuously flying over. "Let's go!" The four flew to the deck. The deck was astonishingly vast. It was flat and boundlessly vast. Xiao Chen felt like he was on an aircraft carrier that he had only seen on television in his previous life. However, the warship they were on was much more powerful than an aircraft carrier. They were not on the same level. A tall platform was erected on the deck. Yi Qing sat on the throne on the platform. His followers, Emperor Wu, stood on either side. On his right was the Geomaster Yuan Qinghuan. The leaders of the various factions stood on both sides of the deck with their Geomasters. The gazes of the various major characters filled with curiosity as they looked at Xiao Chen. Although this junior was not as strong as Emperor Wu and was rather far from their circle, they had heard of his name long ago. Yi Qing smiled and pointed behind him, indicating for Xiao Chen and the others to just stand there and not speak. "Alliance Chief Yi, can we begin the first step? The Geomasters of our factions have been preparing for a long time already," an old man asked with an excited expression. Although the other leaders did not say anything, they clearly could not wait any longer. Yi Qing said, "Let's wait for a while. The Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's brother Shi is not here yet. There is no rush to check the earth vein for now." Brother Yi is really generous. Fellow Daoists, Shi Tianyu is late. Sorry about that. Amid loud laughter, a middle-aged man with an aura no weaker than Yi Qing's landed on the deck with the strongest geomaster of the heavenly starry ocean, Jiang Tian, his son Shi Feng, and a few Emperor Wu's followers. Xiao Chen, who was standing behind Yi Qing, felt a gaze. He looked up and saw Shi Feng looking at him provocatively. Yi Qing said, "Let's begin. Since Brother Shi is here." Wait. Shi Tianyu waved his hand domineeringly and smiled. "Checking the earth vein is just a small matter. There is no need for so many geomasters to work together. Old Mr. Jiang alone is sufficient." The others could not help feeling angry. From the very start, this Shi Tianyu intended to exclude the others and monopolize this spirit vein. Yi Qing felt upset as well. This Shi Tianyu did not give any face to him, the alliance chief, at all, not taking his words seriously at all. However, even if Yi Qing was upset, he had to endure it. Who asked the other party to invite Jiang Tian, the strongest geomaster of the heavenly starry ocean? Shi Tianyu ignored Yi Qing and said calmly, "Old brother Jiang, sorry to trouble you." Jiang Tian nodded and slowly walked to the railing at the side. The people of the other factions quickly crowded over, wanting to see what would happen next. They saw the old man with the family name Jiang wave his hand and point to the sky. The clouds slowly parted like curtains on a stage, revealing a vast and boundless starry heavens with radiance. Jiang Tian waved his right hand, and a black flag appeared. Then he casually tossed it into the air. The flag transformed into 81 flags and stabbed into the water. In that instant, the surface of the sea turned transparent, allowing everyone to see the situation at the bottom of the sea clearly. The Jiang clan's worldly wind and water flags are indeed extraordinary. When many of the Geomasters saw this scene, they all felt admiration for Jiang Tian. Although they were upset that Jiang Tian managed to suppress all of them by himself, they truly admired his strength. Xiaochen quickly walked over to the railing and looked at the bottom of the sea. After a while, his expression changed slightly. Then, he raised his head and looked at the boundless starry heavens. Xiaochen's expression changed completely. This was a chain of dragon caves. It was hard to tell the real from the fake. Perhaps there was an evil dragon hidden here. This was a very ominous situation that could kill Emperor Wu. 9 stars sealing dragon. Tanlang, Juman, Luzuan, Wenxiu, Lianzhen, Wuxiu, Pejuan, Left Minister, and Right Minister. All 9 stars are present. This is my first time seeing such a situation. There might be a king's spirit vein hidden here. Even if it is not a king's spirit vein, it should be a peak holy spirit vein. Yuan Qinghuan, the geomaster hired by the Yi clan, immediately cried out excitedly when he saw the situation at the bottom of the sea, feeling extremely shocked. Yichen asked with a smile, "Can Mr. subdue and suppress it?" Yuan Qinghuan felt stifled. How could he have the ability to subdue Xiaochen? Even if the other geomasters were not around, it would be hard for him to deal with this alone. Furthermore, there were so many geomasters, especially with Jiang Tian present. No matter what, it would not be Xiaochen's turn. He turned around and said angrily, "Go ahead if you can." Yi Qing frowned slightly and said sullenly, "Mister, just tell me the truth. How likely are you to subdue this dragon cave? How confident are you in fighting with the other geomasters?" Before a major character like Yi Qing, Yuan Qinghuan did not dare to be impudent. He stammered, Actually, I'm not afraid to speak the truth. All the geomasters in the heavenly starry ocean who can compete with Jiang Tian are either dead, in seclusion, or consecrated by an immortal holy land. There is no geomaster here who can stop him. Chapter 1086. It is not just this old man whose chances are slim. The other geomasters' chances are slim as well. We can only see if we can find an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Seeing Yi Qing's unfriendly expression, Yuan Qinghuan continued, "Well, this old man can't come here for nothing. Usually, when I travel around the world, I found several dragon caves with top-grade spirit veins. As long as Alliance leader sends a few blue-robed emperors to follow me, after this, I will help Alliance leader Yi find a few supreme-grade spirit veins." Although a peak spirit vein was precious, how could it compare to a king's spirit vein? Yi Qing did not have any interest in it. He looked at the transparent seawater below and waved his hand. "We'll talk about it later." As Jiang Tian moved his hands, the worldly wind-water banner illuminated the situation under the sea. Some of the mountains shrouded in fog could be seen clearly. As the various geomasters observed the earth veins, they could not help sighing. Occasionally, Yichen heard something about the 9 stars locking dragon. A great dragon would definitely appear in an auspicious place. He went to take a look, but he couldn't see anything. The bottom of the sea was full of messy mountains and precipitous ridges. There were no stars or dragons. He could not help asking anxiously, "Xiaochen, what is the 9-star locking dragon?" Xiaochen was looking up at the celestial phenomena. He withdrew his gaze and answered, "The 9 stars are the 9 stars in the sky." In the terminology of dragon seeking, it refers to the mountain peaks named after these stars. They usually appear around dragon caves. Among the 9 stars, there are 3 great auspicious stars. They are Tanlang, Juman, and Wuxiu. Normally, there is only one great auspicious star in a dragon cave, and the quality of the spirit vein will be higher. If there are 3 auspicious stars, it will be amazing. The left minister's and right minister's star peaks are small auspicious stars. They appear the most, and the spirit veins with them are of superior quality. If there aren't even small auspicious stars, even if there is a saint-grade spirit vein, the quality would be average. Ziying, who was listening attentively at the side, interrupted, "If there are auspicious stars, there must be ominous stars. According to what you said, Pejuan, Lianzhen, Lu Xiun, and Wenxiu are the 4 ominous stars." Xiaochen raised his head and glanced at him. He smiled and said, "You got it right away." "You're right." Yichen asked curiously, "When the 9 stars gather, there are auspicious stars and inauspicious stars. Why do so many geomasters say that it is auspicious and ignore the inauspicious stars?" Xiaochen looked up at the starry sky and said with a double meaning, "This is the ingenuity of feng shui. Look at the 4 inauspicious star peaks. They are all lower than the 3 auspicious stars. Compared to the 2 little Ji Xingfeng, they are even shorter. This way, the aura of the ominous star will be completely suppressed. Not only will it be unable to display its might, but it will also allow the Ji Xingfeng to use its momentum to strengthen itself, forming the rarely seen 9 stars sealing dragon." Not far away, Yiqing heard Xiaochen's discussion and said to Yuan Qinghuan, "Mr. Yuan, is what little friend Xiaochen said right?" Yuan Qinghuan was a little embarrassed. After a while, he said, almost, but he still wanted to say something but found that Yiqing, with a trace of a smile, had already strode over to Xiaochen. Unexpectedly, little friend has such an understanding of seeking dragons and fixing veins, Yiqing said with a smile as he walked over. Xiaochen whispered, "It is just a superficial knowledge. Compared to the geomasters here, I am still far from it." Yiqing did not think so. He said, "There is no need to be humble. If you really know how to seek dragons and fix veins, my Yi clan will have many opportunities to work with you in the future." Alliance Chief, Shi Tianyu, is calling everyone over. He says that it is about time to prepare to wash the sea. Just as Shi Tianyu was about to say more, Yiqing heard a report. He smiled apologetically and led the 4 Emperor Wu and Jiang Tian over to where Shi Tianyu was. Washing the sea was to clear out the seawater and leave an empty space. Although the various factions fought among themselves, no matter who obtained the spirit vein, it would strengthen the Northern Sea Alliance. Washing the sea definitely needed to be done together. The leaders of the 10 factions of the Northern Sea Alliance gathered at where Jiang Tian was, preparing to clear out the seawater at any time to facilitate fixing the veins. "Old brother Jiang, can we begin?" Shi Tianyu asked somewhat impatiently when he saw that Jiang Tian had already thoroughly explored the veins at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Tian shook his head and said, "There is no rush. Let me take a look at the celestial phenomenon first." When the other geomasters heard this, they could not help revealing envious expressions. Not all geomasters knew the lost ancient stargazing technique. When Xiaochen, who was standing far away on the deck, heard this, he took advantage of the fact that the many geomasters and cultivators were all gathered around Jiang Tian to sneak to an unnoticed corner. Xiaochen closed his eyes and formed hand seals. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned continuously as he executed the magic skill, Starry Heaven Storm. Xiaochen was not truly going to unleash Starry Heaven Storm. Instead, he wanted to use this magic skill to blur the original celestial phenomenon, covering up the light of the stars and disrupting Jiang Tian's observation. Sweat poured off Xiaochen's forehead like rain. The originally abundant magic energy in his sea of consciousness drained like a flash flood. Soon most of it vanished. Jiang Tian did not care. After he clearly saw the 9 stars sealing the dragon below, he was already certain that this was a very auspicious dragon cave of extremely high quality. Observing the celestial phenomenon was just a habit. After taking a few glances and not noticing anything strange, Jiang Tian said, "That's enough. Do you see my worldly wind-water banner? Drain all the seawater where the worldly wind-water banner is." At that time, everyone, let's see who can subdue this dragon based on our own abilities. That way we can avoid harming our friendships. The other geomasters laughed in embarrassment at Jiang Tian's last sentence. "Who can compare to you, Jiang Tian?" His words were as good as not saying anything at all. Yi Qing, Shi Tianyu, and the others turned around and appeared on the surface of the sea as if they teleported. With a shout, the 10 made their move at the same time, raising their right palms to the sky. A loud rumble rang out, sounding like thunder. A shocking scene appeared. Under the might of the 10 greater heavenly Emperor Wu, the seawater split into 10 portions like the ground. Each greater heavenly emperor controlled a portion, lifting up the vast seawater like it was a mountain. After that, the greater heavenly emperors casually tossed the vast seawater into the distance and landed on the surface of the sea thousands of kilometers away. The resulting tremors made one's heart pound heavily, deafening. The somewhat pale Xiaochen walked to the side of the deck and looked at the vast sea below. Someone had dug out a large hole the size of Lingyun Island. Xiaochen could not help but feel shocked. The strength of the greater heavenly Emperor Wu was truly incredible. If he had not seen it for himself, he would never be able to imagine how strong these people were. Shi Tianyu's group suspended the seawater in the air. The various geomasters did not remain idle, either. They all took out their own dragon-seeking secret treasures and blocked off the seawater. Jiang Tian immediately descended and headed for the core of the 9 stars sealing the dragon. The other geomasters quickly followed, their expressions extremely grave. The other lesser heavenly Emperor Wu and the blue-robed emperor also stored up power and flew down like sharp arrows. Then, the 10 geomasters landed on the 9 star peaks one after another, preparing to open the dragon cave. The mystery that had troubled everyone for a long time, what grade of spirit vein was hidden in the dragon cave, was about to be revealed. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on the dragon cave sealed by the 9 stars. Only Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the starry heavens. At some point in time, the 4 ominous stars, Pejuan, Lianzhen, Luzuan, and Wenxiu, had become extremely bright. As for the 5 auspicious stars, Tanlang, Juman, Wuxiu, Left Minister and Right Minister, they were all dim and dismal. Not many people could recognize the 9 stars. Furthermore, the starry heavens were vast, with countless stars. Probably only Jiang Tian, whose attention was no longer on the starry heavens, could make out the reason behind the dazzling starlight. Good or bad luck was hard to determine. There was no such thing as an unchanging landscape in geomancy. Aside from Jiang Tian, who hovered above the dragon cave, the other geomasters stood on the 9 star peaks, each holding a dragon-seeking secret treasure. A tense and excited atmosphere filled every corner of the grand scene. Everyone had a grave expression on their faces. Jiang Tian was the first to make a move. He raised his hand, and cracks appeared on the seabed. Multicolored lights spewed out from them. The other geomasters executed their various means, preparing to force out the spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave in one go. The multicolored lights flickered and turned into 9 beams of light before stopping. Dense spiritual energy filled the world, causing a colorful spiritual rain to fall. Splash, splash. The rain did not stop. After the spiritual rain permeated the huge pits in the sea and every patch of mud, it gave off a vibrant life force. Everyone could feel the pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the raindrops, and they were wild with joy. 9-colored multicolored light. This is a king spirit vein. Everyone was shocked. Although they had expected this, when they personally saw the 9-colored multicolored light and the 9-colored spiritual rain, the shock in everyone's heart was indescribable. How rare was a king spirit vein? It was one of the standards of a holy land strength. A sect without a king spirit vein could not be considered a holy land, no matter how strong it was. It was just like how the 9 ranks of the great families needed a holy spirit vein. The leaders of the 10 major forces were all gathered on the 18 mountains in the south, each of which was 100,000 meters tall. When they saw this 9-colored multicolored light, their expressions turned somewhat complicated. The Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manners Shi Tianyu smiled and said, "Brother Yi, with this king spirit vein, the Northern Sea Alliance will definitely become stronger. In the future, you will no longer have to work so hard. You can rest well." There was a hidden meaning in Shi Tianyu's words. The ambition of a wolf was clear. How could Yi Qing not understand? He said coldly, "Brother Shi, you are really considerate. However, it is still too early to say this." Shi Tianyu laughed maniacally and said, "Early? I don't believe that with Mr. Jiang here, no one will have a chance to snatch away this king's spirit vein. The two of you, let's not argue for now. Subduing a king's spirit vein is of great importance. Even with Jiang Tian here, we cannot make any mistakes. Otherwise, it will be a loss for the entire Northern Sea Alliance." One of the older elders among the 10 reminded them when he saw that the atmosphere between the two of them was filled with hostility. When the two heard that, they snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Suddenly, Yi Qing frowned and stretched out his finger to wipe off the spiritual rain on his forehead. Then, his pupils constricted, and shock flashed in his eyes. The spiritual rain on Yi Qing's finger was actually scarlet. When Yi Qing looked up, his expression changed drastically. The 9-colored spiritual rain vanished. In its place, a blood rain fell in the sky. It was cold and emotionless, giving off an evil and strange aura. Chapter 1087. Blood Rain. Why is there a blood rain? Horror flashed in the eyes of the many cultivators on the deck. They had never seen such a vast blood rain in their lives. The many geomasters on the 9-star peak paled, their faces drained of all color. Their bodies trembled slightly. Blood rain falling from the sky, no light for 500 kilometers around. What an ominous situation! How can it be like this? The 3 great auspicious stars are suppressing the 4 great inauspicious stars, using their momentum to form the 9 stars sealing the dragon. This is clearly an auspicious land. Why is there such an ominous sign? Jiang Tian's expression turned grave as he looked at the sky. He saw that the 9 stars, including the Tanlang star, had already formed a line in the pitch-black starry heavens. It was like a beam of scarlet light had connected the 9 stars. Linked by blood, 9-star alignment. Jiang Tian's heart trembled. Damn it! Why did I only discover such a celestial phenomenon now? If I had discovered it earlier, I would not have been so rash. I could have thought of other ways to subdue this spirit vein. Now that I blindly opened the acupoints, the scarlet light appeared, and the 9-star alignment formed. It was too late. Without saying another word, he turned around and ran. He got up and flew back, and his face was filled with panic. Now that Jiang Tian had left, how could the other geomasters dare to continue opening their acupoints? They quickly followed, fleeing in the air. A deafening rumble echoed through the world. In the south, the 18 mountains that stretched for thousands of miles and were tens of thousands of feet tall were completely shattered one after another, without holding anything back. Surging shock waves surged out. Even though the warship Xiaochen was tens of thousands of meters away, the shock waves still caused it to sway left and right. The roar resounded, and the sound waves shook space. It was like a voice from hell. The huge warship could no longer hold out, and it collapsed. Xiaochen quickly took out his small silver boat and boarded Ziying, Yi Chen, and Yi Feng. Then he flew far away at lightning speed. What was that? Yi Feng was in disbelief. Just the roar alone had shattered the sturdy royal-grade warship from before. The blood rain continued to fall without end. Xiaochen stood at the bow of the warship, unable to answer Yi Feng's question. There had to be ferocious beasts hidden in the southern mountains of the Dragon Cave. This was the reason why regular geomasters could not subdue spirit veins by themselves. They could not deal with ferocious beasts. For example, this time around, the 10 greater celestial Emperor Wu of the North Sea Alliance had been deployed on the ominous mountain. However, the situation was not looking too optimistic. When Xiaochen collected the advanced spirit vein, a ferocious beast comparable to a Grand Master jumped out. No one could guess what kind of ferocious beasts were hidden in these 18 incomparably huge mountain ranges. In this sky full of blood rain, what kind of terrifying combat power would it erupt with? Only from the fact that even 10 greater celestial Emperor Wu couldn't take care of this group of beasts so quickly, could he tell a thing or two about it. The entire ocean crater was in complete chaos, and the terrain had completely changed. Hundreds of mountains in the north rose up from the ground and shot towards the fleeing geomasters. These mountains were much larger than the ones Xiaochen had faced in the past. Even the blue-robed emperor did not dare to underestimate the power of these mountains. If he were to face them head-on, he would be heavily injured. Fortunately, the North Sea Alliance had made a lot of preparations this time. They brought several blue-robed emperors to help the 10 geomasters block the many mountains. Quick leave. This is a great ominous land with a powerful ferocious dragon hidden. The many geomasters shouted as they ran. The vast group did not even bother to wipe off the blood rain that covered them as they fled. After the geomasters left, the seawater, which had been blocked by the barriers earlier, crashed down with the sound of the waves. It felt like the sky was shattering. The scene was incredibly majestic. The huge crater filled up, and the seawater closed up once more. The cultivators of the North Sea Alliance who had escaped all felt fear in their hearts. The earlier moment was no more than 10 breaths of time. However, it felt like a lifetime had passed. The sea churned endlessly, and the seawater turned scarlet. None of the Emperor Wu came out, still fighting with the mysterious ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea. The group felt very nervous. They did not know what kind of group of ferocious beasts this was. 10 greater Celestial Emperor Wu and many lesser Celestial Emperor Wu working together could not deal with them. Plop! Yi Qing flew out of the water amid a splash. The 4 lesser Celestial Emperor Wu following behind him were covered in wounds. Yi Qing looked around and saw Xiao Chen and the others. Then he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A strong suction came out, and the small silver warship flew over. Without saying anything, Yi Qing sent out a palm strike and tore space apart. Then he led the others into the crack. The figures of the Yi clan's blue-robed emperor experts all flashed in. The leaders of the other factions appeared one after another with Emperor Wu. They all had fatigued expressions and did not say anything. Then, they tore space apart and led the people of their factions, preparing to flee far away. Everyone's hearts were filled with questions. What kind of existence made the greater Celestial Emperor Wu so anxious, not willing to stay a moment longer? The instant the spatial crack closed, Xiao Chen vaguely saw a scarlet dragon claw poke out of the water and tear space apart, tearing apart countless war chariots and warships. Fortunately, the blue-robed emperor cultivators above had all retreated. Otherwise, no one would have survived this claw. When the Yi clan's group reappeared, they were already in the sky above Lingyun Island. Yi Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said sullenly, unexpectedly, there is a mutated evil dragon with a king's spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave. To think that Jiang Tian did not discover it and rashly open the dragon cave without any preparations. It looks like he does not live up to his reputation. Yi Feng exclaimed in shock. Father, what do you mean by that? Yi Qing smiled and said, that is to say, no one can obtain this king's spirit vein now. If that group of people from the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor want to target my Yi clan, they will have to think twice before doing so. As Yi Qing spoke, a spatial crack opened. Shi Tianyu, who had an unlucky expression, appeared with the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people. Shi Tianyu happened to see Yi Qing smile and could not help but rage. He felt extremely upset, so he snorted coldly and led his people away. Yi Chen smiled and said, in that case, we have to celebrate. That group of people from the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor thought that by inviting Jiang Tian, they would gain a lot no matter what. They are really sullen now. Yi Qing nodded and said, there is no need to celebrate. After this matter, it is time for me to enter closed-door cultivation. Such lucky things cannot happen all the time. Only by advancing to Sovereign Martial Emperor can the Yi clan maintain its position. Xiao Chen smiled gently at the side. The obstruction of the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's plan would give Yi Qing a long buffer time to break through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. Xiao Chen had fulfilled his promise to Yi Chen, so it was time for him to do his own things. Yi Qing and the others tried to get Xiao Chen to stay. However, when they saw that he had made up his mind, they did not say anything more. As Yi Qing watched Xiao Chen leave, he entered deep thought. He kept feeling that Xiao Chen appeared too calm. Something was not right. Xiao Chen did not truly leave. One night later, when the morning sun rose, he appeared in an ominous land, a place where even Emperor Wu did not dare to linger. As he looked at the scarlet sea below him, Xiao Chen took out the Paradise Secret Canon and carefully searched through the third segment of the 100 Changes of Heavenly Mysteries. Xiao Chen had discovered long ago that this dragon vein was not simple. However, there were too many people here, preventing him from displaying it. The underground had always been a place with the densest Yin-attributed qi. Normally, the things buried underground were covered in Yin-attributed qi. If one was not careful, they could mutate into something evil. If this turned into a great ominous land, the evil that came out would be even more incredible. However, no matter how well a mutated and corrupted spirit vein hid, there would always be traces of it. The dragon vein before Xiao Chen hid it very well, nearly fooling most geomasters. Just from the landscape of the earth vein, few could tell that this was a dangerous land. Only by combining the stars would one be able to tell. If not for the Paradise secret canon that Xiao Chen grasped, which was far superior to the geomaster's dragon-seeking arts, he would not have been able to find any traces of it. Even with Xiao Chen's current level, he would not have been able to find any traces of it. I found it. With the blood linking, the 9 stars linking. The 9 stars sealing the dragon will turn into the blood berserk dragon formation. If one blindly opens the blood berserk dragon formation, there will be a rain of blood, which will multiply the strength of the nearby ferocious beasts. When the evil dragon comes out, it will flee far away, and it will be hard to find. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. Indeed, that was the case. He knew that the Paradise secret canon would have records of this. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen continued reading. His main concern was whether he could find the evil dragon that came out or not. Xiao Chen continued reading without missing a single word. Finally, he found some clues. The evil dragon in this formation would come out prematurely. There was only one choice. That was to swallow up the other spirit veins and find another dragon vein. Otherwise, this king's spirit vein that had lost its safe place would slowly wither day by day. Its rank would drop continuously until it disappeared. After reading up to this point, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This gave him an opportunity. When the evil dragon found a new dragon vein, it would definitely fight with the new dragon. When the 2 dragons fought, no matter who won, it would end up in a sorry state. Xiao Chen thought about how the Northern Sea Alliance could not subdue this evil dragon with such a large force. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties and had to retreat in sorry states. Even if Xiao Chen ran into an evil dragon now, he would have to retreat. Xiao Chen thought about the scene he saw when he entered the void. The scene of a towering blood claw breaking out of the sea and sweeping through the surroundings still made him tremble in fear. Searching for the evil dragon was just a mark for himself. When he grew stronger in the future, he would come back to subdue this king's spirit vein. A king's spirit vein was not something that could be found on a whim. As Xiao Chen continued reading, a clue that caught his attention appeared. The dragon vein that hid a king's spirit vein would definitely form a small ancestral vein. As the ancestral vein continued to develop, a series of spirit veins would appear, ranging from high to low, from Holy Spirit vein to the lowest spirit vein. Not to mention the low-grade spirit vein, the Holy Spirit vein was already sufficient to attract Xiao Chen's attention. As for how to find this dragon vein in the ancestral vein, that would depend on Xiao Chen's own ability. After putting away the jade strip, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye. A strange purple eye appeared, clearly seeing the situation at the bottom of the sea. The terrain of the dragon vein was already utterly destroyed. The 9 astral peaks crumbled, and scarlet bubbles continuously leaked out of the cracks in the ground. I cannot see the ancestral vein's direction like this. I have to go down. Xiao Chen closed his heavenly eye and prepared to go down. Xiao Chen, it is best not to go down first. This place feels strange. Chapter 1088. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring, frowning as she tried to persuade Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at Ao Jiao. Then, he raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Little Ao Jiao, why do you look different?" This was the first time Xiao Chen saw Ao Jiao after consuming and refining the azure underworld fruit. There were no changes to Ao Jiao's appearance, demeanor, or figure. However, Xiao Chen felt that there was something that he had not noticed. Was he imagining things? Ao Jiao smiled faintly and stretched out her hand, indicating for Xiao Chen to take it. Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed it. Her skin was smooth and soft, even giving off a faint warmth. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Warmth? What's going on? It is indeed warmth. Ao Jiao is an item spirit. How can she have warmth? That is inexplicable. I didn't tell you to hold it so hard, Ao Jiao said coquettishly. Xiao Chen quickly let go. After apologizing, he asked, "What's going on? The azure underworld fruit has such an effect?" Ao Jiao said, "Do you still remember that old man in the Blue Dragon Palace?" "That's right, the item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace? He used a finger to send me away. After I woke up, my body has been slowly changing." Xiao Chen recalled that there was indeed such a scene. Back then, that old item spirit seemed to have said that when Ao Jiao woke up, she would properly thank him. What exactly are the changes? Ao Jiao's eyes flickered with confusion. She shook her head and said, "I don't know what the changes are either. However, I can clearly feel that I can cultivate on my own. This is even more obvious after I revived. The mutated fruit that nourishes the soul can allow my strength to increase significantly. As for what happens after that, you can see for yourself. As for what will happen in the future, I don't know either." Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "Since that old man from the Blue Dragon Palace did this, it should not be a bad thing. After I become a martial emperor in the future, I will ask him personally and understand." "Alright, I'll go with you. I'm strong enough to face the advanced blue-robed emperor now." Ao Jiao nodded. What? Golden light flickered, and little yellow feather flaunted its prowess as it appeared. It squeaked, indicating that it also wanted to go down. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "The two of you are not allowed to come out. I will go down alone. If there is any danger, I can use the freedom wings to flee quickly." "But, no buts. Just listen to me, okay?" The danger below was unpredictable and Xiao Chen did not want Ao Jiao to take the risk, especially now. Ao Jiao felt helpless. She hugged little yellow feather and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. If there is any danger, remember to leave immediately." "Don't worry. It should be fine." The ferocious beasts already followed the evil dragons far away or went to search for new spirit veins. Furthermore, I still have the life-saving plume feather that little yellow feather gave me. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. After Ao Jiao and little yellow feather entered the immortal spirit ring, he took a deep breath and entered this vast scarlet sea. Xiao Chen quickly descended to where the dragon cave was. Then he looked into the distance, carefully observing and searching the messy and dilapidated landscape. As long as the direction of the ancestral vein's origin followed, he would be able to find the Holy Spirit vein that existed in the ancestral vein. After subduing this Holy Spirit vein and searching for the fleeing evil dragons, as long as the plan went smoothly, Xiao Chen would gain a lot. At the very least, he would be able to break through to the small perfection blue-robed emperor immediately. The tall mountains and the ground were all destroyed. After searching for a long time, Xiao Chen could not find the ancestral vein's origin. However, he did find several traces of the evil dragons leaving. Half a day later, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye again. The landscape was the most intact on a slope 50 kilometers to the east. It should be easier to find some things there. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and flew in the water. His strong speed nearly split the seawater in half, creating a vacuum. When Xiao Chen landed on the slope, he looked ahead. To others, the terrain appeared chaotic and confusing. However, when he compared it to the Paradise Secret Canon, many scenes flashed in his mind. As Xiao Chen looked around, the scenes slowly became clearer and more complete. "That should be the place," Xiao Chen said softly as he used his heavenly eye to look at the terrain tens of thousands of kilometers away. A dragon returning to its head, 1,000 mountains surrounding it, and evidence from all directions. Finding the ancestral vein's origin in a situation where the terrain was nearly completely destroyed was not easy. Xiao Chen closed his heavenly eye, intending to go over and verify it one last time. Then, he could follow the vein and find the Holy Spirit vein that grew from this ancestral vein. As for spirit veins of other grades, they did not interest Xiao Chen for now, so there was no need to waste any effort. Rumble. Just at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Countless blood-colored bubbles surged upwards. Xiao Chen's heart tightened as an extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart. A strange roar came from the distance. Xiao Chen's body trembled uncontrollably as if he had met his natural enemy. A bone-deep fear prevented him from doing anything. How can it be like this? What's going on? What in the world is coming? Xiao Chen panicked. It was extremely difficult for him to do anything. He could not even lift his eyelids, much less activate the freedom wings. Xiao Chen knelt at the bottom of the sea as that mysterious monster approached. He felt that if he still did not do anything, he would really die here. Ao Jiao quickly flew out and pulled Xiao Chen away, preparing to break out of the water with Xiao Chen. If you don't want him to die, it's best not to move. Just as Ao Jiao was about to circulate her energy to bring Xiao Chen away, an old man suddenly appeared. He formed hand seals and many flags flew out from his body. The flags covered the heavenly mysteries and protected this world. Rumble! Rumble! The scarlet bubbles surged up even more violently. The entire Scarlet Sea was surging, looking extremely horrifying. When that mysterious thing arrived, Xiao Chen felt like the little blue dragon in his dantian was carrying a mountain. The pressure was extremely painful. Xiao Chen felt even more miserable. This was his first time encountering such a thing. He was shocked. After the panic, he tried his best to calm himself down. What exactly is it that makes my body tremble in fear, making the Yuanying blue dragon martial spirit tremble in fear? I have to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, it will be a huge problem for me. Xiao Chen felt like that mysterious thing circled the Scarlet Sea for a long time, like it was searching for something. After a long time, it quickly went far away. When everything calmed down, Xiao Chen blinked and recovered to normal. Then, he turned around and looked warily at the person who saved him. When Xiao Chen saw this person's appearance, he felt somewhat surprised. It was actually the Geomaster that the Soul Hegemin Mountain Manor invited, Jiang Tian, the person that Yuan Qinghuan called the strongest Geomaster. Ao Jiao stood beside Xiao Chen, looking warily at the other party as well. This person had suddenly appeared. She could not figure out his intentions. Jiang Tian ignored the wariness of the two. He carefully put away the worldly wind-water flags and gestured for Xiao Chen to break out of the sea, indicating for him to go out and speak. Waves splashed up as Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao broke out of the sea together. Ao Jiao asked anxiously, "Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Xiao Chen had not suffered any substantial damage earlier, so he shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Ao Jiao checked for herself. After she verified that he was fine, she relaxed. Splash! Jiang Tian broke out of the water and looked coldly at Xiao Chen. He said indifferently, "You managed to cultivate the heavenly eye. It looks like you obtained the Yuan clan's dragon-seeking art. Were you the one who used a spell to disrupt me from looking at the stars yesterday?" This person had a dignified aura. His cultivation was clearly much lower than Xiao Chen's, only Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, when he spoke, he was aloof, looking down on Xiao Chen. He did not care about Xiao Chen, a mere blue-robed emperor. However, this person was very natural, giving Xiao Chen a lot of pressure. This was the natural aura of a major character. No matter how the weak tried to imitate it, they would not be able to imitate it. Xiao Chen nodded calmly. There was nothing to deny. Jiang Tian snorted coldly and said, "You are really daring to do anything. Perhaps I really should not have saved you earlier. It would have been better to let that whole ghost eat you up." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, "You know what that thing is?" "There are very few things in this world that I do not know about. That is a Ho, an ancient ferocious beast that feeds on dragons. It eats dragon brains and swallows dragon marrow. Killing dragons is like squashing earthworms. It is the natural enemy of all dragons. 10,000 years ago, if not for the Qing Emperor killing it, leaving behind only a scattered soul, you would have died here even if you had 8 lives." Jiang Tian said unhurriedly with a cold smile on his face. Unexpectedly, dragons had a natural enemy. Furthermore, it was such a tyrannical natural enemy. This was the first time Xiao Chen heard of this. Xiao Chen finally understood why his body trembled in fear, feeling so powerless. He was the Blue Dragon King. He possessed the blue dragon martial spirit and cultivated the blue dragon body nourishing art. Whether he was willing or not, the mark of a dragon was deeply ingrained in his bones. He could not wash it off no matter what. Fortunately, the Qing Emperor killed it, leaving only its soul. What did it come here for? Xiaochen asked as he met Jiang Tian's gaze. He felt that this person before him gave off a mysterious feeling. Indeed, as Jiang Tian said, he was omniscient. Naturally, it smelled a dragon and wanted to eat that 9-star evil dragon to recover its strength, Jiang Tian replied indifferently. Jiang Tian replied indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Since we are done with the small talk, take out the divine grade black patterned gold that you obtained from the auction in Cloud Treasure City." Before, this old man saved your life. Do you think it was for nothing? Xiaochen was speechless. This was the first time he met such a tyrannical person. He did not seem to have asked for help. However, even if Xiaochen wanted to, he could not hand over the divine grade black patterned gold. He had already merged it into the dragon revealing mirror. Ao Jiao, who was at the side, could no longer watch this. She scolded angrily, "You old fellow, you are too shameless. How can you do this, forcefully saving someone and then demanding something?" Xiaochen waved his hand to stop Ao Jiao. Then he took out the dragon revealing mirror, which gave off a divine aura, and handed it to Jiang Tian. "I already used the divine grade black patterned gold. If you want it, you can refine this dragon revealing mirror." Ao Jiao was so anxious that her eyes turned red. The dragon revealing mirror was crucial to whether Xiaochen could subdue the Holy Spirit vein. How could he just give it away like that? Jiang Tian received the dragon revealing mirror with a slightly dissatisfied expression. He commented, "The craftsmanship is pretty good. This dragon revealing mirror ranks among the top 10 dragon-seeking secret treasures. Unfortunately, I do not know the Paradise secret canon, so I cannot activate it. I can only treat it as trash and melt it down. Even so, I can only take out half of the divine grade black patterned gold." Chapter 1089. It's a so-so. Consider this a pass. There is also the azure underworld fruit. Your soul is not injured. Don't tell me that you used it already. Take it out as well. Xiaochen's expression changed as he stopped Ao Jiao, who was about to fly into a rage. He said calmly, "I'm sorry about this. I have indeed used it. If old sir has any other requests, you can state them all. I have 10 million black astral coins, a Holy Spirit vein, an Emperor-grade secret treasure, Neptune's crown, an incomplete immortal equipment, the beautiful mountain and river painting." Xiaochen did not like owing favors, especially to people he did not like. If he could settle things with them, he would do so as soon as possible. Precious treasures came out of Xiaochen's mouth, but Jiang Tian remained unmoved. He interrupted impatiently, "Don't treat trash as treasure. How laughable. I only want the azure underworld fruit." Xiaochen's expression changed. Which one of the things in his hand would not make the blue-robed emperor risk his life for it? To think that this fellow was lying through his teeth. Jiang Tian glanced at Ao Jiao. Then, he said in understanding, "So, it was refined by you, the item spirit. No wonder you were unable to hand it over. Looking at your eyes, it seems like you do not feel that your body is full of trash. Country bumpkin, you are looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'll return your dragon revealing mirror. Now, you have to help me with something before you can repay this favor." Xiaochen did not know what was going on. What exactly was this Jiang Tian thinking? He could not figure it out at all. Xiaochen did not accept the dragon revealing mirror. He frowned and said, "I do have to repay this favor. However, I still have something to do. Time is limited. If Mr. Jiang keeps pestering me, I can only put this favor aside for now. Goodbye." Jiang Tian smiled coldly and said, "Something to do? Do you think that after learning the half-baked Paradise secret canon, you can subdue and suppress spirit veins all over the world to help you gather the resources for the blue-robed emperor to cultivate? Indeed, you have some advantages. You are as strong as the great perfection blue-robed emperor and do not need the cooperation of cultivators to suppress spirit veins. However, if you really think that, you are too naive. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the other party with a serious expression. What do you mean? Jiang Tian smiled and said, I am certain that you have not finished reading the first part of the Paradise Secret canon that is not directly related to the dragon-seeking secret technique. Otherwise, you would not ask that. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The contents of the first part were all messy records. It had nothing to do with the dragon-seeking secret skill. He had indeed only read the beginning and skipped over it. It wasn't that he couldn't concentrate, but he didn't have much time. He really couldn't spend it on these unimportant things. Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. Jiang Tian did not answer. Instead, he said with a cold expression, pick up your dragon-revealing mirror and obediently follow me to do something. Otherwise, not to mention becoming a martial emperor in 5 years, if you really do as you wish, you might not even live for a year. Ao Jiao muttered in a soft voice, acting all mysterious. Jiang Tian directly ignored her. He looked at the silent Xiao Chen and said, do you really want to die that much? Or are you in a rush to subdue a Holy Spirit vein 50,000 kilometers away? It is just a Holy Spirit vein. So what if I give you one? Golden rain fell from the sky. A roaming dragon flew out of Jiang Tian's body and danced in the air, calling the wind and summoning the rain. This was a bona fide Holy Spirit vein. Xiao Chen made up his mind. He opened his mouth and swallowed this Holy Spirit vein. Then he closed his eyes and refined it. As the Holy Spirit vein was refined, the thousands of motes of liquid that formed the heavenly seal slowly turned corporeal, gaining some texture. It no longer looked as soft as before. The entire dragon-shaped heavenly seal's silhouette became much more solid. Xiao Chen's cultivation had improved significantly. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and picked up the dragon-revealing mirror on the sea. Then he said to the strange Jiang Tian, I'll come with you. At least you have some boldness. Otherwise, it would be useless to bring you over. Come with me to meet a few people first. Jiang Tian turned around expressionlessly. Xiao Chen quickly followed and asked, Who are you meeting? A true geomaster. A true geomaster? Xiao Chen felt somewhat dizzy. Many geomasters regarded Jiang Tian as the strongest geomaster. After the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor invited him out, all the geomasters lost their fighting spirit. Such a person definitely lived up to his reputation. However, now Jiang Tian said that he wanted to bring Xiao Chen to meet a true geomaster. Could it be that there were stronger geomasters than him? Xiao Chen could not suppress the doubts in his heart. He could not help feeling curious about this strange Jiang Tian, who did not play by the rules. Senior, aren't you known as the strongest geomaster? Could it be that you are not a true geomaster? Are there people who are stronger than you in seeking dragons and fixing veins? Jiang Tian mocked. That group of geomasters only have the title of geomaster. What kind of geomaster are they? They are not even comparable to a half-baked person like you. To think that they are not embarrassed to call themselves geomasters? I never said that I was the strongest geomaster. When we get there later, keep your eyes open and don't speak nonsense. You have no right to speak there. Jiang Tian's words always had a hint of arrogance. Xiao Chen did not feel convinced. However, when he thought about how even the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's Manor Lord was polite to Jiang Tian, he could not help but feel unconvinced. The other party circle was much higher than Xiao Chen's. Hence, he could only teach Jiang Tian a lesson. Xiao Chen had a proud character, but he was not an ignorant fanatic who showed off his arrogance. He had always been respectful and knew how to endure and learn, carefully walking the path of cultivation. For now, Xiao Chen wanted to see what Jiang Tian was up to. Furthermore, Jiang Tian said earlier that Xiao Chen was too naive. He had to figure out why. Xiao Chen said, Very well, I won't ask about that. However, I already promised you. Now, you have to tell me what you want to do, right? If you can give me the divine grade black patterned gold and the azure underworld fruit, I won't care where you go. If you can't give them to me, don't ask. Someone will tell you when we get there, Jiang Tian said without even turning his head as he strode forward. Never mind. If I don't want to ask, then so be it. Xiao Chen followed behind Jiang Tian. At the same time, he took some time to carefully study the 4th section of the Paradise Secret Canon, Prison drawing. Prison drawing mainly emphasized the practical secret techniques of the Paradise secret canon. When cultivated to a high level, one could change the world with a wave of one's hand. If one wanted to cultivate this series of secret techniques, one had to cultivate the Paradise divine art first. This cultivation technique was split into 7 layers. The cultivation of the Paradise divine art required one's usage of the heavenly eye to reach a certain level. Xiaochen asked himself if he could already control the heavenly eye as he pleased. He could open and close the heavenly eye as he pleased. He could also focus his gaze to see even further away. He could also use the heavenly eye to distinguish between illusion and reality. Xiaochen should have already met the cultivation requirements of the Paradise divine art. It was time to make preparations to cultivate it. Jiang Tian, who was walking in front, turned his head back and saw that Xiaochen did not relax even as he walked. It seemed like Xiaochen was making good use of his time to cultivate. No matter how much Jiang Tian looked down on Xiaochen, it was rare for someone of the younger generation to have such patience and perseverance. After walking for half a day, a lone island appeared before Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian immediately went up, and Xiaochen followed close behind. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and carefully sized up the island. There was already an old man seated cross-legged on the island. When the old man heard the footsteps, he opened his eyes and sized up Xiaochen, who was behind Jiang Tian. Then he smiled and said, "Jiang Tian, since when did you start taking in disciples?" Jiang Tian replied indifferently, "I already swore that I would never take in a disciple in this lifetime. I will not break the rules of the Geomasters." How unfortunate. You have no children, and you do not want to take in disciples. Your bloodline is probably going to end soon, the old man said with a smile. Cut the crap. Clearly, Jiang Tian was not willing to discuss this topic. He directly said, "Let me introduce first. This is Xiaochen, the Blue Dragon King personally appointed by the Thunder King. He is the culprit behind the appearance of the 9-star evil dragon this time." Xiaochen felt that he was not in a position to speak, so he did not argue, tacitly agreeing. Following that, Jiang Tian introduced this old man. This old man was called Bai Mingfeng, a hidden geomaster. Ordinary people would not know this name. After the introductions, the two started chatting, leaving Xiaochen at the side. Xiaochen did not interrupt, listening calmly. From the contents of the two's conversation, he roughly understood what Jiang Tian wanted him to do. When the 9-star evil dragon appeared, it needed to find another dragon cave with a king's spirit vein to survive. Then, it needed to kill and swallow up the original king's spirit vein. If that were all, it would not be a big deal. What the two geomasters worried about was the mysterious phenomenon of 9 stars aligning and a rain of blood falling from the sky when the evil dragon appeared. The 9-star evil dragon had already mutated and metamorphosed again, becoming the legendary 10-star evil dragon. It would continue swallowing until it swallowed up all the king's spirit veins in the entire heavenly starry ocean. This would result in a calamity that might even threaten the 3 ancestor veins of the heavenly starry ocean, wiping out the spiritual energy of the heavenly starry ocean and turning it into a wasteland. Is it that serious? Xiaochen could not help interrupting as he listened at the side. Jiang Tian smiled coldly and said, "How do you think those desolate seas formed on the sea chart? There are precedents for this. In the end, you are the one who caused this calamity. If you cannot take out the divine grade black patterned gold and the azure underworld fruit, then just obediently help me suppress and seal this evil dragon." Bai Mingfeng frowned and asked, "What can he help us with?" "Leave that whole ghost to him to deal with. Leave the rest to us," Jiang Tian said indifferently. What the heck? Xiaochen originally thought that the other party was interested in his Paradise secret canon. He had not expected that Jiang Tian wanted him to deal with the whole ghost. Bai Mingfeng reacted and smiled. "Yes, indeed, only he can deal with that darn thing." Xiaochen said awkwardly, "Senior is joking, right?" When the whole ghost passed by, Xiaochen could not even move. How could he deal with it? Jiang Tian retorted rudely, "Back then, the Qing Emperor could kill the Ho even at his peak. You are the descendant of the Qing Emperor. Don't tell me that you cannot deal with a Ho ghost that has turned into a soul." "Don't worry. Your body already endured the terrifying might and pressure once. It will be better the second time. Seeing that Xiaochen still hesitated, Jiang Tian said coldly, no matter what method you think of, you have to block that whole ghost. This fellow is even more of a threat than the evil dragon. Chapter 1090. Once this is done, I'll help you get the Saint Spirit vein you want. If we fail, I'll make it clear to you that you will not be alive to collect the Holy Spirit vein hidden at the bottom of the sea. Xiaochen smiled bitterly to himself. Now that he had boarded a pirate ship, he had no choice but to agree. Footsteps resounded, and two old men walked over to the lone island. The two old men glanced at Xiaochen and ignored him. They said calmly, "We found the tracks of that evil dragon. We have to be fast. Otherwise, it will find the first King Spirit vein in less than 3 days. Let's go." Bai Mingfeng and Jiang Tian were swift and decisive. They immediately stood up and left, quickly following the two old men. The four old men rode the wind, merging with the world. Their speed was even faster than Xiaochen's. Xiaochen, these people are hidden geomasters. The matter of the 10-star evil dragon should be true, Ao Jiao said from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiaochen nodded, agreeing with Ao Jiao's opinion. These four geomasters were all extraordinary, unfathomable, much more brilliant than he was. How much do you think we can trust Jiang Tian's words? Xiaochen asked. Ao Jiao thought for a while and said somewhat dispiritedly, "This old man is very hateful, completely unfathomable. However, I feel that his words are somewhat trustworthy. It was better to trust him than not. After this matter was over, let's see what reasoning he can come up with." "We've arrived." The two old men at the front stopped and said. Xiaochen looked around. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see. All he could see was a flat sea. The sky and the sea merged into one. He could not see the end. There was not even an island. "Stand to the side. When that whole ghost smells it, it will definitely chase after us. Just remember not to let that ghostly thing block us." Jiang Tian directed Xiaochen to stand far away. Then, together with Bai Mingfeng, he explained to the other two old men, dispelling their doubts. "Open." The four old men made a gesture and shouted softly. The seawater was like a curtain, slowly pulling open from the middle. Soon, the whole picture of the seabed was directly exposed to their vision. A huge scarlet dragon lay quietly at the bottom of the sea, coldly eyeing the four geomasters in the air. A great battle was about to break out. In the distance, Xiaochen sighed in amazement at the means of these geomasters. With their combined strength, they were actually able to easily split apart the seawater, intending to suppress this dragon alone. Four geomasters chanted their incantations in the vast seabed. As they waved their hands, the topography of the seabed changed rapidly. Like the work of the gods, all sorts of strangely shaped mountains rose into the air, forming different landforms and suppressing the blood dragon. After Xiaochen figured out these people's intentions, he could not help but praise them in his heart. These four old geomasters were actually thinking of using manpower to create a dragon cave to bury this dragon. Gulp, gulp. The sound of bubbles resounded. Xiaochen lowered his head to take a look, and his expression could not help but change. Trouble had arrived. "It's coming." As the bubbles churned, fog rose from the surface of the sea. Xiaochen thought to himself as he looked into the distance. The natural enemy of dragons, the ancient mutated beast Ho. It eats dragon brains and dragon marrow. It kills dragons like crushing earthworms. Let me see what exactly it looks like. A green figure walked out of the fog. Xiaochen could not see it clearly at all. That green figure flew past him, heading for the blood dragon at the bottom of the huge pit behind him. It was like the whole ghost saw an incredibly delicious delicacy, luring it to charge over without a care for anything else. The four geomasters used their dragon-seeking arts to create a dragon vein, a tall mountain, and a long river. Tall mountains rose into the air, crisscrossing each other as they suppressed this 10-star evil dragon. The two sides exchanged blows, fighting intensely. When the Ho ghost appeared, the evil dragon trembled in fear. Its eyes filled with horror. However, the four geomasters ignored the Ho ghost, continuing to do what they were doing as if they did not see it. They even took advantage of the evil dragon's fear to raise many tall mountains, stacking them like building blocks to suppress the blood dragon. Tens of kilometers away, Xiaochen, who was on the surface of the sea, felt very puzzled. What was going on? The Ho Ghost, which was charging at the evil dragon, suddenly turned around and stopped in midair. It stared at Xiaochen and gave off a jade-green light. Its gaze was filled with boundless hatred. This overwhelming hatred caused it to ignore its favorite delicacy, not caring about it at all. Xiaochen finally saw the Ho Ghost's appearance clearly. Its body was like a horse, and its entire body was jade-green. However, its 4 hooves were slender beast claws with incredibly sharp claws. Its head was like a lion's and had sharp fangs. Although it was a soul, Xiaochen could not feel any pressure from it. This was an ethereal soul. Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. This was especially so for the 4 Geomasters. They completely ignored the Ho Ghost behind them as if they were certain that this Ho Ghost would not harm them. Damn, I got betrayed. When Xiaochen reacted, he could not help cursing. Then he turned around and ran. How was he relying on himself to deal with this Ho Ghost? They were simply using him as bait to attract the Ho Ghost's attention. The Qing Emperor had destroyed the physical body of the Ho Ghost. After becoming the Qing Emperor, Xiaochen had awakened the blue dragon martial spirit. When this Ho Ghost's soul saw Xiaochen, it was like it saw the person who killed its father. No wonder that Bai Mingfeng smiled so strangely, saying that only he could deal with the Ho Ghost. It turned out that this was what he was thinking. Fortunately, it was as Jiang Tian said. After his body experienced the initial fear, it had already adapted to this Ho Ghost of the dragon world. Otherwise, this group of old fellows would have tricked Xiaochen to death. A strange roar came from behind Xiaochen, and a shock wave surged over. The seawater under Xiaochen's feet shattered and rumbled endlessly. Xiaochen did not dare to turn his head. The shock wave brushed against his back. As he ran, the seawater behind him shattered and chased him closely. Bang! The sound wave caught up to Xiaochen. Xiaochen's body was blasted into the air, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. There was no time to complain. Xiaochen spread the freedom wings and soared into the air, not daring to fight this Ho Ghost at all. Just one roar could injure him. If Xiaochen still believed Jiang Tian's nonsense, he would really be an idiot. He said that the Qing Emperor could kill the Ho at its peak. As the descendant of the Qing Emperor, how could Xiaochen not be able to deal with this soul? What a joke! What could Xiaochen deal with? They were not even on the same level. This Ho Ghost had lived for tens of thousands of years and devoured countless spirit veins. Even if it was not at its peak, it had at least 1% of its strength. It was definitely not something that Xiaochen could deal with now. Facing the pursuing Ho Ghost, Xiaochen had no other choice but to run as far as possible. As he ran, Xiaochen noticed a strange phenomenon. Several times, when the Ho Ghost was clearly about to catch up, he could already hear its heavy breathing. However, it suddenly stopped. Its eyes showed a conflicted expression, like it was resisting some order. While fleeing, Xiaochen could not be bothered to think too much. As he faced that layered roar, his heart felt like it would leap out at any moment. Xiaochen's internal organs trembled, and cracks appeared in them. The sound waves inflicted direct internal injuries. At this rate, even if the Ho Ghost could not catch up to him, it could still use the sound waves to kill him. Use the reincarnation lamp. Ao Jiao quickly reminded from the immortal spirit ring. Xiaochen suddenly startled awake. No matter how strong you are still a ghost without a physical body. The reincarnation lamp is specialized in dealing with evil spirits. It should have a restraining effect. Xiaochen flipped his palm, and the reincarnation lamp soared into the air. Then, he vomited a mouthful of essence blood and lit the lamp wick. The image of an immortal appeared in the hazy flame and started chanting the Daoist scriptures, dealing with the horrifying sound waves of the Ho Ghost. It seemed to have some effect. The deafening roars disappeared. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief and swallowed a medicinal pill to treat his internal injuries. Xiaochen did not look back, leaving the reincarnation lamp hanging in the air as he continued running. As Xiaochen ran for his life, he did not know how far he had run. Eventually, he felt incredibly tired, so he stopped in front of the sea and panted continuously. Before Xiaochen could catch his breath, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His mind was severely injured. The reincarnation lamp that helped him block the Ho ghost in the distance actually shattered. Just at this moment, the 4 geomasters appeared at the same time, all of them significantly injured. Jiang Tian pulled Xiaochen up and said, "Let's go." The 4 geomasters executed their arts at the same time. The world changed, and the seawater became like a huge mouth, swallowing up the 5 at the same time. Then, it became as smooth as a mirror, becoming whole again. When the Ho ghost, which had rushed over, saw Xiaochen vanishing without a trace, it roared in anger. The seawater shattered like a mirror, giving off loud bangs. Boom! When the 5 reappeared, they were already 500 kilometers away, on a desolate island that no one could find. They were now completely safe. Jiang Tian put down Xiaochen and revealed a rare smile. He said, "You did pretty well. You successfully escaped and helped us suppress the evil dragon. You truly live up to your name as the Blue Dragon King, the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Prime Thunder King." However, Jiang Tian's pale complexion made this smile look extremely unsightly. The other 3 were also very weak. Bai Mingfeng rushed to say, "Jiang Tian, we already helped you settle the trouble you caused. You just have to explain the rest to this little fellow." After saying that, Bai Mingfeng left. The other 2 old men also left after saying some simple words. Jiang Tian tossed a piece of vellum to Xiaochen and said indifferently, "You should go as well. The answers you want are in there." Xiaochen caught the vellum but did not look at it. Instead, he looked coldly at Jiang Tian, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "What, you want to make a move on me? Ha! I advise you not to have such thoughts. Otherwise, you will die very miserably." "Oh, I was wrong. You won't die. On account of the Thunder King, no major character would dare to kill you." Jiang Tian did not fear Xiaochen's gaze at all. He said calmly, "You should take a look at the vellum first." Xiaochen opened the vellum with some bewilderment in his eyes. There was a complete map of the sea on the vellum. When Xiaochen looked carefully, all the dragon caves with Holy Spirit veins were marked on it. However, they were all drawn in bright red, looking very ghastly. Jiang Tian said unhurriedly, "Now you understand why I told you to search for Holy Spirit veins all over the world. You will not survive more than a year, right?" Chapter 1091. This is the perilous land of all the Holy Spirit veins in the heavenly starry ocean. With your eyesight, you will not be able to tell if they are real or fake. As long as you run into any one of them, you will most likely die. Xiaochen did not say anything, just looking at it. Indeed, he felt his hair stand on end. In his anxiety, he would not be able to avoid misjudging the situation. As long as he made one mistake, he would really die. This is a map of the distribution of spirit veins that the 4 of us geomasters drew when we roamed the world. How many you can subdue will depend on your own ability. Then, Jiang Tian handed Xiaochen a piece of vellum. Similarly, there were many Holy Spirit veins marked on it. It was very detailed and clear at a glance. In just an instant, Xiaochen understood the value of this second map. It was simply a priceless treasure. Xiaochen asked doubtfully, "Why are you helping me?" Jiang Tian replied calmly, "It's still the same thing. Only you can deal with the Ho ghost. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor could kill its physical body. 10,000 years later, its soul will definitely be yours to kill. We are true geomasters, masters of the earth. Protecting the balance of this world will always be our most basic responsibility. The Ho ghost is the most uncertain factor that will break this balance." It was hard to imagine that this old man before him would say something like that. Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, "Senior, you mentioned the Ho ghost. I have something to say. I feel that someone is controlling the Ho ghost." When Jiang Tian heard that, he was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "What kind of creature is the Ho?" "It is an ancient mutated beast. Killing dragons is like killing earthworms. Even if it dies and only its soul remains, it cannot be controlled." Jiang Tian's words were very certain. Thinking about it, the demon ghost was already so powerful. If it could still be controlled, how horrifying would the master behind it be? Even so, Xiaochen still had doubts in his heart. Earlier, when the Ho ghost chased after him, he had seen a struggling expression in its eyes several times. This was definitely not wrong. If not for someone controlling it and ordering it to swallow up that evil dragon, which conflicted with its decision to kill Xiaochen, how could he explain this? Jiang Tian said indifferently, "Don't overthink this. You should focus on how you are going to advance to martial emperor within 5 years. Before I leave, I'll give you a word of advice. Fortune and misfortune are hard to predict. The matters of the world are like the feng shui of this world. There is never a set that stays the same. Good and bad are unpredictable. I won't beat around the bush either. I'll make it clear to you. It looks like you're in a dead end, unable to advance to martial emperor in 5 years. Then, like a meteor, you will vanish in a flash, turning into dust and disappearing. However, in reality, even without the matter of biological lifespan, you still need to become a martial emperor within 5 years. Otherwise, only death awaits you." Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He looked at the strange old man and asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Tian said unhurriedly, "How long do you think the Thunder King can live? There are no martial gods in this world and no one can live forever. The Thunder King has already lived for over 10,000 years and every day he lives is a life-defying heaven. If the Thunder King is not around, how can a single Haotian emperor protect you? Before a true major character, killing you would still take only one finger. Now that something like this happened, it gives you a sense of urgency. Advancing to martial emperor within 5 years also increases your chances. Who knows if this is a fortune or a disaster?" Xiaochen's heart sank. Then he smiled and said, "I never thought of it that way before. Now that I think about it, it is indeed as Senior said. Fortune and misfortune come together. Goodbye." Jiang Tian left as soon as he said he would, not dragging his feet at all. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Xiaochen's sight. Xiaochen unfurled the 2 sheets of vellum. One represented life, which recorded all the Holy Spirit veins that the 4 Geomasters discovered. The other represented death. It recorded all sorts of strange and unfathomable situations that could kill Emperor Wu. Touching them meant certain death. After a while, Xiaochen grasped the 2 sheets of vellum tightly. Regular Geomasters were limited by their cultivation. It would be difficult for them to subdue a dragon vein by themselves or deal with the various hidden ferocious beasts. Xiaochen possessed the combat prowess of the great perfection blue-robed emperor and the dragon-fixing needle and dragon-revealing mirror. With these 2 dragon-seeking secret treasures, he could subdue a spirit vein by himself. Heaven would never seal off all paths. There would always be a chance of survival. This was Xiaochen's chance of survival. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he vanished into the vast sea. He left for a long time. There was no news of the Blue Dragon King in the heavenly starry sea. No one knew where the Blue Dragon King had gone. The Zodiac Hall and the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 seas sent scouts everywhere. However, they could not find Xiaochen's location. Rumors spread everywhere, and different versions of the story spread everywhere. Some said that Xiaochen went to the Penglai Sea, which no one knew the way, to search for spirit herbs that could resolve his problems. Others said that Xiaochen went to the Kunlun continent to seek help from the Thunder King. There were also people who said that Xiaochen scattered his cultivation to live past 100 years, becoming an ordinary person and completely disappearing, never to appear again. However, as time went by, people slowly stopped talking about Xiaochen. After all, he was a genius who was past his prime. There was no point in talking about him. This was especially so when the news of the solar holy son and the lunar holy daughter breaking through to the blue-robed emperor at the same time came out from the Zodiac Hall. This made everyone forget about Xiaochen's existence. Everyone turned to discussing the rumors about Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao. Shocking news spread out from the Zodiac Hall. When the solar holy sun and the lunar holy sun worked together, they could already defeat a great perfection blue-robed emperor of the older generation. They could even easily defeat a small perfection blue-robed emperor alone. News continued to spread. As a prime, the cyclic astral emperor, Emperor Wu, had already taken out all the accumulations of the immortal Holy Land that the Zodiac Hall had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The cyclic astral emperor personally guided the two in their cultivation, preparing for the two to reach the small perfection blue-robed emperor realm before the Four Seas hero gathering, completely suppressing the other immortal Holy Lands. However, things were not that simple. Not only did these two obtain great fortuitous encounters on the road to burying emperors, the holy scions of the other Holy Lands did not fall behind. The myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan, the Heavenly Province Academy's young master Qingshu, the five poison sects Feng Shaojun, and the Yin-Yang paradises Tong Susu all broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm at different times. Immediately, the entire heavenly starry ocean surged with excitement. Everyone felt anticipation for the Four Seas hero gathering, which was about to begin in 10 months. With so many outstanding youths breaking through to the blue-robed emperor realm together, the Four Seas hero gathering, which happened once every 20 years, had not been so lively in the past 10,000 years. There were even some busybodies who started to make bets in the periphery, betting on who could stand out and suppress all the outstanding talents to obtain the Lunar Palace's greatest gift, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Aside from the immortal Holy Land's holy sons and holy daughters, the most popular ones were the veteran experts of the previous Four Seas hero gathering. As long as one was not over 50 years old, one could continue to participate in the Four Seas hero gathering. Cultivators had an average lifespan of 300 years. A 50-year-old person did not look old and could be considered a youth. Several of the experts of the previous Four Seas hero gathering were in their 20s when they participated. Now that they had passed their 20s, they were still a few years away from turning 50, so they did not violate the rules. In reality, the biggest attraction of every Four Seas hero gathering was the competition between the old and the new outstanding talents. In every Four Seas hero gathering, there would be a newcomer making a strong debut and becoming famous. There were also veteran outstanding talents who retained their glory and fame. However, this time, it was a golden age. The outstanding talents of the new generation all came with a ferocious aura. Some people guessed that the veteran outstanding talents would be wiped out if nothing unexpected happened. All that remained to be seen was whether a miracle would happen or not. Perhaps a strong dark horse would appear out of nowhere. Anything was possible. In the Western Sea, the Blue Dragon Kings conferred base, Heavenly Star Island. Under the management of Lan Xiaobai and Kim Taeho's group, the three holy masters' land nearly turned this place into a desolate island. Lan Xiaobai used the peak spirit vein that Xiaoqun gave him to rebuild the city at the top of the mountain. Then, he formed guards to maintain order in the city. Kim Taeho opened up another path. With Neptune's former subordinates, the seven heroes of the dragon, blocking the way, Xiaoqun opened up a trade route to the Black Sea. Opening the trade route to the Black Sea had completely revitalized the island's economy, allowing ordinary mortals to have an excellent life. Ordinary people did not matter in the world of cultivators. Just a martial monarch could kill a large number of them. However, the foundation of this world was made up of ordinary people. Geniuses came from ordinary people. Not only did they bring prosperity, but they also brought hope. As long as a sect was established and nurtured properly, these ordinary people would be able to accumulate strength quickly through systematic training. At this moment, Lan Xiaobai, Kim Taeho, Yu Chenxi, Lord Jiu, and the others gathered in a palace on the tallest peak of Heavenly Star Island. Aside from Lan Xiaobai, everyone else frowned heavily, showing depressed expressions. Yu Chenxi asked, "Debao, there is still no news of Xiaoqun." Kim Taeho shook his head and replied, "No. The last time he appeared was at the Northern Sea Alliance. After that, there was no news of him at all. I spent a lot of money in the Black Sea, but I did not manage to buy any news of him." When the others heard that, they all sighed softly. They had managed Heavenly Star Island for Xiaoqun. However, the master of Heavenly Star Island was currently missing. How could they not feel at ease? This was especially so for the people present. They all had pretty good relationships with Xiaoqun and were worthy of being called friends. They were more concerned about his life or death than anyone else. Lan Xiaobai, who already had the air of a leader, smiled faintly and said, "This is actually a good thing. If we cannot find him, those people who want to harm him will not be able to find him either. This proves that Xiaoqin is at least safe. However, the news of Xiaoqin not advancing to martial emperor in 5 years spread like wildfire, making it hard for us to feel at ease. Lord Jiu did not understand how to read people's expressions, so he said what everyone was most unwilling to say. The others immediately looked at him. Old Nine said blankly, "Did I say something wrong?" This Lord Jiu did not say anything wrong. He only has 20 years to live. Kim Taeho folded his golden folding fan and wrapped it on Lord Jiu's head. He scolded, "Do you know how to speak properly? Are you forcing this fat lord to make a move?" Melancholy flashed in Lan Xiaobai's eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Without seeing Xiaoqin, we can't take it seriously." Don't. Just at this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. A disciple entered and reported, "Young Master Lan, there is a blue-robed emperor outside Blue Dragon City with many cultivators, requesting to enter the city." Lan Xiaobai's face turned cold. He suddenly stood up and said, "That group of people from the 7 heroes of the dragon is here to cause trouble again. This is really never-ending. You, go and invite Elder Qin over. I'll go and take a look." Chapter 1092. As of now, Lan Xiaobai's cultivation had not fallen behind at all on Heavenly Star Island. He had already become a great Grandmaster-level martial sage long ago, only a hair's breadth away from the blue-robed emperor. Together with the Azura race's strong spatial talent, an ordinary blue-robed emperor might not be a match for him. No, it's a girl wearing a veil. She said her name is Imo-chin. Imo-chin? Lan Xiaobai muttered to himself, as though he had never heard of this name before. He said, "Debao, I'll leave this person's background to you. You have to give me the answer within half a day. That should be fine, right?" Kim Taeho smiled and said, "I can tell you now. That is the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. Xiaoqin appeared there for a period of time before. It seems like he even had some interaction with this girl. Don't worry, she is definitely not an enemy." As for Xiaoqin's whereabouts, Kim Taeho had always been in charge of Heavenly Star Island. Hence, when Kim Taeho heard Imo-chen's name, he immediately recalled her. Lan Xiaobai revealed a slightly interested expression. He smiled and said, "It looks like something good is coming. There is no need to invite Elder Qin over. Come with me to meet this Miss Imo-chin." Outside the vast Blue Dragon City at the foot of the mountain, Imo-chin led the 10-peak blacksmiths of the Emo clan to admire the majestic city walls. "First, miss, is this place our new home?" An old blacksmith asked with some joy as he looked at Blue Dragon City. Right now, the deaths of the 8 blue-robed emperors in the Cloud Sea domain had brought about chaos. All the major factions had sent their experts over, intending to redistribute their territories. In the great chaos, human life was like grass. The flames of war raged everywhere. If Imo-chin had not led the Emo clan far away from the center of the chaos, who knew how many people would have died? However, the Emo clan was no longer willing to live the days of hiding. This Heavenly Star Island before them was no longer a place for them. Although the outside of the island was surrounded by several major factions, when the old men arrived on the island, they were shocked. The prosperity of the island far surpassed their imagination. The shattered Cloud City from a long time ago was probably just like this. How exactly did such a city survive under such heavy seals? It was still flourishing and growing with each passing day, which greatly attracted their curiosity. Imo-chin recalled Xiaoqin's words. Back then, he said that if she wanted to find him, she could go to Heavenly Star Island. If she needed help, she could go to Heavenly Star Island as well. "It's fine. What he said can't be wrong," Imo-chin said, nodding her head gently. As Xiaoqin spoke, a man and a woman flew over from the city gates. They were the temporary managers of Heavenly Star Island, Lan Xiaobai, and Yu. Lan Xiaobai appeared very elegant as he descended. He had a smile on his face as he walked over to Imo-chin. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Miss Imo-chin, sorry for not going out to meet you. You bring them to the city to rest. I will personally bring Miss Imo-chin around." Yu nodded with a smile. Then she led the 10 old men behind Imo-chin into the city, leaving Imochen alone with Lan Xiaobai. Some questions were best asked when there were fewer people around. Clearly, Lan Xiaobai understood this principle. "Miss Imochen, what brings you here?" Lan Xiaobai asked directly. The two strolled around the city. Imochen sized up the people in the city with interest. This was especially so when she discovered many Black Sea cultivators. Now, she somewhat understood why this city was so prosperous. After hearing Lan Xiaobai's words, Imochen glanced at him and said, "I'm here to look for someone. However, since he did not come out, he should not be on the island." Lan Xiaobai smiled bitterly and said, "I understand. Right now, all of us old friends are looking for him. However, no one knows where he is." Imochen was not in a rush. Instead, she consoled Lan Xiaobai. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. He will definitely return to Heavenly Star Island. He will never go back on his word." Lan Xiaobai smiled to himself. The moment Imochen said that, his wariness of this girl completely vanished. After some deliberation, he asked, "In that case, Miss Imochen, what are your plans now?" Imochen replied calmly, "I want to bring all my clansmen and move to Heavenly Star Island." Lan Xiaobai could not help rejoicing in his heart. According to the information he obtained from Kim Taeho, the Mo clan that Imochen came from was the top refining clan of the Cloud Sea domain. As for Imochen, not to mention her cultivation as the blue-robed emperor, her being able to come to Heavenly Star Island would be a great help. More importantly, according to Kim Taeho's information, Mochen had obtained the Book of Heavenly Works, a divine canon for refining weapons. She was very likely to become a divine refiner. Such a person would line up in the various holy lands and receive them lavishly. It was a great thing for her to come to Heavenly Star Island. Thinking of something, Lan Xiaobai said somewhat embarrassedly, "No one in Heavenly Star Island will object to Miss Imochen coming. However, the 7 heroes of the dragon have sealed off the path to Heavenly Star Island. It will be difficult for her to bring her entire clan over." Imochen nodded and smiled softly. "I already knew about this when I came. It's fine. I believe this situation will not last for long." Lan Xiaobai felt some envy for Xiaochen. He wondered how this fellow managed to do it. First, the descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea appeared at Heavenly Star Island at the same time, helping Kim Taeho clear the final obstacle to entering the Black Sea. Now, there was another Grandmaster-level refiner, bringing her entire clan over. Imochen changed the topic, thinking of something. "Young Master Lan, have you heard that the 4 Seas Hero Gathering that happens once every 20 years is about to begin?" "Naturally, I have heard about that. However, Heavenly Star Island is very far from Bright Moon City. Furthermore, the transportation formation on the island is completely destroyed. Furthermore, the 7 heroes of the dragon have blocked off the path ahead. It is very difficult to get out. I'm not very clear on the specifics of this." Lan Xiaobai looked at Imochen doubtfully. He did not know why Imochen would ask this. Imochen said in understanding, "In that case, it looks like young Master Lan does not know that the most important gift of this 4 Seas Hero Gathering is the last mountain tablet of the Dragon's Gate left behind. It is made of heaven's subduing rock, and the words Dragon's Gate were personally written by the Qing Emperor." When Lan Xiaobai heard this, his expression changed. He exclaimed in shock, "Are you saying that Xiaochen will appear at the Bright Moon City Hero Gathering?" "It is not that he will appear but that he will definitely appear. No matter how strong the rumors are, I firmly believe that he will appear. Furthermore, he will bring the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet back to Heavenly Star Island," Imochen said with absolute certainty, a resolute expression in her eyes. 4 Seas Hero Gathering. Lan Xiaobai looked into the distance as he muttered to himself, "Will he really appear?" Honestly speaking, Lan Xiaobai was somewhat doubtful. He was not as resolute as Imochen. The words of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter were sufficient to make those rumors even more confusing. However, Lan Xiaobai was willing to believe that Xiaochen would definitely appear. He would bring the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet back to Heavenly Star Island, the land that the Blue Dragon King conferred. Xiaochen would not forget what he promised Lan Xiaobai. One day, he would hold the first martial arts gathering and leave a mark on this age of geniuses. In the Zodiac Hall of the Southern Sea, The stars looked like a chessboard, densely packed and crisscrossing in the seawater. If one looked carefully, one would discover that these stars reflected in the seawater were all exquisite palaces. The thousands of palaces shone with starlight. The light from the Sun Palace and the Moon Palace was the most dazzling, displaying two different styles. One was masculine and tyrannical, giving off a boundless light. It was very dazzling, not daring to look directly at it. The other was soft and lingering, giving off a bright light. It was as cold as snow, bone-chilling. One person flew out from each of the two astral palaces. Immediately, the stars dimmed, and the light covered them, only showing off the two's outstanding looks. As the disciples of the various astral palaces looked at the two in the air, intense envy flashed in their eyes. The Moon Palace's Fu Hongyao and the Sun Palace's Chu Yang were now shining with brilliance. They had become the blue-robed emperor at the same time, receiving the personal nurturing of the prime astral emperor. Now that they came out of closed-door cultivation, they had probably broken through to small perfection as the blue-robed emperor. The two met in the air. When they saw each other's cultivation, joy flashed in their eyes. Fu Hongyao smiled and said, "Senior brother, you came out of closed-door cultivation as well." Chu Yang nodded and said calmly, "1 year ago, I personally saw that Xiaochen could not avenge your humiliation. This time, as long as he dares to appear at the Four Seas Hero Gathering, I will personally help you get rid of this tumor." Fu Hongyao thought back to the humiliating scene at the king conferral ceremony. Even now, it was still a heart demon. After thinking about it, Fu Hongyao said calmly, "Senior brother, there is no need to care. I don't believe that a has-been genius will have the courage to appear. The ones that senior brother should care about should be the myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan and Yen Shirsan. These two should be your greatest opponents." A murderous intent flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He said indifferently, "It is best that they do not appear. Otherwise, I do not mind leaving behind an indelible humiliation in his final moments." How vast was the heavenly starry ocean! Even Emperor Wu could not travel to every corner of it. There were too many desolate sea regions with too many maps that could not be marked. If a person threw himself into this vast sea and really wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. Unless one used a secret treasure that could peer into the mysteries of heaven, no one would be able to find him. Xiaochen did not hide, nor did he try to do so. However, others would not be able to find any traces of him. The reason was none other than the fact that he had been at the bottom of the sea for the past 9 months, close to 300 days, not coming ashore even once. Given the blue-robed emperor's strength, Xiaochen could breathe underwater without any pressure. If time permitted, he could easily stay underwater for even longer. Why not come ashore? No one would like to hide in the darkness, where there was no sunlight, no air, and no signs of human habitation at the bottom of the sea. Naturally, Xiaochen was no exception. However, he did not have enough time. He had to count every minute and second on his fingers. He could not afford to waste any of it. If he appeared on the surface of the sea once, it would be hard to guarantee that he would not be tempted by the fresh air or the colors of the sun. It would only wear down his fighting spirit and waste time. Since that was the case, there was no need to appear on the surface of the sea. He just had to focus on finding dragons and fixing veins. Somewhere at the bottom of the sea in the Eastern Sea, in a world where there was no daylight, Xiaochen opened his heavenly eye and walked around with a calm expression. The surrounding terrain turned into many images flashing in Xiaochen's mind. They were like scenes from a movie, miraculous and profound. This was the ability of the heavenly eye after Xiaochen cultivated the paradise divine art to the 3rd layer. It could allow him to clearly see everything in his surroundings within a second. Xiaochen took out the vellum that Jiang Tian gave him and quickly glanced at it before putting it away. Then, he fixed his gaze on the hidden dragons in front. That was a place surrounded by many mountain peaks. Xiaochen carefully looked around and found Tanlang Peak, Jumen Peak, and Wuxia Peak. Chapter 1093. With the 3 auspicious stars present, the Holy Spirit vein in this dragon vein could reach superior grade. However, among the many Holy Spirit veins, it could only be classified as above average. The reason was that although the 3 auspicious stars were present at the same time, they were not of outstanding quality. The greedy wolf peak was flat and pointed, like an unearthed bamboo shoot, sharp on all sides and flat on the top. The greedy wolf peak before Xiaochen was uneven at the top and not round at the bottom. The only redeeming feature was that it was rather straight, not skewed, like a sharp sword piercing through the water. The other two auspicious stars each had their own advantages and disadvantages. There was no need to elaborate on them. With Xiaochen's current dragon-seeking art, he could find all sorts of stars with just one glance and instantly determine their advantages and disadvantages. After practicing for more than 9 months, Xiaochen's dragon-seeking art improved rapidly. Compared to when he was at the Northern Sea Alliance, he was already much stronger. When Xiaochen saw Jiang Tian, he would definitely be shocked and withdraw much of his pride. No matter what, Jiang Tian would never have imagined that Xiaochen would undergo such an inhumane cultivation, going to the bottom of the sea for 9 months without coming out. Not to mention the vile environment, just the loneliness and solitude was something that even Jiang Tian might not be able to endure. Aside from the 3 auspicious stars, Xiaochen also discovered the Army Breaker Peak, an ominous star. The Army Breaker Peak here was both huge and tall. Its aura was much stronger than any of the 3 auspicious stars. However, a lone tree cannot make an army. No matter how strong a lone wolf was, when facing the combined might of the 3 auspicious stars, it would lose. There would not be any mutated evil dragons. It was just that because of this, the hidden dragon grounds became more dangerous, and there were more uncertainties. Xiaochen closed his heavenly eye, not feeling too worried. In the past 300 days, he had faced several situations that were even more dangerous than this. Xiaochen's figure flashed and stopped on the greedy wolf peak. After confirming the dragon cave, with a thought, the dragon-revealing mirror flew out of his body. Hundreds of formations were embedded on the edges of the ancient bronze mirror. Xiaochen formed hand seals with both hands, and the patterns on the edges spun like gears. The formation hidden within the dragon-revealing mirror began to perform precise and complicated calculations. A moment later, a purple pillar of light shot out from the silence. Opening the acupoint was done in 1 step. Amid a loud rumble, the surrounding mountains collapsed one by one, and the cracks on the ground expanded rapidly. Not long after, the mountain under Xiaochen's feet collapsed in just a few breaths' time. Xiaochen remained unperturbed. He calmly sank along with the mountain. Rumble! Hundreds of guard mountains in the north flew toward Xiaochen like giant cannonballs amidst the tumbling and chaotic seawater. They carried the power of the blue-robed emperor, which was equivalent to an attack from the blue-robed emperor. Xiaochen moved his right hand behind him and a long spear appeared in his hand. Xiaochen gripped the spear tightly. Purple thunder fire blazed on the spear's body. Flames were burning in the water. This was a wonderful sight, and it looked extremely strange. A spear burning the heavens. Xiaochen shouted in his heart. He pushed off the water and took a step forward. Then he thrust his spear forward. The might of Xiaochen's profound martial technique was unleashed without holding anything back. Time seemed to stop for a moment. In the next moment, the seawater flowed backward. 50 kilometers of seawater in all directions surged up in the direction of Xiaochen's spear. The entire stretch of seawater curled up like a piece of cloth. The hundreds of approaching mountains could no longer advance under such might. Looking down from the sky, one would see a 3-kilometer-tall tsunami rising from the surface of the sea without any wind or waves. It looked like the end of the world. As the surging seawater slowly rose, Xiaochen's feet, followed by his torso, and finally his brain. When he looked around, there was a large empty space. This was a rare opportunity. Xiaochen took a deep breath. After a while, he closed his eyes and waited quietly for the seawater to fall. Boom! The seawater suddenly fell. As it rose and fell, it erupted with a huge force, shattering the mountains and boulders in the seawater in an instant. When Xiaochen looked back, he saw that the 8 ferocious beasts in the southern mountains had all leaped out. A smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he put away his spear, not even bothering to look at it. Then, he tossed out the dragon-fixing needles behind him, forming a dragon-sealing formation and trapping the spirit vein escaping underground. At the same time, Xiao Chen's intense battle unfolded. The weapons in his hands quickly changed. Saber, spear, sword, halberd, staff, leg techniques, and fist techniques, he executed 10 different profound martial techniques. Xiao Chen moved among the 10 ferocious beasts that were as strong as the small perfection blue-robed emperor. As he fought intensely, he practiced the various profound martial techniques of the changing character formula. After 9 months of cultivation, Xiao Chen had clearly improved. Not only could he execute every profound martial technique with familiarity, but he even gained his own comprehension of them. The profound martial techniques that Xiao Chen executed were very natural. If not for his appearance, it would be impossible to guess that Xiao Chen was a bladesman. For hours later, Xiao Chen killed all the ferocious beasts. Then, Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. The qi was like a sword piercing 5 kilometers away. This was Xiao Chen's advantage. If it were another geomaster, even if they could find spirit veins of various grades, they would not be able to deal with the 10 ferocious beasts alone. However, without Xiao Chen's combat prowess, they would not be able to deal with the 10 ferocious beasts alone. It would be impossible for them to subdue the spirit vein alone. With a thought, the dragon-revealing mirror spun again. A red light surging with killing qi shot out from it and chopped at the spirit vein roaming dragons sealed by the dragon-fixing needles. Miserable cries came from underground. When the cries stopped, Xiao Chen withdrew the dragon-revealing mirror into his body. Then, he formed hand seals and waved his hand. The ground opened up, and a clump of golden spirit veins origin floated out. In an instant, the seawater turned golden. Before the golden light spread too far, Xiao Chen quickly placed it in his universe ring. "Ao Jiao, how many is this?" 20 already. That was right. Xiao Chen had already stored 20 holy spirit veins. 2 months ago, his cultivation had already reached peak small perfection, only a step shy of great perfection. Continuing to consume holy spirit veins was no longer of much help to him. He needed stronger spirit veins. Only then would he be able to break through the bottleneck of small perfection blue-robed emperor and reach great perfection blue-robed emperor, successfully forming the dragon-shaped heavenly seal. Xiao Chen kept these holy spirit veins, not for himself, but for his brothers and friends on Heavenly Star Island. Ao Jiao put away the holy spirit veins with a smile. Then she said, "Don't go back on your word. You have to give me half of these holy spirit veins. I'll help you mature the spirit trees in the immortal spirit ring." The lunar cassia tree, the dragon mark fruit, the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, and the netherworld flower have all wasted a lot of time. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Whatever you say. It's time for us to go out." "Right, it's time to go out. Are you going to retrieve the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet? I have been keeping track of the days for you." Ao Jiao nodded in satisfaction. Plop. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet, and his body moved like a roaming dragon as he leaped out of the sea. The water on his body evaporated, and the blazing sun washed away the mud on him. He looked radiant, like he had been reborn. Xiao Chen gave off a sharp light, looking even more dazzling than the sun. After landing firmly on the water, Xiao Chen took a long, luxurious breath. This was the first time he felt that just taking a deep breath could make him feel so comfortable. This was the first time he felt that the color of the sun was so enchanting. Xiao Chen looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. He actually felt somewhat dazed. "Stop looking. Bright Moon City is very far from here. If we don't hurry up, we might be late," Ao Jiao reminded him. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. "Right, we do have to hurry up. There cannot be any accidents with the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet." Xiao Chen did not care about the other objectives of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. He only cared about one thing, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. The Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, which the Qing Emperor personally forged, had to be obtained at all costs. There could be no mistakes. Xiao Chen unfurled the freedom wings, and his figure flashed. His magic energy surged as he took a step forward, traveling 50 kilometers. Bright Moon City was the most bustling city in the entire heavenly starry ocean. Bright Moon City welcomed its highest flow of people in 20 years. Everywhere was packed with people. There was an endless stream of carriages, not stopping for a moment. Fortunately, Bright Moon City was normally extraordinarily bustling. Furthermore, it had held many Four Seas hero gatherings, so the Lunar Palace was already experienced. 1 month ago, Bright Moon City raised the threshold for entry. Unless one was a martial monarch, one could not enter the city unless they had an invitation. Only after the gathering ended did the city reopen to the public. Aside from this, there were many other eye-catching measures. Floating palaces floated in the sky of the vast and majestic city for people to stay in, alleviating the pressure of the crowd. The venue of the Four Seas Hero Gathering was Bright Moon Plaza in the city. Before the start of the Grand Assembly, there were countless arenas in Bright Moon Plaza. Every day, there would be cultivators sparring on them. This was a rare opportunity for all the young heroes of the Four Seas to gather in one place. Naturally, after they met, they would compete with each other. Exciting fights were always what the spectators loved to watch. Sometimes, famous cultivators would appear and compete with each other. This made people scream in excitement. Aside from the free arenas, the lunar palaces people specially set up several arenas to liven things up. For example, in some special arenas in the air, there would be a reward for how many rounds one could last without losing. Another example was the Lunar Palace's young cultivators defending the arenas. As long as they defeated their opponents, they would receive a reward. Even if they failed, they would not suffer any losses. The atmosphere of fighting in the entire city was very intense. However, with the Bright Moon Palace's strict management, everything was very orderly. There was no chaos at all. 7 days later, Xiaochen traveled quickly. Relying on the freedom wing's so close yet worlds apart magic skill, he arrived outside Bright Moon City before the gathering started. Originally, Xiaochen was somewhat worried that someone would recognize him and attract some trouble. However, he soon realized that no one was paying attention to him amidst the crowd and the bustling scene. Even if there were not 10,000 people dressed in white like Xiaochen, there were at least 8,000 of them. This was simply too ordinary. Furthermore, the focus of the cultivators' discussion was on the holy science of the immortal holy lands. After walking for so long, no one had mentioned Xiaochen. Chapter 1094. Xiaochen was happy to relax. He did not have to wear a conical bamboo hat, which would have been troublesome. The holy scions and holy daughters successfully broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm. This was within Xiaochen's expectations, so he was not too surprised. When Xiaochen arrived at the city gates, he released some of his aura and entered the city unobstructed. Xiaochen had already anticipated that Bright Moon City would be extraordinarily bustling during the Four Seas Hero Gathering. However, when he arrived in the city, he was startled. The scene before him reminded him of the Five-Nation Youth Competition in the Sky Dome realm many years ago. Back then, the scene in Dragon Ceiling City was no different from now. It had also been extraordinarily bustling. However, in terms of scale and grandeur, it could not be compared. Xiaochen revealed a nostalgic expression. During the Five-Nation Youth Competition, Xiaochen had been reserved and proud. At that time, he had not feared any expert. However, he had not been confident of victory. Along the way, he had taken every battle seriously. After putting in a lot of effort, he had managed to climb to the top after much difficulty. Even now, Xiaochen remembered the Little Dragon King, Xinyuan Zhantian, Yu Chenxi's Breaking Dawn, Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Universe Staff Technique, and the grudges between Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian. All the more, he could not forget the final battle with Chu Chaoyan. After that, Xiaochen could finally say loudly, "Those who defeat me will be defeated by me. Those who wish to be defeated cannot be defeated by anyone." Now, Xiaochen no longer showed a reserved and proud expression. Instead, he showed calmness and confidence. All along, Xiaochen had felt that his mental state and strength were much higher than these outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean's younger generation. Even though these outstanding talents had become blue-robed emperors and relied on the resources of their sex to become small perfection blue-robed emperors, they were still not enough for Xiaochen to look at. The reason was none other than the vast difference in mental state, cultivation, and personal accumulations. There was no way to compare them. Ao Jiao, what is the format of the Four Seas Hero Gathering and what are the rules? Following the flow of people in the city, Xiaochen watched the matches on the stage with great interest while asking Ao Jiao about the details of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather were currently taking care of the various spirit trees in the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiaochen quickly replied, "I don't recall there being any rules. It is just that whoever can outshine everyone else can snatch the top prize." Xiaochen stopped and said in surprise, "So casual?" "That's right. Other than the first few who had to deal with the cultivators of the Penglai Sea, there weren't a lot of cultivators. From then on, the Four Seas Hero Gathering has continued very casually. There are no hard and fast rules, and there is no need to go through the complicated format of the preliminaries and finals." Ao Jiao spoke frankly with assurance. Then, she continued, "There are no contestants. Every spectator is the main character. As long as you are confident, you can jump into the arena and challenge any of the holy scions. If you win, your name will spread throughout the world. If you lose, you will not be able to avoid physical pain. In serious cases, you might end up with some hidden injuries that will accompany you for life." Xiaochen asked doubtfully, "Then, there will be close to 1 million spectators. If everyone goes up once, won't it be a mess? The gathering will last for half a month, and it will not be over." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "That won't happen. There are experts in the Lunar Palace. Everyone has to survive a palm strike before they can enter. It can be considered a threshold. The threshold for every gathering is different. I believe the threshold for this year will be especially high." Xiaochen thought to himself, unexpectedly, it is not an elimination competition like the arena competition. To think that the so-called gathering is so casual. It is a competition of individual elegance. This is truly unexpected. Ao Jiao burst out laughing and said, "What are you worried about? It is a competition of elegance. However, if one is not strong enough and gets beaten up like a pig's head, how can there be elegance? In the end, it still depends on whose fist is harder. As long as you keep beating up others and not being beaten up, elegance will naturally come out." Xiaochen understood. That's right. While it is elegance, in the end, it is strength. Suddenly, Xiaochen frowned. Then, he stretched out his right hand to his shoulder and firmly grasped a wrist. Xiaochen remained expressionless as he looked back. When he saw the owner of the arm, his pupils constricted, and shock appeared in his eyes. "Brother Qi, it has been a long time." The person who came was Qi Wuxia, whom Xiaochen had not seen since he parted ways in Neptune's palace. Qi Wuxia smiled embarrassedly and said, "Let go first. The city does not allow private fights. If you still do not let go, the Lunar Palace's guards will be here soon." When Xiaochen heard that, he sent out his spiritual sense. Indeed, he saw a few sharp gazes directed at him. If he had any killing Qi, he would have taken action immediately. Xiaochen quickly let go and asked, "Why do I not see Long Fei? Didn't he come with you?" When Qi Wuxia heard that, he smiled jealously. Comparisons are odious. This fellow found an opportunity to break through to the blue-robed emperor and is preparing to show off his skills at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. This brother is barely a great grandmaster-level martial sage. He is currently challenging the 24 bridges. It is a very interesting arena. Come, Brother Xiao, I'll bring you over to take a look. Seeing Qi Wuxia's mysterious appearance piqued Xiaochen's interest. During the Four Seas Hero Gathering, there were many interesting arenas in Bright Moon City. The next sentence of the 24 moonlit bridges was, "Where can a beautiful person learn how to play the flute?" What was so special about this arena? This Bright Moon City is rather fun. That brat Long Fei is really reckless. I really look forward to seeing how he will be defeated. Qi Wuxia laughed heartlessly. Then, he led Xiaochen on a mad dash and arrived at a bustling place. Excuse me. Excuse me." Qi Wuxia led Xiaochen to a quiet, desolate viewing spot, ignoring the supercilious looks from others. Xiaochen looked to the front and saw an arch bridge carved from white jade on a clear river. The jade bridge was exquisite and ancient, but the beauty on the jade bridge was beautiful. However, the beauties on the jade bridge were even more beautiful than the bridge. They looked even more ancient and ancient. Many white-clad women were outstanding beauties with outstanding grace. When Xiaochen counted, there were a total of 24 at the end of the jade bridge. A veiled woman stood on the railing of the bridge, playing the flute. The music was melodious and pleasant to the ears. It sounded like she was weeping. The other 23 women held swords in their hands. Their eyes shone with a cold light as they weaved through the jade bridge. Their movements were elegant but filled with murderous intent. Together with the illusory flute music, they performed a murderous dance. Xiaochen looked into the distance. It was clearly daytime, but a full moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight was like fire, its cold light competing with the sun, completely suppressing the light of the sun. Those familiar with Bright Moon City knew that this was the mysterious and ethereal lunar palace of the heavenly starry ocean. It hung high in the sky all year round, its light forever suppressing the sun. The bright moon, the jade bridge, the flute music, the flowing water, and the sword dance. This scene was very beautiful and pleasing to the eye, making one reluctant to leave. When Xiaochen returned to the jade bridge, the one bitterly enduring the murderous sword dance of the 23 women was naturally the corpse race's white-bone sovereign's descendant, Long Fei. Qi Wuxue was at the side, nodding and exchanging opinions with Xiaochen, discussing the various beauties of the women on the bridge. They all have their own specialties. It is really hard to choose. Brother Xiao, help me choose one. This time, I have to bring a lunar palace disciple back to Bright Moon City. Aside from the holy daughter, the other female disciples of the lunar palace could marry. Furthermore, the outstanding youths and noble clan disciples of the heavenly starry ocean all took pride in marrying a lunar palace disciple. The matriarchs of several holy lands and noble clans were once lunar palace disciples. From a certain point of view, the lunar palace's special status today seemed to be related to this. However, it would be difficult for Qi Wuxue to marry a female disciple. He could not hide his evil aura. After checking his background, even if the young lady agreed, the lunar palace would not. However, Xiaochen had never heard of a lunar palace female disciple marrying into the primal chaos domain. Without needing Xiaochen to refute, someone at the side could no longer bear to listen. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Aside from the holy daughter, the lunar palace also has the title of Jade Lady. There are 24 of them in each generation. The 24 people before us are the 24 Jade Ladies of the lunar palace. These are the daughters-in-law of the many immortal holy lands and noble clans. With your appearance, you want to marry the lunar palace's Jade Ladies? Stop dreaming." When Qi Wuxue heard this, he smiled faintly and did not get angry. Instead, he sized up this person. This person wore white robes and wore a white hat, looking very scholarly. He held a white folding fan in his hand, looking elegant and handsome. With one look, it was clear that he was a disciple of a Confucian sect. Qi Wuxue leaned over and said with a smile, "You have extraordinary grace and a righteous aura. You should be a disciple of a Confucian sect, right? I have not asked for your great name yet." A trace of pride flashed on the scholar's face. Then he said in a somewhat indifferent tone, "I am untalented. I am Lu Hao, an inner courtyard disciple of the Heavenly Province Academy." Qi Wuxue immediately showed a shocked expression. He exclaimed in an exaggerated manner, "Heavenly Province Academy? To think that you are a disciple of an immortal holy land. I simply could not tell earlier. Sorry. Clearly, Lu Hao felt extremely satisfied with the shock and astonishment on Qi Wuxue's face. He put on an act and waved his hand. "It is just an immortal holy land. Just treat it normally. Also, when facing the lunar palace's Jade Ladies, you cannot have any profane thoughts. You can look at them from afar, you can praise them, you can admire them. However, you cannot have any dirty thoughts. That is the way of a gentleman." Qi Wuxue nodded and said, "Brother Lu is right. This little brother did have some dirty thoughts earlier. Fortunately, Brother Lu reminded me in time." Xiaochen, who stood at the side, found it funny. With one look, he knew that Qi Wuxue was trying to con him. However, Xiaochen could not be bothered to remind Qi Wuxue. He did not have a good impression of this bookworm who spoke of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. As long as Qi Wuxue did not go overboard and cause trouble, it would be fine. Qi Wuxue was a yes man, continuously flattering that Heavenly Province Academy disciple. By now, that Heavenly Province Academy disciple could no longer tell north from south. The two walked to the side and started chatting. Speaking of which Lunar Palace's Jade Lady does Brother Lu admire the most? Lu Hao had a righteous expression on his face. A fervent look flashed in his eyes as he looked at the girl playing the flute. Naturally, it is the leader of the 24 Jade Ladies, Miss Fang Qingxian, who excels in both the sword and the flute. Qi Wuxuan nodded meaningfully and said, Miss Fang Qingxian is indeed like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She has an aura that can topple cities. However, I wonder what kind of pretty face she has under the veil. Chapter 1095. The fire in Lu Hao's eyes did not subside, and he said with some reluctance, It's a pity that Miss Fang Qingxian will only be able to take off her veil after crossing the 20 bridges and have the chance to be alone with her. Looking at the bridge, even with the strength of the blue-robed emperor, Long Fei was having a hard time moving forward. He was on the verge of losing at any moment. He knew that Lu Hao did not stand a chance. Qi Wuxue whispered, Actually, this little brother has an item that can not only allow Fang Qingxian to remove Brother Lu's veil but also allow her to play the flute for Brother Lu alone. Lu Hao looked at Qi Wuxue doubtfully and asked, What is it? Yin Yang Wonderland's holy medicine, the wondrous pleasure aphrodisiac. As long as you have it and find an opportunity to meet Fang Qingxian, Brother Lu can easily take her down. A look of surprise flashed across Lu Hao's eyes. It was obvious that he had heard of the famous ecstasy potion. However, a look of surprise flashed across his face as he angrily cursed, Filthy, despicable, vulgar, scram. When Qi Wuxue saw Lu Hao getting angry, he showed a flustered expression as if he was frightened. He quickly said, This little brother knows his mistake. This little brother knows his mistake. This little brother will take his leave now. Stop. Lu Hao shouted coldly and stopped Qi Wuxue. With a righteous expression, he said, Hand over your filthy thing. If it remains in your hands, it will definitely harm the women of your maiden clan. Hand it over to this young master. Qi Wuxue appeared depressed, clearly unwilling. Lu Hao said coldly, With one look, I can tell that you do not have a proper background. Indeed, you are not anything good. This filthy thing has to be destroyed. Quickly hand it over. Qi Wuxue reluctantly took out a jade bottle. Lu Hao grabbed it and frowned. He asked doubtfully, This is the wondrous joy aphrodisiac? Qi Wuxue smiled harmlessly. Then he sent out some hidden energy and flicked off the bottle cap. He smiled and said, Whether it is real or fake, young Master Lu will know once you smell it. When the bottle cap was opened, a fragrance immediately wafted out. When Lu Hao heard what Qi Wuxue said, he could not help but take a deep sniff. As if he was addicted, he could not stop once he started. Not long after, Lu Hao's face was flushed red and he felt his body heating up. His mouth was parched and his body was burning with desire. He suddenly startled awake and tossed aside the jade bottle. Then he looked at Qi Wuxue and said, You tricked me. Qi Wuxue laughed loudly and stepped forward. Then he easily restrained Lu Hao, whose rationality was about to collapse. He said, How could it be a trap? I am just fulfilling young Master Lu's wishes. Don't you want to meet this Miss Fang Qingxian? I'll help you right now. Then, Qi Wuxue picked up Lu Hao and quickly tossed him to Fang Qingxian, who was on the Jade Bridge. The effects of the medicinal energy had already taken effect on Lu Hao, who had already lost all reason. His entire being was dominated by desire. When he saw Fang Qingxian, he sped up in the air like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. His face was filled with lust as he threw himself at Fang Qingxian with a wretched smile. This scene immediately shocked everyone on the Jade Bridge. Unexpectedly, someone dared to do something improper to the leader of the Lunar Palace's Jade Ladies in front of everyone. Fang Qingxian, who had been playing her flute calmly, clearly did not expect such a thing. When she saw Lu Hao's lewd smile in the air, her flute music immediately turned chaotic. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She put down her flute and drew her sword with her right hand. Then, she heavily smacked Lu Hao's face, knocking him into the river. Without the flute music, the murderous sword dance of the 23 white-clad women immediately lost a certain charm, and its might decreased significantly. Long Fei took advantage of this opportunity and waved the folding fan in his hand. Starlight filled the sky, and a white bone dermic incarnation appeared behind Long Fei, its expression solemn and cold. The two large white bone hands of the white bone dermic incarnation flashed quickly. The formation of the 23 white-clad women fell into chaos, all of them dealing with it in a flurry. Long Fei's eyes narrowed. His figure weaved through the crowd and struck them one by one. One by one, the white-clad women were knocked off the jade bridge by Long Fei. On the riverbank, Qi Wuxue picked up the jade bottle and said with a smile, "My treasure, you have rendered a meritorious service again." Xiaochen walked over and said indifferently, "Give me the jade bottle." Qi Wuxue was stunned when he heard that. Then he chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Brother Xiao, you like this as well?" Xiaochen smiled and said, "I am different from you. I intend to study it with a critical mind." Qi Wuxue tossed the jade bottle over and smiled. "Brother Xiao is indeed Brother Xiao. The moment you said that, you immediately set yourself apart from that Heavenly Province Academy disciple." After Xiaochen walked over, he leaned over and said, "In the future, if you have anything good, remember to give it to Brother Qi as well. I want to study it with a critical mind." Xiaochen opened the bottle cap and took a sip. Then he looked at Qi Wuxue and said, "This is just an intense aphrodisiac, not some wondrous joy aphrodisiac." Qi Wuxue was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. He had not expected Xiaochen to dare to directly drink it. He had no choice but to admit defeat. "You are incredible. Naturally, this is not the wondrous joy aphrodisiac." The wondrous joy aphrodisiac is a holy medicine of the yin-yang paradise. Aphrodisiac is just one of its functions. The more important thing is that it can harmonize yin and yang, nourishing each other. When used with the yin-yang paradise's dual cultivation technique, it has a miraculous effect. As Qi Wuxue spoke, Xiaochen took another sip. As Qi Wuxue spoke, he became speechless. He was stunned once more, not knowing what Xiaochen was doing. "Brother Xiao, don't do anything stupid. Although this is not the wondrous joy aphrodisiac, its pure aphrodisiac effect is even more tyrannical than the wondrous joy aphrodisiac. I do not have an antidote," Qi Wuxue said anxiously. Who would have imagined that Xiaochen would only blush slightly? He did not seem to notice anything strange. Xiaochen closed his eyes and circulated his energy for a while. Then, strands of smoke appeared above Xiaochen's head. After a while, he opened his eyes, and he returned to normal. Xiaochen looked at Qi Wuxue seriously and said, "Brother Qi, although unorthodox methods can achieve miraculous results, they are not omnipotent at times. Before absolute strength, everything else is just a fabrication. It is fine to use it occasionally. However, do not get too engrossed in it. Otherwise, one day, you will die because of these unorthodox methods. Once you reach small perfection of the blue-robed emperor, these aphrodisiacs and poisons will not pose any danger to you. With the power of the heavenly laws, you can break down these medicines as you please. With just a thought, you can decide whether you want them to work or not. You can easily paralyze your opponent." Qi Wuxue suddenly startled awake. He understood Xiaochen's intention, to treat him as a friend. Xiaochen used the most realistic example to tell himself not to use these unorthodox methods. This also reminded Qi Wuxue not to use these methods on experts above small perfection Emperor Wu. Otherwise, the other party would make a fool out of him. Seeing Qi Wuxue enter deep thought, Xiaochen knew that he had already achieved his goal. Back in the Sea Deity Palace, Qi Wuxue's cultivation was no weaker than Long Fei's. However, Long Fei had reached the blue-robed emperor ahead of him, while Qi Wuxue was still a great grandmaster-level martial sage. The two of them had been together for a long time. Why was there a difference? It was definitely not because Qi Wushue's fortuitous encounter had not arrived. Instead, it was because Qi Wuxue was somewhat engrossed in these unorthodox methods. Hence, Xiaochen reminded the other party. Whether it was useful or not, at the very least, he took action and did not watch Qi Wuxue get engrossed. Qi Wuxue recovered his wits and smiled. Brother Xiao, thank you for your kind intentions earlier. Originally, Long Fei had been trying to dissuade me. However, I did not take it to heart. Earlier, I did feel like I woke up from a dream. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, It's good that you understand. However, I like your earlier style. These hypocrites, who are hypocrites and like to pretend to be elegant, should be taught a ruthless lesson. Qi Wuxue chuckled and said, This kind of sanctimonious people are all like that. However, you seem to have let Long Fei off easy. After he passes this special arena of the 24 bridges, he will be able to meet a beauty. Xiao Chen glanced at the Jade Bridge and changed the topic. Long Fei smiled and said, It will not be that easy. Fang Qingxian, who is guarding the end, is the greatest problem. The reputation of excelling in both the flute and the sword is not just for show. After defeating all 23 women, Long Fei finally arrived at the end of the Jade Bridge. Now, he faced the leader of the Lunar Palace's Jade Ladies, Fang Qingxian, excelling in both the flute and the sword. Fang Qingxian blocked in front of Long Fei with her sword. Her expression was cold, and no one could see her true expression. Long Fei felt somewhat infatuated with her. He smiled and said, Miss Qingxian, will you show mercy? When I was still in the Kunlun continent, I heard of Mrs. Name and have admired you for a long time. Fang Qingxian replied in a melodious voice, I am indebted to young master's favor. However, rules are rules. Since young master is able to cross this bridge, Qingxian will naturally abide by her promise. Long Fei withdrew his smile and said sullenly, In that case, I can only offend you. Just at this moment, water splashed in the river below the bridge. Lu He, who Fang Qingxian had slapped back into the river earlier, leaped out again. Drenched, he pounced at Fang Qingxian like a madman. Fang Qingxian had no choice but to make another move, knocking him into the water. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that Long Fei had already taken the opportunity to fly out of the bridge. Qi Wuxue shouted, Damn! He really got off easy. Long Fei turned around and said calmly, Miss Qingxian, I have already crossed the bridge. Fang Qingxian smiled faintly and said, Aren't you embarrassed to say that? Don't you feel like you took advantage of a loophole? Long Fei was rather thick-skinned. He took out an engraved medallion and smiled without changing his expression. I can only say that the heavens are helping me. Who could have imagined that the normally well-dressed Confucian sect disciple would be such a beast in human clothing? I hope that Miss Qingxian will not stand me up tonight. Fang Qingxian took the nameplate, which had Long Fei's address written on it. She glanced at it and put it away. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Hao leapt out from the river once again, like an unkillable cockroach. Fang Qingxian frowned slightly. Just as she was about to deal a heavy blow, a figure suddenly flew over, moving incredibly fast. That person quickly landed 3 palm strikes on Lu Hao's chest, causing him to vomit a mouthful of black blood. The flush on his face receded. When he looked at the person who arrived, he immediately said excitedly, First senior brother, someone tricked me. The person who arrived was the top expert of the Heavenly Province Academy's younger generation, young Master Qingshu, who was currently in the limelight. Young Master Qingshu did not say anything. He bent over and checked Lu Hao's body. Then, he said indifferently, My Confucian sect is righteous. We have a strong restraining effect on such evil beings. If not for your own evil intentions, you would not have lost your mind so quickly. You asked for it. After saying that, young Master Qingshu turned to Fang Qingxian and said, Miss Fang, this time, our academy's disciples have offended you. The Heavenly Province Academy will not object to any punishment from the Lunar Palace. Young Master Qingshu's words were very appropriate, and no one could find fault with them. Chapter 1096. Fang Qingxian said indifferently, I'm fine. Just take care of your sect's disciples. Young Master Qingshu performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Then, he shifted his gaze and looked in the direction Lu Hao pointed. When he saw Qi Wuxue, his expression turned completely sullen. This time, young Master Qingshu was having a small gathering with the inheritors of the Holy Lands, Fu Hongyao, and the others. Suddenly he received news that an academy disciple went berserk in the 24 bridges, so he immediately rushed over. After young Master Qingshu figured out the situation, he became enraged. To think that someone dared to scheme against the Heavenly Province Academy. Just as young Master Qingshu was about to make a move, he suddenly noticed the white figure beside Qi Wuxia. Feeling somewhat surprised, he said coldly, "I was wondering who was so bold, daring to scheme against the people of my Heavenly Province Academy. It turns out that the Blue Dragon King ordered it." Unexpectedly, the righteous Blue Dragon King would do such a despicable thing. Upon hearing young Master Qingshu's words, everyone immediately looked at Xiao Qin, finding this inconceivable. To think that the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin, was so ordinary, like a passerby. They had not noticed him for so long. Fang Qingxuan's eyes lit up. She immediately looked at Xiao Qin and revealed an expression of shock. "Damn! Can you stop making irresponsible remarks? That medicine is your Heavenly Province Academy disciple. He snatched it from me and wanted to frame the Lunar Palace's jade ladies. What does that have to do with us?" Qi Wuxia scolded. Lu Hao panicked. His brain was not working properly, so he blurted out, "First, senior brother, listen to my explanation. It was that brat who said that the medicine was the wondrous joy aphrodisiac. That's why I fell for it. You really can't blame me." When Fang Qingxian heard that, her expression changed. She scolded angrily, "What a perverted thief!" Qi Wuxia laughed loudly and said, "Everyone, did you hear that?" He admitted it himself. If that young Master Qingshu can still distinguish right from wrong, you should clean up your sect. Young Master Qingshu said coldly, "You speak without thinking. Do you really think that a has-been Blue Dragon King can protect you?" That young Master Qingshu understood that he could not get entangled with a person like Qi Wuxia. The more he spoke, the worse the situation would become. So, he could not be bothered to say anything more. His figure flashed, and he closed the folding fan in his hand as he charged at Qi Wuxia. Qi Wuxia was somewhat surprised by young Master Qingshu's sudden attack. Bright Moon City strictly forbade private fights. If there were grudges, they could fight in the arena in the city. The prerequisite was that both parties had to be willing. Otherwise, if they acted on their own, they would be punished by Bright Moon City. Clearly, this young Master Qingshu wanted to use his status to kill Qi Wuxia in one strike. At that time, Qi Wuxia would already be dead. Even if Bright Moon City punished him, there would be nothing to fear. Could it be that he, the successor of an immortal holy land, was really going to be thrown out? Young Master Qingshu moved very fast. Qi Wuxia could not even catch his shadow. Long Fei, who was behind the Jade Bridge, could not make it in time to help. In the time it took for a spark to fly, an intense clash resounded in the surroundings, startling Qi Wuxia. He discovered that Xiao Qin was blocking in front of him. Xiao Qin also held a folding fan in his hand. He folded it and pressed it against the top of young Master Qingshu's folding fan. Young Master Qingshu did not appear surprised. He smiled and said, "In the past, when you were still a blue-robed emperor, I was somewhat afraid of you. Now that I am also a small perfection blue-robed emperor, do I still fear you?" It seemed like young Master Qingshu intended to test out Xiao Qin's strength. After failing to injure Qi Wuxia in one strike, he immediately targeted Xiao Qin. "Pu Qi!" Young Master Qingshu suddenly opened the folding fan in his hand. His fingers moved slightly, and the unfurled folding fan danced like flower petals, spiraling up. As the folding fan rose, the righteous Qi on young Master Qingshu's body grew increasingly stronger. His aura soared continuously. A mysterious phenomenon appeared behind him. The bamboo and small bridges drawn on the folding fan appeared one by one. The spirited righteous Qi looked like bamboo standing tall. Xiao Qin took a look and opened the folding fan in his hand as well. Then he gently pushed it forward, and the folding fan floated up. The small bridge, the flowing water, the bright moon, and other mysterious phenomena appeared as well. The two both had a bridge under their feet. However, the mysterious phenomena behind them were different. One had a bright moon, and the other had emerald green bamboo. The two rising folding fans faced each other, competing with their strong auras and mysterious phenomena. The two on the bridge did not remain idle, either. They quickly exchanged attacks, exchanging punches and palms, dealing with moves as they came. Xiaochen felt somewhat surprised. This young master Qingshu's palm technique was rather exquisite. Furthermore, it contained a righteous qi that resonated with the bamboo behind him, complementing each other. If Xiaochen did not bring out his true abilities, he would not be able to do anything to this young master Qingshu for a while. However, this was not the time to expose his strength. There were many eyes in this place. Xiaochen noticed that the experts of Bright Moon City had already arrived silently. For some reason, those experts did not make a move to stop the two from fighting. Apart from that, there were also several powerful auras rushing over. Some of them had terrifying righteous qi, and their cultivation bases were extremely high. With one look, it was clear that these were the Heavenly Province Academy's experts. Hence, Xiaochen was not in a rush. He just treated it as playing with the other party. As for young Master Qingshu's clamoring, Xiaochen just laughed it off. As an adult, would you be angry at a brat showing his teeth? Clearly not. Right now, that was Xiaochen's mental state. He did not feel angry at all. Compared to Xiaochen's surprise, young Master Qingshu was utterly shocked. He had already brought out 60% of his strength, even bringing out his will of wood. However, Xiaochen, who was fighting him, seemed unaffected. He did not even bring out the saber Dao that he was most proficient in. After exchanging 100 moves, Xiaochen lost the patience to continue playing. Suddenly he changed his moves. He used fists, claws, and palms, executing 3 different moves. Xiaochen did not increase his strength at all, but his moves became unpredictable and strange. The fist was the Kuan Pang spreading wings, the claw was the craggy dragon claw, and the palm technique was the bright moon-like fire. Xiaochen took the essence of each and ingeniously merged them together. This was the first time young Master Qingshu saw such a move. He immediately felt overwhelmed, opening up many openings. If young Master Qingshu knew what was good for him, he would have quickly retreated at this moment. However, young Master Qingshu was not convinced. He still wanted to clash with Xiaochen, to determine who was stronger with fists and palms. Seeing that the other party wanted to fight for real, Xiaochen found an opening and punched young Master Qingshu's chest. The fist turned into a claw, then a palm. With just one contact, Xiaochen sent out 3 different kinds of energy. Young Master Qingshu grunted and fell to the ground. The ancient wooden bridge under his feet shattered, and the bamboo for 5 kilometers around exploded like firecrackers. The mysterious phenomenon spread out. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the folding fan landed in his grasp. The bright moon, exquisite flowing water, and many other mysterious phenomena combined into a charming illusion that entered the fan. Xiaochen gently fanned himself with his folding fan, and his white robes fluttered as he descended. His casual movements gave everyone a sense of carefreeness that was pleasing to the eye. After young Master Qingshu landed, he clearly did not expect that after becoming the blue-robed emperor after much difficulty and exhausting many of the sect's resources, he would still suffer a great loss at Xiaochen's hands. Young Master Qingshu waved his hand and grasped his folding fan. His aura suddenly changed, rising again as he prepared to fight with all his might. Enough! Young Master Qingshu, don't forget where this is, Qingxian said coldly from the Jade Bridge. Young Master Qingshu's expression changed. Finally he calmed down. Then he looked at Xiaochen and said, I know why you are here. You want to take away the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet in the 4 Seas Hero Gathering 3 days from now. I will absolutely not let you do as you wish. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, I'm just afraid that you do not have that ability. The Blue Dragon King is still as arrogant as ever. A cold snort rang out. A large group of outstanding youths flew over from the northeast. The holy scions of the Zodiac Hall, the 5 Poison Sect, the divine dragon palaces of the 4 Seas, the Yin-Yang Paradise, and the myriad Fiend Island all appeared together. There were also the young treasure master Yi Ling, the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun, and some of the veteran outstanding talents of the previous 5 Seas Hero Gathering. Clearly, someone had gathered this group of outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean earlier. Chu Yang stepped forward and looked at Xiaochen below. He said indifferently, I was wondering why Brother Qingshu was gone for so long. It turns out that you are still around. The 5 poison sects Holy Scion said coldly, you are just a has-been genius of the Kunlun continent, yet you dare to be so unbridled in our heavenly starry ocean. Do you really think that we outstanding talents are just decorations? The crowd below became restless. Unexpectedly, the commotion on the 24 bridges attracted so many outstanding talents. Furthermore, several of the holy scions seemed to be prejudiced against Xiaochen, not acknowledging him as an outsider. Xiaochen sized up the group of people in the air. They all had different expressions, but they all appeared to be in high spirits, full of pride and arrogance. He understood that when these people fought for the source of despair in Despair City, they were all shocked by the strength he displayed. Several people wanted to challenge him, but they were not confident. Now that he had advanced to the blue-robed emperor, they were naturally eager to step on him. Xiaochen, things seem to have gotten a little out of hand, Qi Wuxue, who was at the side, said in a soft voice, finding it hard to control himself. Xiaochen replied calmly, they will not dare to act rashly in Bright Moon City. Let's go. After saying that, Xiaochen ignored the mockery of the holy science. He called out to Long Fei and prepared to leave. Such an attitude immediately angered several people. Several of them could not hold back and wanted to make a move. When Yu Bingyun saw the situation, she said indifferently, Bright Moon City prohibits private fights. If you have any grudges, wait until the 4 Seas Hero Gathering 3 days from now. Chu Yang snorted coldly and glanced coldly at Xiaochen's back. Then he flicked his sleeves and left. What Blue Dragon King? He is just a coward. The 5 poison sects Holy Scion mocked and left with his head held high. The many other outstanding talents also scoffed at Xiaochen's actions. They felt that he was afraid, which was why he did not dare to face them. Soon, the news of the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen, who had been missing for 9 months, appearing in Bright Moon City spread like wildfire. Earlier, several people guessed that Xiaochen, who had only 20 years left to live, would absolutely not appear. When a person received such grievous news and faced heavy mental pressure, not to mention improving their strength, it would already be a good thing if they did not regress. Right now, Xiaochen was like the setting sun in the west, the setting sun.